The Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, June 23rd, 2020. We will begin this morning with a flag salute led by Supervisor Euler.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you very much. We of course have a meeting virtually, so I'm going to go ahead and have the clerk read the meeting procedures for everyone.
In order to protect the public health and the safety of our Placer County citizens, the public comment for the Board of Supervisors meeting will be offered through a remote call-in line or virtually through a Zoom meeting webinar utilizing the raise hand function for public comment. Citizens who wish to comment telephonically should call in at 530-886-1800 to sign up for public comment. The public comment will be open for each agenda item in sequence, so be prepared to call in for the specific item you wish to comment on when the board chair announces the item.
Thank you very much. All right, we've got a long meeting ahead of us. But we will first begin with consent agenda, and I know that we are pulling 34C. I need to abstain from that one. 28E, we had a member of the public ask us to pull 28E. And 26C and D.
Yes, I need to recuse on those two. My husband works for the Schaefer's Mill Workforce.
All right.
Job site.
Any other items from the board? No? Okay, and anybody else from the public that we've heard of who wants to pull an item? All right. So with that, yeah, let's take a vote on the remainder of the consent items.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by, was that Holmes? Holmes, all right. So all those in favor? Aye.
Oh, roll call.
Roll call.
Oh, roll call, please. Sorry, thank you.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes? Euler?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye. All right, and then do we need to convene as the Placer County in-home?
No, yes.
Okay. Do we need to do that for item 30A?
For item 30A, the board was convened as the Placer County In-Home Supportive Services Authority, Public Authority.
Okay, so we are convened. We don't have to vote on it separately. Okay, terrific. So let's start with 26C and D. Since Supervisor Gustafson has to recuse herself, and I don't think we have any questions, probably no comment from the public, so we'll bring it back to the board for a motion, please.
Second.
A motion by Holmes and second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And vote for nothing. There you go. I don't know if you listed as an abstention or not. A recusal. There we go. All right. And then we'll take item 34C, and I need to recuse myself because I serve on the board of William Jessup University. So I'll see. No comments? Any questions from the public? All right, and then we'll just bring it back.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And I recuse myself. All right, thank you. And then we have item 28E, and I know that we have staff on the line. Let me find that one, and that is...
Staff is here if you'd like them to start it off.
Yep, that would be great. And this is notice of... No, that's C. That's E. Application to PG&E for self-generation incentive program funds. Letter of intent with SunPower and possible battery storage projects. So, good morning.
Chair Gore, fellow board members, Brad Boulay, Deputy Director for Facilities Management. Today, the action before you is to sign a letter of intent with SunPower to submit an application on behalf of Placer County. Let me back up and explain the program just a little bit. So the California Public Utilities Commission created a category in their self-generation incentive program. It's deemed equity resiliency that incentivizes users to use batteries for a specific subset of customers, and there's funds were then allocated to all the energy providers across the state. So we're applying for this program through PG&E, and so the action again before you is to sign a letter of intent just to allow SunPower to submit the application. The process is a two-step process. SunPower will evaluate our subject buildings to make sure they fit the criteria of the SGIP program. And once the application is submitted, we'll receive a reservation notice letter if we meet all of the criteria in the program. There's no guarantee that we will, but we'd like to attempt it. The program, in essence, has incentives that will pay for the entire battery installations into our buildings. We've identified 4 critical facilities on the DeWitt campus that we'd like to submit on behalf of. And so this is not a contract before you to sign. It's just, again, a letter of intent. And we, staff relied on Government Code 4217, which allows government agencies to do an informal process to evaluate firms on their behalf. Staff felt that it was prudent to follow those guidelines, even though it's not an actual contract yet, but to evaluate firms. And we did evaluate 4 different energy providers in this informal process. And again, we chose SunPower as the most competent and in the best interest of Placer County.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions?
So when we chatted about this item, I'd asked the question about the existing PPA and any risk of running any incremental costs based on the utilization of the batteries for peak shaving and inadvertently sending current back into the grid at a price point lower than what we're obligated to pay for everything generated by the array. Just wondering if you had a chance to dig into any of that.
So we have not specifically dug into that. We do know that with our solar canopies that we have under construction now, they were designed to provide 80% of the building's demand.
Yeah.
And so we have a 20% gap. If we were to receive the reservation notice from PG&E, we'll be working with ENGIE, who's our current provider,
Right.
to look at that, how much solar power is being provided, and then the battery system will be sized accordingly so that we don't over. With that program, the net energy metering program, we can go to 110% of the program. So we'll be evaluating that and making sure we don't.
You mean under the SGIP program, you can size to 110%. Is that what you mean? Or under our PPA, we can go, what is?
So the 110% applies to the net energy metering, which
Right.
is the program for the solar carports today.
Okay.
So if we're providing battery power behind the meter,
Uh-huh.
which is that NEM program, we can go up to 110% of the building's demand load.
Okay, I guess I'm not following on who it is that's making the allowance for the 110. Again, I'm looking at the difference between the two issues. One being what does the SGIP program allow versus is there anything in here where we will find ourselves or and again, it was more, I raised the question more to just make sure that we're working. It has more to do with SunPower, I think, than our existing installer that's out there right now. Mm-hmm. We just have to make sure that the software that's running the battery system is programmed to make sure that we are not at any point utilizing the batteries, drawing that down, and inadvertently then sending current back into the grid at 3 cents a kilowatt hour when we're paying 10.5 cents a kilowatt hour. That's all I want to make sure that, and again, as we discussed, it's a function of the software. The software, you know, so that's a SunPower issue is really what it boils down to.
Correct. So right, during the due diligence process, we'll be bringing in ENGIE,
Perfect.
working with SunPower to make sure that
I just didn't know if you'd had a chance to have that conversation yet, but it makes sense if you're waiting until we have an affirmative because it's not a problem until it becomes one. So I get it. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. let's go ahead and open it up to the public because we have the member of the public who wanted to pull the item.
Mr. Estes, go ahead and give your comments.
Okay, my name is Craig Estes, and I just have a concern that yet he may have gotten 4 different energy providers' information, but are you tied to SunPower after this letter of intent? And why not just get an official bid from all the different companies? Because I'm concerned, I don't like no bid contracts, and I'm also worried about you get into a conflict of interest when you have no bid contracts. That's my question.
Great, thank you very much. And any other calls from the public? So, Brad, if you could answer that, that would be great.
Sure. Again, we're relying on Government Code 4217. It does state that prior to awarding or entering into an agreement or lease, the public agency may request proposals from qualified persons. It says after evaluating the proposals, the public agency may award the contract on the basis of experience of the contractor, the type of technology employed by the contractor, the cost to the local agency, and any other relevant considerations. So again, we use that process in the informal evaluation to get to a choice for SunPower as our provider through the initial application.
So are we have to go with SunPower, or we're still going through the process and then can decide?
So staff determined so we will be going with SunPower. Should SunPower provide a proposal that gives us no out-of-pocket cost to Placer County? SunPower's proposal was the most robust and the best interest of Placer County at this point in time.
Yeah, when you submit the application, if I may, when you submit the application, you have to have essentially what it is you are applying to install, what the system parameters are, all that stuff. That all gets evaluated before they determine whether or not they're going to make an award. So you've got to have your contractor lined up and working with the contractor in preparation. And it used to be that the SGIP programs on installs would be made out to the contractor as opposed to the system, the person paying for the system. I'm not sure now if the reservation is to the contractor or to the person installing the system. I'm not sure if this SGIP program is different, but it used to actually name the contractor. So,
yeah, SunPower will be named as our developer. That's the
Right.
term
Right.
PG&E uses
yeah.
as our contractor. Correct.
Thank you. Did you say we had one more public comment on this item? So we're going to reopen public comment. as they come
Cheryl,
in.
go ahead and turn on your video and give your comments.
She's on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good morning. My name is Cheryl Berkema. One of the concerns that I have, as the county representative indicated, there might be relevant considerations. And I believe it was approximately 2010, Supervisor Euler was, there was an initiated recall process, and one of the items for the recall process was a SunPower no bid contract. So I think in the interest of even any appearance of impropriety, that should be, the bid should be looked at, the informal process by the public. In addition, the same individual that worked with Mr. Euler, who had at the time, I don't know today, but at the time he also had stock in SunPower. So I think that would be another consideration to just see where that is right now. Additionally, that same VP was just recently selected by Kirk Euler to be on the Charter Review Committee, and there was an extremely highly contentious item on the agenda, I'm sure everyone knows. And I personally, along with others, requested meeting minutes from the Charter Review Committee, and those were not available. So we don't know who raised those contentious items, what the discussion looked like, and I think it would just be prudent and transparent for the information to be looked at. regarding the bids. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We'll go
Do you-
ahead
May I address that real
and
quick?
close public comment. Yes,
you.
sir.
Cheryl, once again, has her facts completely wrong. 2006, before I was on this Board of Supervisors, a company called Solar Power Incorporated, which I did work for at the time, was awarded a contract for the installation of the photovoltaic array out at the juvenile detention facility. There are a couple of members of the board who voted for that. This was before I was a county supervisor. Solar Power Inc. was subsequently sold that array to Macquarie Bank. Macquarie came back wanting to then repurchase the PPA and renegotiate those terms. That, I think, might be what she's referring to at one point in her statement there. But at no time when I've been on the Board of Supervisors was there ever anything that was brought before this board that had anything to do with the company with which I was affiliated. And Solar Power Inc., not SunPower, Solar Power Inc. was acquired by another service provider somewhere around 2013, 2014, and has since been dissolved. So there is no company that exists anymore along the lines that was referenced. So just for the record.
Thank you. All right, if there are no other comments, we can go ahead and.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant, and all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, public comment time. So this is a time for the public to comment on items that are not on our agenda. We ask you to please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And we will go ahead and start with telephone calls first.
Hello,
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Catherine Clune.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Catherine Clune, and I've been working with Robert Wyndon to circulate a petition to compel this board to exempt all homes in North Star from the SDR ordinance, as you've already done for a portion of the resort. The stated intent was to address issues with noise, parking, trash, and fire safety. We are not opposed to having laws in place for all homes in the county, not just short-term rentals. We are opposed to being unfairly targeted, specifically North Star. In fact, North Star has had policies in place for decades to handle these issues. Let me be clear, we are not opposed to following these rules. We already do. I have 3 questions. Should North Star or other property owners split the bill for those offenders in other areas of the county for trash, parking, and noise under the SDR ordinance when we are not the problem and countywide policies are already in place? 2, fire safety. Why do I need to have a fire inspection and my next door neighbor does not? This should be countywide and not attached to the short-term rental ordinance. All homes should have smoke detectors, fire extinguishers, and an open flame ban. And finally, why isn't there an occupancy limit for all homes in the county? These rules only address short-term rentals and not all homes. We have 700 signatures from North Star homeowners. If that surprises you, you can imagine how North Star homeowners felt when we got notified by TOT on January 17th, long after the ordinance was passed. Had we been notified by TOT at the public meetings regarding this, you would have surely heard from us before. To further add surprise and confusion, when we went to apply for the permit in March, the county website said, "Permit not required for North Star properties." Many North Star homeowners still think they don't need a permit. It was stated by officials on this board that we can certainly refine it if it isn't working well for the community and the people we serve. This is an opportunity to make things right. What we are asking for is very simple. Stand true to your own words and don't punish the good operators. With the highest concentration of short-term rentals in eastern Placer County, North Star has the fewest complaints according to county data. North Star has 24/7 security and has had policies in place for decades for these types of issues. Finally, we would like for this to be put on the agenda for the next meeting and make changes to the ordinance excluding all homes in North Star by July 31st, the deadline for the permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Are we moving to Zoom calls? Or
We are. We are. Colette, go ahead and start your video and give your comments.
let her know one more time just because.
That Catherine is doing to get the ordinance overturned, I find their reasoning and explanations for the exemption deeply flawed. I believe there's a fundamental misunderstanding of the intent of this ordinance and the qualifications for an exemption. Yes, they have over 700 owners who have signed the petition, but the campaign that has propped up this petition is full of unfounded information. To be clear, I don't think it was malicious, but simply uninformed. I've submitted a written statement to the board where I outline several of the talking points the opposition is telegraphing as reasons to get an exemption, as well as my counter arguments to each point. In the interest of time, I won't go through them all here, but I encourage you to read my written statement to get a better understanding of what they've been disseminating about this ordinance. The claim that I want to call out is the one that really comes down to the heart of their entire argument, that the county misled us and that they promoted that homes within resorts would be exempt. I point to two issues within this statement. First, as specifically defined in the ordinance, a resort means a self-contained lodging facility that provides on-site amenities and activities. In keeping with that definition, not the general notion that North Star area is a recreational resort and a community of single-family homes and condos, which is governed by several separate HOAs, it doesn't meet the definition of a resort. While North Star does have amenities and activities and does have resorts like the Ritz-Carlton, as a whole, North Star is not a self-contained lodging facility. End of story. The ordinance states that the basis of an exemption is that the standards of the ordinance would still need to be met. And to my knowledge, communities within North Star do not meet those standards required to qualify for an exemption. Again, it's my belief that there's a fundamental misunderstanding of the intent, what's required to qualify for an exemption, and what the ordinance actually requires of operators. I wholeheartedly believe this ordinance addresses very specific problems that we face and provides standards in an attempt to mitigate many of those problems, as Catherine just stated. I challenge the Board of Supervisors to think about what implications would be if this ordinance were changed so that North Star was totally exempt. What would stop other local communities from asking for an exemption? And unfortunately, I feel like this campaign against the ordinance has undermined its intent, and I'm afraid if the exemption isn't granted, operators will pay for the permit, but will do little to comply with it. I urge the board to consider what additional oversight could be implemented in all communities to ensure that the policies in this ordinance are followed and not to rely on owners to essentially self-regulate. In closing, it's my sincere hope that no one in either our community or the surrounding areas are granted an exemption that precludes them from following the policies in this ordinance. In addition, to anyone who signed the petition and didn't read both the ordinance and the exemption requirements word for word, I urge you to do so. It would be my hope that after doing so, you may be persuaded that the intent of the ordinance is indeed to protect the health and safety of our entire community and not to punish anyone. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Or Zoom person, please. Not sure what to call you all now. Participant. There you go.
We have no more on Zoom, but we're going to shift back to one caller.
All right, one more caller.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Robert Wendon.
Go ahead.
Can you put it closer?
Yeah, hi, my name is Robert Wendon. I've been working with Catherine Clune, who you just heard from. As you know, to circulate a petition to the board to grant an exemption for all homeowners in the North Star Resort. I just heard what Colette had to say, and I just have to disagree with her, but this is probably not the time to have an argument. She happens to be the only full-time resident where we have our condos, by the way. Anyway, just so you know, this is a grassroots effort. Neither Catherine or I have ever challenged the county or city ordinance before. And in fact, I did not know Catherine before this started. I mean, and to be frank, the STR permit ordinance was actually, it really infuriates me because it is a well-intentioned policy. It's just applied way too broadly. I totally agree that there are areas within the Tahoe Basin where STR is an issue, Kings Beach, Carnelian Bay, etc., where you definitely should have regulations because that's where people live. I mean, these are residential areas where people live, so it makes sense to have the regulations. Unlike North Star, where there are some year-round residents, I'm sure you'll hear from more of them, but it's predominantly short-term rentals and second homes. This ordinance was clearly written for the areas with high percent of year-round residents and where there are not already existing policies around noise, parking, trash, and fire safety. North Star, as you've heard, has had these policies in place for decades to handle these issues. And your own county records show very few complaints, really no complaints to the county hotline. If the stated intent with this ordinance was not to punish good actors or operators, that is exactly what you're doing, no doubt. We do have widespread support for the petition. I disagree with what Colette said that we misled people. It's over, close to 700 signatures. Probably that's about 400 individual property owners, and we also have the support of the North Star Property Owners Association Board. I think really, as we said, we just want this to be put on the agenda so that we can have it waived for all North Star property owners. Thanks.
Thank you for your call. Any other public comments?
No more callers.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate your input. And we will now move to item 1A, which is a presentation from PG&E on the Community Wildfire Board reports. I missed something. Board member and county executive reports. Any board member reports? All right, then, and I think we will have plenty from Todd later. So, Becky, we will now take the presentation from PG&E on the Community Wildfire Safety Program to include the public safety power shutoffs.
Good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board. Becky Riggin from the County Executive Office. Supervisor Gustafson, earlier this spring you requested a presentation by PG&E on their wildfire safety efforts over the past year. This morning we have invited Brandon Sanders, who is from PG&E Sierra Division, to provide an update to your board on the Community Wildfire Safety Program, including public safety power shutoff. So with that, I'll invite Brandon up for his presentation.
Good morning, Chairwoman Gore, Supervisors. Nice to see you again. Brandon Sanders, Sierra Division Public Affairs, PG&E. We have here today for you a brief presentation, and then, of course, I'm happy to answer any questions. So I'll move through the slides quickly. I know you all have a stacked agenda. Really grateful for the timed item. Thank you. So this covers some of the items we're going to touch on, including some significant improvements we've made to the public safety power shutoff program over the last year. I think you'll be very pleased with the progress that's been made to lessen impacts to our communities. Some specific information about Placer County itself, our customer resource centers, some information around grid configuration, and vegetation management as well. So PG&E's stated goal for 2020 is in three parts. We intend to make PSPS smaller, shorter, and smarter. So what that means is we want to lessen the expanse of the impacts. We're going to be sure that we're doing restoration more quickly so the actual outage is much shorter. And we also intend to be smarter about it, and that's in a number of ways, including the deployment of the latest technology and sectionalizing and microgrids. So just a brief overview of the system extent in Placer County. As you can see, there's just about 1,800 line miles. About half of those are in a high fire threat district as defined by the CPUC. That's on the distribution side, and another roughly 160 miles out of the 350-ish that are in a high fire threat on the transmission side. About 104,000 customers, 21,000 of which are in that high fire threat district. We have identified through our medical baseline rate program about 4,200 customers with medical sensitivities of some kind, and we're doing a lot around supporting those populations. And we are working with the county and all the cities therein to identify critical facilities and do everything we can to keep those in service during public safety power shutoff. So this is sort of a report card as far as what we achieved last year and what we're getting done this year. We have deployed 5 weather stations and 6 cameras. That's going to allow us to be smarter about PSPS just in terms of using real-time on-the-ground data as far as weather conditions are concerned. We were able to deploy 5 customer resource centers last year. We're working closely with Placer County OES and a lot of your different facilities folks to secure agreements that are going to have us well-positioned to deploy those in a greater extent in the coming year. One of the big things that's of benefit to some of the wildland-urban interface communities in Placer County is the construction of sectionalizing devices, which I'll get into briefly here in a moment. System hardening, it's not been the main focus because the devices are allowing us to be smarter about how we deploy PSPS. We have some good information for you today on microgrids and the progress around that. And I'll speak to our enhanced vegetation management, which is exceeding state standards for line clearance. So this is a brief overview of where the weather stations are located. They're up all the way up in Hellhole. There's two in Forest Hill and one up in Alta. You can actually see the one in Forest Hill if you're driving up Forest Hill Road on the right-hand side, just past Todd Valley. There's one up on a pole. It's kind of cool to look at. But the intent is to have roughly one station every 20 circuit miles by 2022. Here's an overview of where our cameras are installed. These give us great visibility into field conditions and where fires might be starting. They're also widely used by our fire partners as well. This is an overview of where we have customer resource centers targeted for the community, as you can see, or for the county. As you can see, they're widespread throughout the county and all the areas that could potentially be impacted. We're working closely with the CEO's office, OES, and others to secure those sites so that we have those ready to deploy. This slide, I won't get into too much detail, but you can see the complexity of the electric distribution and transmission system in Placer County. This is specific to transmission. The thing that Placer County has going for it that others like Sierra or Nevada don't is that you've got feeds coming in from multiple places, which allows us to be more nimble in how we operate the grid and, again, do our best to reduce the size of these events in future fire seasons. So this piece of information here, I believe, hearing from Becky, there was a constituent that had a question around where these sectionalizing devices were being installed. As you can see, it's typically in areas where there's an island that's not technically in that high fire threat district, but it is surrounded by that high fire threat district. So places like North Auburn, Loomis, Penryn, some of those areas where the fire threat in a localized area might not be as extreme as the outlying areas. So what we're then able to do is island those circuits, keep certain areas energized that aren't as high risk for a fire, and that allows us to still cut off the flow of electricity to the higher threat areas. This is going to be a great benefit to Placer County because we're going to really be able to be much more surgical about how we deploy PSPS in the coming year. And we're going to continue on this work in the years ahead, but 23 sectionalizing devices is a pretty significant number as far as the program is concerned. This is some work that's ongoing. We are really been focused on the sectionalizing and the microgrid work here in Placer because we believe that's where the biggest opportunities are immediately, the low-hanging fruit per se. But our hardening work does involve a number of things, including setting poles deeper with taller poles, wider cross arms, coated conductor, and those types of things. We're constantly reviewing the system, the system quality and configuration and looking for opportunities to do hardening projects. One of the more exciting things that I'm happy to announce for Placer County is that we are actively working to construct microgrid systems in the communities of Colfax and Forest Hill. This is going to allow us to maintain essential services in power during a public safety power shutoff and potentially other emergencies, fires, low snow events, and those types of things. And really what this involves is the installation of what's called a pre-connected or pre-installed interconnection hub. It's basically a plug-and-play transformer that we can roll a generator right up to, plug it in, bring a certain polygon of businesses and what structures and whatnot into power. Definitely targeted on underground circuits. We're still, based on our rules, not in a position to power certain overhead areas under PSPS conditions, so we're really focused on areas of opportunity where there's an underground system, like in Colfax and part of Forest Hill. And those will be operational for this fire season. We're being very aggressive on vegetation management. We have to be. Vegetation contact is really the primary concern when we have these high wind events. You could have trees well outside of our right-of-way that we have no right to touch come into our conductor, where that's always going to remain a risk. What we're trying to do is go from that 4 feet mandated state clearance to a 12-foot clearance, and additionally clearing everything up to the sky so that there's no overhanging branches. And it's a major undertaking, but Placer is in the higher number of line miles around the system as far as what's being achieved on that front. I'm sure that you've been seeing tree trucks everywhere. They're all working for PG&E, and they're all working real hard to get these types of situations in place so that we can reduce the vegetative contact and the risk associated with that. We have a lot of great resources on our website, pge.com/weather. Folks can go there and get forecasting data, not just from a weather perspective, but we also have a 7-day outlook for PSPS that's updated daily. So if you see something in the news that says red flag warning or extreme fire conditions, you can go to the PG&E website, pull up that Outlook, and it'll tell you based on division whether or not we anticipate a PSPS happening over the course of that following week. There's a lot of good information at each of these websites. I'd encourage all of your constituents to visit those. Most importantly, we need our customers to update their contact information by either calling our call center or going to their online profile for their account. During a PSPS, if we can't contact you, that's really problematic for both us and you. So we really need people to focus on getting their contact information updated. And really, again, I can't emphasize enough how much good information is on these websites for your constituents to review and help them prepare, not just for power outages, but any kind of emergency situation or challenge that might come up. So that concludes the slide deck. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate the update. Supervisor Gustafson?
Thanks, Brandon. Great to see you.
Too.
And thanks for all the efforts. Really appreciate it. A couple questions on the re-energizing timing. That was such a concern for Colfax and Forest Hill. There was extended outages and everybody was back in power everywhere else, but of course the further up the hill, the longer it took. I think at the session that we had last December over here in the library, you talked a bit about doubling the resources and the helicopters to fly the lines. Is that in fact happening?
Yes, I have a few updates on that front in terms of the restoration. So with one of the focal points being shorter duration, we are doing a number of things. We've doubled our available aviation resources. These are primarily contract aviation resources, helicopters. In addition, we're under contract with 2 fixed-wing aircraft that are able to do LiDAR surveys at night, which is going to really help. We're also enacting a playbook, if you will, to bring in resources from out of division. So, for example, bringing folks up from Kern County, in from Humboldt, wherever there are resources that could be relocated to help speed up that restoration process. We also have the opportunity to request assistance from other utilities such as SMUD or Roseville Electric if they have resources available. And it's really all about, as you know, completing those patrols to ensure the circuits are intact before re-energizing. But we are very much doubling down on the resources that will be available. And we're also looking at the possibility of doing some patrols in certain areas at night. But the goal is to get those restorations done within 12 to 24 hours.
That's great. Those vulnerable communities, I mean, they're small. They don't have easy access to areas further down the hill to leave their homes. There was a lot of fear of people leaving their homes and this lack of security in the community if they left during the outage to go down the hill to try to get services. So that leads to the CRCs. And I applaud the efforts at looking at all these sites. Are we committed then to any of these sites? I see a lot of proposed, and there's status notes.
Yes, so your staff I should say Todd's staff is working closely with us to get those agreements in place. They will be in place before PSPS season, and we're going to have much more available to us in terms of hard-walled sites as opposed to just the tents. But just a quick note, if we find ourselves remaining in a COVID state into PSPS season, we do have protocols in place to alter the sort of configuration of those to allow for things like social distancing and whatnot. So we're definitely mindful of that as well.
Great. And then on the temporary microgrids, we talked and heard a presentation about that, especially up in Forest Hill and in Colfax, where if we could at least keep some power on to some stores and gas stations, fueling opportunities, that was really critical to those communities. Again, it says we will have those. Do we have them?
They're being constructed now.
Okay,
and
so they will be ready to go this year.
Yeah, so for example, in Colfax, we had to work with Union Pacific on some land, and of course working closely with Wes, the city manager, on that. That's moving forward. And then in Forest Hill, the equipment's actually going to be placed on PCWA property behind the high school.
So in those areas, there will be some opportunity for local supplies to be available for the community?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. And fuel?
I would have to take a look at the polygon to be certain about the gas station specifically, but I do know that it's all focused right now on underground circuits with the opportunity to grow the extent of that island, if you will, off into the future years, whether we underground certain stretches or do aggressive veg management to mitigate that risk. But there's going to be definitely a polygon defined. I can work to get that for you, Supervisor.
That would be great. The fuel was more important for their generators.
Sure, of course.
Their
Totally
generators
get it.
were running out of fuel every 24 hours, and there was no fuel.
I'm fairly certain that both polygons include at least one gas station, but
That would be
I can
great.
validate that and get it back.
Right.
I'll contact Kelly with that information.
Super. Thank you so much, and I appreciate the time and energy coming and giving us the presentation. I know going into the summer months and into the fire season, people are very concerned not having a repeat. They just got their businesses reopened. They want to stay open.
Of course. Fully
Thank you.
understand. Thank you.
Supervisor Wigand.
Brenda, thanks for the presentation. I live in the foothills about halfway between Lincoln and Auburn, and I'm curious. So last year, I was shut down almost all of the time, not all of the time, and most of the time I was shut down. It was not very windy at my house, and so I got a lot of calls and questions from constituents who are like me. Could you talk a little bit about the vision as it relates to how many weather stations you expect to have and what degree of accuracy ultimately you're going to work towards as it relates to that?
Absolutely. Well, to begin, I'd be happy to arrange a conversation with one of our meteorology professionals if that's helpful. But generally speaking, the goal by 2022 is to have a weather station every 20 miles a circuit.
Great.
So that's going to really give us a granular look at very localized weather patterns. Additionally, the modeling that we've developed is proprietary modeling that's very specific to electric utility. We have gone more granular on that, so it's very much more a fine analysis as opposed to more expansive in terms of geography. So that piece has been improved. But I do know that with the addition of the sectionalizing devices, the refinement of the meteorology work, and the expanded weather station network, I do believe that you'll experience shorter and fewer events off into the future. And for a lot of folks, they have that comment, well, there was no wind where I live. And I know that you're all aware, but just to sort of speak to that briefly, electricity flows from out of the area through oftentimes very rugged terrain, heavily wooded, brushy areas, and those are the areas where the risk lies. But you could be fed from a circuit that's 40 miles away potentially, and maybe 40 miles away you're in a canyon and there's very strong winds with underlying brush. So that's kind of the complexity of it, is that while there might not be wind at a person's residence, it could very much be extreme weather conditions elsewhere from where they're served. So,
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brandon. Let's see, do we have any public comment on this item? All right. Well, we appreciate the update, and let's hope we don't have to have PSPSs this summer, but we really do appreciate the work that is being done to make sure our residents are prepared. All right. We'll move to our 9:30 timed item, which is item 3A, and it's adopting the fiscal year 2021 final budget. Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning, Chair Gore. Good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board. Daniel Catney, your Finance and Budget Operations Manager. I'm pleased to be here today to present to you for your approval the final budget for fiscal year 2020-2021. At the conclusion of this presentation, we are asking for several actions to adopt the budget for county operating funds, county proprietary funds, the master fixed asset list, to adopt an ordinance introduced on June 9th approving the uncodified allocation of positions to departments, to adopt the final budget for special districts, and to adopt the fiscal year 2021 countywide 5-year capital improvement plan and adopt the 5-year capital improvement plan for facilities. As a reminder, the various budget checkpoints that culminate with today's adoption of the budget started in November 13th with the pre-budget workshop, continued through to our final budget hearing that occurred on June 9th, where we heard public comment and board discussion, and those discussions led to adjustments to the budget that are included in today's final presentation for your consideration and adoption. Again, just want to mention the focus on the county's critical success factors, as those are guiding principles based to help budget decision making throughout the annual process. And among other highlights, a couple we wanted to call out at this point. Back from our November 13th board workshop, we did provide a pre-COVID-19 fiscal year 2021 budget that balances expenses to new year revenues. There was discussion at the June 9th public hearing to allocate additional general fund support for fire mitigation efforts, including additional countywide fire system support for hazardous vegetation abatement. And all that leads to the 2021 final budget presented here on this slide, totaling $1,020,071,376. This includes those changes incorporated from June 9th and still represent a 1.3% reduction from the 1920 final budget adopted. For proprietary funds, the $136,539,164 also includes adjustments from the June 9th public hearing, and that budget represents a 2.8% decrease from the previous fiscal year. And just touching on some of the major revenue sources that goes into this budget, $212.7 million of property taxes, $26 million in sales taxes, $178.7 million in HHS subvention revenues and realignment funds, almost $45 million in federal funding for roads and bridge projects, and $73 million in public safety funding, most of that in the public safety sales tax. On the expenditure side, salaries and benefits make up about 36% of the final budget at $368 million. Capital-related expenditures make up about 14% of that. And of the $1,020 million budget, excluding transfers to other department funds, the total budget would be about $803 million. The final funded allocations total 2,674. There's just a net increase of 5 from fiscal year 2019-20. There were no changes made to this from the June 9th public hearing. And on to the general fund projection. Projected at the end of fiscal year 2021 to be about $71 million. Some of the assumptions included in this 5-year projection include the assumptions made in the capital financing plan, which includes capital contributions for the HHS administration building of $18.6 million, cost increases for bargaining unit negotiations, and the final budget amendments, including the supplemental requests approved on June 9th. Some of the things that this projection does not include are current ongoing DSA negotiations, impacts from COVID-19 to revenues and expenditures countywide, and the volatility in the OPEB and PERS contribution rates. We have the special districts budget today of 166 different special districts in the county for a total budget of $41.2 million. No changes to this from the June 9th public hearing, so this is the same as we saw 2 weeks ago. And included today are your countywide CIP and your countywide facilities CIP. This plan incorporates, the countywide 5-year CIP incorporates all capital efforts except facilities that include information technology infrastructure upgrades, software, public works projects like road and bridge projects, park improvements, and sewer improvements. And on this chart, we're representing the 10 departments that have anticipated capital investments over the next 5 years, totaling $330 million. And then the 5-year capital improvement plan for facilities. These are your major capital projects. Any expenditures linked to fiscal year 2021 are included in the budget before you for approval today. Some of those include the South Placer Jail Housing Units, or the SB 863 and 844 projects, the Health and Human Services Administration Building, some work for the Tahoe Justice Center, and the Placer County Government Center infrastructure. Included in here also are major building rehabilitation projects, totaling $3 million for fiscal year 2021. And then building renovation projects for $1.3 million for this next fiscal year. So today's actions will be requesting to adopt a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 2021 final budget, including final budgets for county operating funds of $1,020,071,376. Final budgets for the county proprietary funds in the total of $136,539,164. Adopt the countywide fiscal year 2021 master fixed asset list. Adopt an ordinance introduced on June 9th approving the 2021 final budget, uncodified allocation of positions to departments. To adopt a resolution to adopt the final budgets for the county special districts, including lighting districts, lighting and landscape districts, benefit assessment districts, county service areas, permanent road divisions, and sewer maintenance districts in the amount of $41,238,252. To adopt the fiscal year 2021 countywide 5-year capital improvement plan, and adopt the fiscal year 2021 5-year capital improvement plan for facilities. And at this point, I'd like to turn it back to the board to consider these requests. But first, I would like to reiterate my appreciation to county staff for all their efforts on this budget. But I do want to give a special thanks to the CEO budget team for their work during this unique and challenging time to prepare this budget for your approval today.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Appreciate that update. Any questions from supervisors? Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Daniel. I don't really have any questions. I really appreciate all the work that your staff has done to bring this forward. It was fairly easy for someone like me to understand. At our last board meeting, someone called about the immense expense that we pay for our sheriff's department. And I just wanted to point out a few things that I picked up from your report. The number of allocated positions for Health and Human Services is 743. The number of allocated positions for the Sheriff's Department is 567. So we have a lot more people working on Health and Human Services than we do in our public safety. In addition, we're going to be able to build the Santucci Justice Center Mental Health Housing Unit, which is another part of public health and safety. And minimum security housing unit to provide vocational training for those people that are incarcerated, minimum security, but they get some training to get out of this. When they leave incarceration, they'll have a better chance of finding employment. In addition, in our capital facilities fund, we're going to be spending, about $92 million for a Health and Human Services agency. So I just think those things need to be pointed out, that we're not spending we do spend a lot of money on public safety, but we spend a lot of money on Health and Human Services. So I just want to make that point for those that are listening. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. I think it's actually 23% of the budget is Health and Human Services, because I asked that question of Daniel yesterday. Supervisor Gustafson?
Yes, thank you, Daniel, and to the whole team who helped work on this. On the bar chart for the final budget general fund projection, I'm sure I don't have slide numbers on this, so there you go. Where you show expenses exceeding revenues, for the public's edification, that includes some capital contributions, correct, that we're taking out of?
That is correct.
Yes. Fund balance. So I just want to make sure that's clear, that we have a balanced budget and in fact are putting money aside for capital and investing in capital infrastructure. So I think for future budget presentations, it's always good to show operating to operating revenues and expenses, and then make sure you clarify that for the public, because I had some concerns from constituents who said, are you really, from the last budget presentation, I meant to call you about it to say, okay, yeah, that includes capital. And then the other comment on the countywide 5-year CIP, where we have CEO office and we're going to invest some money. And again, I want to make sure I'm clear on the funds that we're spending and the purposes on that project or the improvements.
Yeah, the county executive office and the projects that are listed on that chart there are totaling $1.7 million over the next 5 years. The two biggest ones are 2 software upgrades. Okay. So one in the Revenue Services Division, and that's basically our countywide collections division, okay. So collecting unpaid fines and fees and different things across the county. And the other is a lease for fire apparatus that totals $250,000 a year for the next 5 years, starting in fiscal year 21-22, I believe. 21-22.
I just wanted to make sure it's clear we're not spending 1.7 million putting any more Band-Aids on this building.
No, we are not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, I want to thank Supervisor Holmes for his observations on the funding of Health and Human Services and law enforcement. And as our board would recall, when we were dealing with a rather significant increase in our homeless population in the North Auburn area in particular, this board approved 4 specific positions within the Sheriff's Department to work with our Health and Human Services in recognition that these days the delivery of public protection and Health and Human Services, unfortunately, are intertwined to the point where you really can't have one without the other in many cases. And so our board has a long history of taking a look at things holistically, being big advocates for the whole person system of care as we are, and working with our private sector partners in the healthcare delivery industry to successfully pilot several projects. But the simple fact of the matter is that law enforcement cannot effectively do their job if our Health and Human Services Department isn't functioning properly, and Health and Human Services can't do their job if law enforcement isn't functioning properly. And I believe our board has, over the years, been dedicated overall to the provision of services that keep our residents safe and productive, and this budget is reflective of that.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. And I appreciate your comments, Supervisor Holmes' comments. We did have comments from the public, specifically asking why we're spending so much on public safety and not so much on other items that benefit the public. And we are making sure that we spend dollars that benefit our public via Health and Human Services, as well as working with our law enforcement partners to address issues like mental health. So I appreciate that feedback from our public, and you all need to hear the work that we're doing to try to address some of these issues. So with that, we will go ahead and take public comment, and we'll start with if there are any calls first. Firstly, no calls. Might have to come back because I think sometimes there's a little bit of a delay. And we'll go to Zoom comments, please.
Cheryl, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Cheryl, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hi, good morning again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So this is addressed to the auditor, controller, and the CEO. I actually think that I saw on the presentation from the staff report that there is an third-party audit, but that's kind of like after the cart. It seems like that should be done first. These are, again, extraordinary times which require bold measures and essential business. I appreciate that there are a lot of supplemental requests put down, but put to rest, I believe it was 40 and now there's only 5. California has an over $200 billion budget and prior had record growth, the world's 5th largest economy, and record reserves. Even with these massive reserves, the state budget is over $54 billion short. The governor recently took the approach to reduce budgets by over 5% across the board, reduce pay by 10% for all state staff, reduce higher education by 10%, close prisons, and prioritize projects. By state law, the budget must be balanced. California revenue projects California sales tax down 27%, personal income tax down 22%, and corporate tax down 22%. When I look at the Placer County budget, it's more of a wait and see attitude, not really including COVID-related impacts in the analysis. Placer unemployment is 13.3%, yet plans for economic regrowth do not include projects that produce real jobs. Other counties are reducing pay, furloughing staff, reducing staff, eliminating projects, cutting services. Teachers are being laid off. We are in a recession. How deep the impacts are going to be unknown. Prudent planning for reserves as much as possible for emergencies and halting spending should be managed. Placer County has just recently raised property taxes, had ballot measures to raise fire service costs, ballot measures to raise sewer costs, multiple ballot measures to raise educational funds, pioneer energy costs raise park maintenance costs, additionally plans for sales tax bond measures for Auburn and Roseville, and PCPTA for Rockland, Lincoln, and Roseville are targeted for November. These are not indicators of a balanced budget. They're deferred costs asking taxpayers to borrow the money that should be used in the budget. Putting things on the ballot is just taxing the residents of Placer County. I appreciate what Supervisor Gustafson said about operational costs, but the budget itself should include the amount actually needed to manage those things. Placer's approach has been to fund all high-ticket special interest developer projects up front. Projects like Sunset Area Plan, which is under lawsuit, it's heavily funded first. The university, whose funding is being cut by the state, is funded up front. When Placer begins to feel the inevitable impacts of recession, it is the taxpayer services that will suffer. Placer has been in spend mode for years. Thousands of pages of documentation have been produced that aren't even utilized on all of these environmental
Hey, Cheryl,
plans.
can you wrap up your comments, please?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
We ask you to please anticipate that the EDD system might be as high as 20%. Stop business as usual, enforce accountability, expose areas of funding that are non-essential and wasteful, and focus on health, safety, and recovery activities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next participant, please.
Kathleen, go ahead and unmute your mic and start your video.
Good morning, Kathleen. You might be on mute. We cannot hear you.
Kathleen, can you unmute your...
All right, I'm sorry, I didn't realize, I thought I'd unmuted but hadn't. Good morning, Supervisor Gore and the County Board of Supervisors. My comment is not a very technical comment on the budget, it's really an overall comment. I am concerned that you are not yet facing the fiscal reality that you are going to face in the next quarter or midway through the year. I know that it's tempting to pass a budget based upon a pretty small impact on your income, but I think that you will find that that is going to get worse as time goes on. So I hope that every department is being encouraged to cut back 10%, 15%, so that as you get further on in the fiscal year, it's very difficult to make larger increases to retain your balanced budget. And I would especially advise you to look at some of the costs on public safety. As you've probably noticed, all of the public demonstrations have been very concerned about the cost of public safety, and that public safety needs to refocus much more on community policing and de-escalation. No choke holds, all choke holds should be barred. They should not be allowed. And that there be more transparency for police items. Hopefully the county sheriff has car cams and body cams on all of the sheriff employees who are out in the field, because we don't want to subject this county to any kind of lawsuit because of lack of evidence as to how our officers are approaching the public. So I would hope that these items will be in the back of your mind, and that certainly that the county administrator is realizing that there may be further cuts needed as the year progresses, and encouraging those the county departments to please start conserving their funds now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Next participant, please.
We're done.
All right, and nobody else on the telephone. All right, we'll bring this item back to the board and Supervisor Holmes.
Oh, I just have a question. When is our next quarterly budget update?
Supervisor Holmes, we're planning for the first quarter budget update sometime in the late October or mid-October timeframe.
Okay, so we should have a pretty good idea of the effects of the COVID-19 issue.
Certainly.
At that time, and we can make adjustments to the budget. And
yes,
just wanted to be clear about this.
There was a question about third-party audit. I don't know, Andy, if you wanted to respond to that, or if you can respond. I mean, we typically do audits on a regular basis. Every year, we are funding audits for our internal departments. So that is actually part of a regularly ongoing part of our budget. Would that pretty much answer the question that was brought up? Okay, good. I sit on the audit committee, so at least I've learned something in the last year and a half. Okay.
And just to be clear, an external audit's for looking at the prior year expenses. It's not a pre-audit of a budget. It's actually looking at actual expenses that have occurred, and we have an outside firm that handles that, and you get a report from the internal auditor that's given to the audit committee annually.
Great. And there was a comment about body cameras, and we've had. Can you give me an update on where we are at with the sheriff's office in regards to that, Todd?
Yeah, so the sheriff's office has submitted a supplemental request, and it is we're going to continue to evaluate that. I actually spoke with the sheriff about this last week. We are going to be having a discussion, as was kind of mentioned as part of this budget. There were a number of requests, over $50 million in requests initially. That got scaled back significantly, but we are looking at, and we'll be bringing back some operational areas. That one specifically is one where we wanted to look at not only the body cameras themselves, the initial investment of equipment, but what is the operational cost of that? And we'll be talking to you all about that as a follow-up, probably in that September-October timeframe as well.
Great, thank you. And Daniel, I think what's just important for folks to understand as well is that our budget is primarily based, our general funds, from property tax assessment, which is a big difference than cities who are losing out on their sales taxes, which have been decimated in a lot of areas. But our property tax remains stable, which is a lot of the reason why we can continue to maintain the budget that we have. In addition, this county has historically been fiscally conservative. We set aside dollars in reserves, and we are being careful with our budget at this point. So we have the dollars based on property tax to move forward, and then we'll continue to reevaluate as we move forward. And do you want to add anything to my basic understanding?
No, Chair Gord, that is correct. Property taxes, again, I'll just mention, is $213 million of all of our new annualized revenue, which accounts for roughly about 25% of the overall revenue coming in. 26 million of that, 26 million alone is just sales tax. So it's a quite different or less amount for sales tax. But our other major funding sources, are intergovernmental revenues, things coming from the state and federal governments that help support, projects, ongoing operations for health and human services, public safety, et cetera.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other comments from the board? No changes. All right, then looks like we can move forward, and appreciate all of this hard work. I think, 7 or 8 meetings we've been discussing the budget, so none of this is a surprise. So first I'll just read it out loud and have somebody move, which is item 1, adopt a budget to adopt the fiscal year 2020-21 budget, including A, B, and C, since Daniel read them all out loud. May I have a motion? A motion by Gustafson, second by Euler, and roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes? Yes. Euler? Gustafson? Aye. Gore?
Aye. And number 2, adopt an ordinance introduced June 9th, 2020, approving the fiscal 2021 final budget, uncodified allocation of positions to departments. Move approval. Motion by Gustafson, second by Euler. Roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Euler? Aye. Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye. And item 3, adopt a resolution to adopt fiscal year 2021 final budgets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, since Daniel already read it.
Move approval.
A motion by Gustafson, second by Euler.
Wygant.
Yes.
Holmes.
Yes.
Euler. Gustafson. Gore.
Aye. Item 4, adopt the fiscal year 2021 countywide 5-year capital improvement plan.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. Roll call, please.
Wygant.
Yes.
Holmes. Euler. Gustafson. Gore.
Aye. And number 5, adopt the fiscal 2021 5-year capital improvement plan for facilities.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Wygant.
Yes.
Holmes. Euler. Gustafson. Gore.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori.
Appreciate all of the hard work to you and your team. We will move to item 3A, which is proposed county and non-county uses of coronavirus aid relief and economic security, the CARES Act funding. Good morning, Jane.
Good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board. Jane Christensen from the County Executive Office. I'm here today to share a report on our proposed county and non-county uses of the coronavirus or CARES Act funding. As you know, the CARES Act was signed into law in May of 2020, which included $150 billion for the coronavirus relief fund for states and local governments to assist with their COVID-eligible expenses. Many California counties, the larger counties, received their funding in late April. That is, those counties over 500,000 population. We reported to the board at your special meeting on May 26th that counties of less than 500,000 population anticipated receiving their money as part of the state budget process, at this point likely in mid-July. At that time, the board indicated that in addition to funding county expenses, there was interest in the counties sharing its money with small businesses and nonprofits through, again, a COVID-eligible grant assistance program. With that direction, we set out twofold. One, to inventory county departments for their COVID expenses for the period of March 1 through December 30th, which is the time period in which these funds must be spent. And 2, we researched those larger counties that had received their money prior to find out if any of them had in fact also sought to share their money through a small business nonprofit grant assistance program. In researching the larger 16 counties in California, we found that only 5 of them chose to share their money. That is the counties of Fresno, Kern, Orange, San Diego, and Ventura. In researching their assistance programs, we found some weren't terribly well developed, and we thought that the Ventura County program was most analogous to the kind of assistance we wanted to provide in Placer County, most notably because their economy most resembles our economy, with a focus on healthcare, services, and tourism industries, all of which were significantly impacted by the COVID downturn. The report summarizes the county expenses, the sort that are eligible per U.S. Treasury guidelines for this CARES funding reimbursement. We propose to split our funding, essentially 80% of the funding going to the county, or $32 million, with 20% of our funding being made available for a small business nonprofit grant assistance program. That would be totaling $8 million. Some other elements of our assistance program, obviously, again, they would have to meet the same criteria for COVID-eligible expenses. As envisioned, we anticipate this funding would be available to businesses and nonprofits in both unincorporated Placer County as well as the cities of Placer County. We anticipate grants in the order of magnitude of about $10,000, which is significantly greater than some of the other counties who had made grant assistance available. And we're proposing use of a potential lottery pending community interest to essentially dole out these grants for those who meet specified metrics for need. One of the most significant elements that we are proposing, similar to Ventura County, is to work through trusted third-party administrators who have a long-standing working relationship with the various sectors that we are looking to assist with these monies, specifically working through the Sierra Business Development Center for a small business grant assistance program,
and working through our community foundations, both the Placer Community Foundation as well as the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation, for assistance in making this funding available to those in need in our nonprofit sector. So that is a brief summary, again, of how we propose to use the funding for the county and the broad parameters of a small business nonprofit grant assistance program. We wanted to first get the board's pulse on whether or not this 80-20 split is supported by the board. And I will share with you that of those counties who are offering their CARES money for such an assistance program, a 20% share is the largest of any county in California. And some of the other details of the program we modeled on Ventura County, but we expect we will work with our community partners to outline further details, which we will then bring back with enabling legislation and agreements to this board for review and approval. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jane. Appreciate that. Let's see. Questions. We'll start with Supervisor Wygant. Hit the button first.
So Jane, we spoke yesterday, but for clarity and make sure I understood, the 80% split that you referred to was it predicated on the fact that we had asked all of our department heads and essentially taken a look at the county as to what our out-of-pocket costs were, and so the remaining amount that we do have available for assistance is a result of fulfilling the needs first at the county, and that split then sort of logically follows, I guess.
Exactly. We actually received county requests in excess of the $40 million that we're going to receive, but we took a look at that again against the U.S. Treasury criteria, whittled that down to $32 million, which leaves the $8 million for an assistance program.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Great. That answers one of the questions, and I guess I would encourage us, because again, those are projections by the staff, that if there is additional opportunities to put more into this assistance program for small businesses. A couple points on that I made when I met with you, Jane. First off, do we know how many businesses were shut down? What our total number of businesses that might have incurred? I know, it's huge.
Hard to know. Yeah.
I know that there's at least 1,000 business licenses just in Eastern Placer. So, when we get down to only 800 securing the funds, I'm concerned that we're leaving a lot of people without assistance. So I can understand that 5,000 isn't much, 10,000 is much more, but I want to make sure we really look at the needs and the duration the business was shut down, because those that were the last to reopen, to me, should have the first opportunity for additional support. And we, I really don't think one size doesn't, we say this all the time, one size doesn't fit all. Making sure that we think through those criteria to those smaller businesses that didn't have the resources. Did they get other assistance? Were they able to secure other types of programs, and other businesses weren't? So before we do the pure lottery, I want to make sure they've gone through some sort of rigorous criteria. And not when I say rigorous, not a ton of paperwork, but just showing their need and were they able to secure other assistance from other organizations.
Certainly, as proposed, there is a needs test before you even might enter the lottery.
Right.
And the lottery was simply something that Ventura County proposed because they knew that the need would be greater than the funding available. So it was a way to ascertain if you've met that need criteria, then this funding could be available. I know with some supervisors, I've talked about the fact that after the first quarter, Supervisor Holmes asked, when are we going to re-review the budget? And that will be in October, and we will certainly make it a point that if we haven't expended or encumbered that $32 million, that remaining money would be restored, and we could potentially do another round of a grant program, as many other counties are doing.
And just to add to that, so the state is going to come back the first part of September and ask you what your plan is for the expenditure of those dollars. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the conversation here is we probably have adequate amount of need, and so the dollars aren't going to be, they've asked us to claw back those monies that aren't going to be expended. That's not going to necessarily be the case here, but what we are planning to do is go back to individuals the first part of September and say, what is your game plan, and are you going to be expending these dollars? Because the time frame is the end of the fiscal year. And as such, in the event that there may be a great need, but there isn't the ability to expend those dollars, we'd be willing and willing to entertain coming back to you all and saying, hey, these need to be allocated to an area that has the greatest need and can get out in that time frame. So kind of alludes to Jane's point of we are going to keep a real good tally of how we're expending these dollars, but we want to make sure that people have some great need, but they also have the ability to expend those dollars in the time frame that it's allocated for. So more to come there, and probably something that we'll be revisiting back with you come mid-September on kind of what the status is.
Well, I really applaud the efforts, and I would suggest that it's just up to 10,000, so that if there's some truly small businesses, 2,500 might be a great assistance to some of those. So
right, and I would just concur. I think as much as we can utilize dollars to give back to our businesses, to support our business community, who've been really, a lot of them, devastated. If we can use these state dollars to do that, as long as we get those state dollars come July, beginning of July, then I really want to help our businesses as much as we can. And of course, with the criterion, those that have not received any PPE loan, or like the City of Roseville had a grant fund, and those funds, I talked to a business owner yesterday, and it allowed her to survive. She thought she could make it a month. It went 3 months, and she was so happy to be up and running, but she was only able to do that because she got assistance to keep her doors open. So if we can do that for our businesses, I think that is so very important.
Certainly. The goal is, frankly, not to return any of this funding, to make sure county costs are covered first, and then to otherwise get that money out into the community.
Great, thank you. Let's see. We'll go ahead to public comment.
Go ahead and transfer the caller in. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Wendy Gehrig, Roseville Area Chamber of Commerce, speaking on behalf of the Rockland, Lincoln, and Loomis Chambers. So Chairman Gore and members of the board, I just wanted to let you know how much we appreciate the consideration of allocating money, the CARES money, to local businesses throughout our county and some of the nonprofits, and to applaud staff for doing their due diligence and looking at best practices and not having to reinvent the wheel when figuring out how to allocate that money. I would share, I think that Roseville could be a resource in some of this is what we could have done better. In listening to some of the conversation, I know Roseville was very quick to act and get the money out, and some of the criticism that the business community had was that the businesses did not have enough time, were not aware of the program being offered. So, however, the chambers can help you communicate to the business community that this is available, we would step up and do that. And also hoping that 501c6 organizations are included and considered as part of those nonprofits would also be appreciated. And I think that Jane mentioned a couple of the organizations that they could possibly work with in order to distribute the funding. And I would just again offer up the resources of your chambers in South Placer, who seem to be maybe much more connected to the businesses down here versus some of the entities that you suggested up the hill. So again, bottom line, we're here to offer our support and our thanks for your consideration of this item on the agenda.
Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate your comments. Next caller, please.
No further public comment.
No further public comment. All right, we'll bring this back to the board. And do we need to take action, or do you have what you need? We do need to take action?
Yes, our action is to, or request action rather, is to authorize the County Executive Office to use the federal CARES funding for county eligible expenses and to provide direction specifically on the split. We will report back to you again with the further enabling legislation and the agreements to actually press the go button on this grant program.
All right.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All of those in favor? Aye.
And can I
Opposed?
just-
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Robert.
No,
And
just-
motion carries. Now go ahead.
Yeah, great, thanks to staff, wish all the financial people were back here. I think it's a real compliment to the organization that we had so much money available to give out to our business nonprofit community as a result of managing ourselves well during the COVID and tracking all of that with the additional expenses under such an amazing 3-month experience. So I just wanted to get that on the record.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to item 4A, which is the Placer County Youth Commission Annual Report. And I believe we're going to take this presentation via Zoom. So we'll get Sarah Hagen on the line or on video. Okay, it looks like we're trying to get her on, and so what we could do as we're getting her on is we could bring up a department item, which we have many. And look at that, Andy's standing in the audience, and he is happy to jump in. So we are going to move to item 15, which is the Countywide Audit Services Award Contract to Clifton Larson Allen LLP. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Gore, members of the board, Todd and Karen. Andy Sisk, County Auditor Controller. I'm here before you today to ask for approval of the award of the request for proposal to Clifton Larson Allen for an amount not to exceed $582,200 for a 3-year contract. There's also a couple of option years that the board will be able to exercise as we move through the audit process. Item 2 is to authorize the Auditor Controller to sign the resulting contract upon approval of County Council and Risk Management, and the change orders on an as-needed basis up to a maximum aggregate amount of 10% of the original amount of the contract. As some background, about every 3 to 5 years, the Auditor Controller goes out to bid for audit services. I don't get to enter into the foray of RFPs very often, but this is one time where we do issue an RFP. We did receive 5 proposals. We did have an independent committee formed by 2 members from the Auditor Controller's Office, 1 member from HHS, 1 member from the Treasurer Tax Collector, and 1 member from HHS. Did I say that already? County Executive Office. Can't forget them. And so I'm happy to bring forward to you, this contract to enter into with Clifton Larson Allen for 3 years. This satisfies the requirement in government code to ensure our county's financial statements are audited on an annual basis. It also ensures that we do the annual single audit, which is the federal grant programs, which total about $80 million in federal expenditures every year. In addition to that, I think the important thing to highlight with the audit contract is it does include a number of independent special districts and joint powers authorities. According to government code, the Auditor Controller is required to ensure every special district and JPA in the county is audited. This is one way for me to satisfy that mandate. The benefit, though, to these districts and JPAs is they get to lower their audit fees. As a result of including them in the contract, the external auditors already need to test the county's internal controls in the Workday system for cash disbursements, payroll, and cash receipts. They can place reliance on that when they do the audits of the districts and the JPAs, thus reducing their audit costs. So again, I think it's a benefit for those that have been included, entities like Golden Sierra Job Training Agency, Air Pollution Control District, Western Placer Waste Management Authority, the Mosquito Vector and Control District, and there's a couple of others I'm sure I'm missing, but those are some of the big ones. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding the audit contract.
Thank you very much, Andy, and thank you for giving us the full scope of why we expend these dollars. No questions from board members. We can take public comment if there are any calls from the public. All right, so we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for approval. Motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Andy. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right, are we ready now for the Placer County Youth Commission Annual Report.
Yes.
Wonderful, we see you. Good morning, Sarah.
Perfect.
Take it away.
Alex, we can't hear you.
You are on mute. And still on mute. I see, yeah, at the bottom, she's on mute at the bottom. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, terrific.
Perfect. All right, let me restart. So I'm Alex Ryan. I'm the adult advisor for the Placer County Youth Commission, and we are glad that we can present our 2019-2020 Youth Commission End of the Year report to the Placer County Board of Supervisors. Next slide, please. To give a little background, the Placer County Youth Commission was established in 2009 and consists of 18 total commissioners that are appointed by the Placer County Board of Supervisors. These wonderful youth work to identify and advocate for issues important to and affecting Placer County youth. Next. The Placer County Youth Commission seeks, 1, to advise the Placer County Board of Supervisors and other key decision makers about issues impacting local youth. 2, integrate youth voice into community organizing and local government policymaking opportunities. 3, prepare youth to be advocates in their own community. 4, promote and provide service opportunities that encourage youth to be actively engaged members of their community. And 5, enhance the environment and ensure the community supports healthy, thriving youth. Next slide, please. During the 2019-2020 Commission year, the Youth Commission crafted their vision and mission statement. And their vision statement is create change and leave a lasting impact for all youth in Placer County. And their mission statement is enable youth in Placer County to create long and lasting change in the community through positive actions and engagement. Next slide. As the youth advisor for the Youth Commission, my goal is to provide positive youth development opportunities and trainings. In the 2019-2020 year, the following skill building trainings were provided to help youth learn how to create effective and impactful visual messaging, strategies to effectively create a news and press release to get information about events and activities out within the community, and trainings pertaining to their specific subcommittees. These trainings consisted of specific topic education, Placer County data, current policies, and provide strategies and tips to identify next steps and project activities. Through the trainings, we want to provide opportunities to learn and practice skills, practice leadership, work with others, plan and see the results of action, and feel a sense of empowerment and influence. During the commission year, youth commissioners participate in a subcommittee that focuses on an issue of affecting Placer County youth. Through a strategic planning process, the youth commissioners assess the needs of the youth in Placer County. From this assessment, they determine the 2 greatest needs that are currently impacting Placer County youth and establish 2 subcommittees to address these identified needs. This commission year's assessment was done in September 2019. The current youth commissioners identified that vaping among Placer County youth has grown in the last year and had seen the impacts of this on their school campuses. They also identified nutrition and lack of access to foods as being an issue impacting many youths in Placer County. The Youth Commission created a subcommittee on vaping to address the vaping rates of youth in Placer County and a nutrition subcommittee focused on food insecurity in Placer County. We will go on to describe each subcommittee focused on in the next couple of slides. Next slide, please. The vaping subcommittee, one more slide, please. Thank you. The vaping subcommittee this year had a great opportunity to work with the Placer County Tobacco Control Program and a local director to create an anti-vaping public service announcement that was youth-focused. The youth developed the story and concept for this PSA, created a storyboard, and even acted and helped with the filming of the PSA. The youth crafted a message to help youth understand that vaping now could potentially destroy their bright and potential futures. The PSA was scheduled to run within Placer County movie theaters at the start of youth-related movies. Due to the COVID-19, new dates are yet to be determined. Youth had an opportunity to learn specific messaging techniques and strategies, put in practice the new skills, and a sense of being able to positively influence other youth. At this time, we'd like to share with you the completed and final PSA that is titled, Don't Let Your Future Go Up in Smoke.
Dreaming of when I'd ever begin to start my life. That's when I moved to the city to be on the stage, but the curtain had closed. You walked in the room, and that's when I knew that I was home, and my life will begin.
So our youth had a lot of fun creating that with the help of the Placer County Tobacco Control Program. And then once the slides get back up, if we can move to the next slide. Oh, and one more slide, sorry. So our nutrition subcommittee worked with the Placer County CalFresh Healthy Living Program to identify a need that often goes unknown or noticed in Placer County, and that was food insecurity. They wish to educate community members of this issue in a simple way that community members can help with this issue. The youth developed a flyer that discussed the food insecurity rates in Placer County and how people and what to donate to local food banks. The youth had planned to work with local grocery stores to put the flyers in patrons' bags at checkout. The youth drafted an introduction letter and identified the grocery stores to reach out to and partner with, but sadly, due to the COVID-19 situation, they were unable to complete this project. Youth had an opportunity to effectively draft a letter to store managers to communicate their campaign and assistance requested to provide the community with additional resources to help with food insecurity within Placer County. Next slide, please. Also, annually, the Youth Commission hosts the Youth Impact Awards. This started in the spring of 2015 and was designed to annually recognize youth throughout Placer County for their hard work and contributions within their community. Winners in the 4 categories receive a scholarship reward. The 4 award categories are leadership, applied knowledge and talent, overcoming adversity, and community service. This year, we had 36 Placer County youth apply for an opportunity to receive one of these scholarships. Sadly, this year, due to the COVID-19 situation, we had to cancel our awards ceremony night. However, this did not stop the Placer County Youth Commission. They reviewed each application, selected and contacted each winner and runner-up to let them know they had won, and their certificates and scholarships were mailed to them. Next slide, please. Annually, Friday Night Live, a California-based youth organization, hosts a youth leadership summit where F&L chapters from across California come together for a fun-filled learning weekend. This year, the summit was held in Anaheim, California, and we were able to take 4 youth to represent the Placer County Youth Commission. These 4 youth participated in 2 days of training that included, just to mention a few of them, supporting healthy choices through your natural high, stop talking, start doing, we won't stand by, facing the youth epidemic, and you don't have to be stuck, amplify your message and connect with your audience, and prevention strategies for system change. We look forward to being able to take more youth again to this training in the 2020-21 commission year. Next slide. Thank you for letting us present the great work that the Placer County Youth Commission has accomplished this year. We look forward to this next commission year and the great things that these wonderful youth will continue to do.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the update. We really appreciate it. And typically, we would probably have members of the Youth Commission in our board chambers, but not able to do that this morning. So if they're watching online, we certainly want to say thank you. And I'll tell you that video certainly caught my attention. So I'm sure it's affecting people and helping them make good choices about not vaping. Any other comments, Supervisor Holmes?
Yes, thank you for that presentation, and please give my sincere congratulations and thanks to the Youth Commission members that worked on that. Young people a lot of times won't listen to their parents or their grandparents for that matter, but they will listen to their peers. So it's very important that and it's amazing what they are able to do. Again, I have to say that, I formed the Youth Commission in 2009, and they have exceeded my expectations beyond my realization. So again, thank you so much for the presentation, and again, give my thanks to the Youth Commission.
Great. It looks like no other comments and probably no comments from the public. So thank you again. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right. We will move to item 5A, which is the 2020 Placer County City of Roseville Joint Traffic Fee Program Annual Adjustment. And I believe we probably have on Zoom Rich Moorhead.
You do. Good morning,
Yes, good
Madam
morning.
Chair, members of the board. Richard Moorhead with Public Works. The action requested today is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution to increase the capital improvement program cost estimates and corresponding fee schedule for the Placer County City of Roseville Joint Traffic Fee Program for fiscal year 2020-2021 to reflect an increase in construction cost of 2.86%, and it'll be effective August 24th of 2020. In 2004, the city and county established a joint fee program with beneficial projects for both jurisdictions. It applies to 3 of the 11 fee districts that we have in the county. It's the Dry Creek, Sunset, and Placer West. And to give you an idea of what this increase will cost each of those different areas of the increase, Dry Creek would be about $25 per dwelling unit equivalent. Sunset's around $8 per dwelling unit equivalent. Placer West is at $5, which is the lowest of them all. The city of Roseville is putting into effect on July 1st the CCI and the 2.86%. And we believe it's important to stay consistent with our neighboring jurisdiction for the joint fee program, so we're collecting the same amount of money from both sides. So one side isn't paying more than the other. It's also important to realize that the program currently is funding the Willarga Road Bridge, and to keep up with the pace of inflation of costs, although that is currently under construction, the major project that this fee program funds is Baseline Road. And again, we want to make sure and keep up with the pace of inflation. So when it is constructed, most of those improvements will be done by the development community, and they're eligible for either reimbursement or fee credit out of those fee programs. So with those two reasons, we would recommend approving or request that you approve the construction cost index for the city-county fee program, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions? I don't see any questions. Nice to see that we'll collect dollars for Baseline Road. And of course, the bridge is making great improvements. I walked over there the other day and watched folks hard at work. Anything from the public, Megan? All right, so we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board to approve.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Supervisor Wygant, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, it is now time for our 10:30 timed item, which is the winery and farm brewery zoning text amendment. And it looks like do we have staff on Zoom then? Yeah, I think they're probably walking in the door. I saw Nikki a moment ago. So we're pretty much on time, actually 15 minutes behind, so not too bad, quite frankly. In they come with multiple binders, which we all have copies of. So we'll let staff get ready, and then we'll go ahead and take that item and switch binders. I almost like put my back out trying to carry all this stuff into the office today.
Here. All right. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Nikki Strigan, Senior Planner with Planning Services Division, here to present the Winery and Farm Brewery Zoning Text Amendment. I have with me today our EIR consultant, Nick Papani from Rainey Planning and Management, and then staff, of course, on Zoom includes Josh Hunsinger, your Ag Commissioner, Amber Conboy from DPW, Michelle Lewis from ESD, Tia Klump from Building Services and Code Compliance, and Jason Philippe from Environmental Health. By way of background, we currently regulate wineries and farm breweries in accordance with an ordinance that was adopted in 2008. That was revisited in 2013 to primarily address promotional events. The Planning Commission had numerous workshops between 2014 and 2017, and a draft EIR was released between April and June of 2019, so last year. And then just this past January, a final EIR was released. Staff made 2 trips to the Planning Commission, one in February and another in April, in order to address concerns from the Commission, and I'll share their recommendation, of course, at the end of the presentation. Here's a quick industry snapshot taken from an agricultural report, a crop report from the Agricultural Department. There are 293 acres of grapes, just under $1.5 million from grape and wine products. This is a survey. It's an optional survey, so not required of all operators, but a good snapshot of the industry here in Placer County. There are 17 total public tasting rooms. 3 of those, or rather 3 farm breweries in the past 6 years have been permitted by our department. And so these really indicate that the industry is small, but it is growing. Here's another snapshot. You can see there are 17 public tasting rooms in unincorporated Placer County. 4 of them are only wineries, so they don't have a tasting room, they just produce wine, and then 2 of those are by appointment only. Placer County currently regulates wineries under Section 1756-330 of our code. And I want to emphasize in this slide that there's really a suite of land uses. This should be a pyramid, really, looking from the bottom to the top. Crop production is sort of the foundational land use. There's an ag minimum requirement tied to this use. Then what hinges on that is production. So a winery or a farm brewery is that facility that's actually permitted to produce the beverage. And then what hinges on that is an actual tasting room where people can come to the property and try the product and get a sense for where it's made in our agricultural area. And then finally, events are kind of the last part of that tier. At the outset of this project, we identified the following objectives. They are to preserve and protect farmland, to enhance economic viability of agricultural operations, including the sales of value-added products, to support agritourism, and to balance the needs of various stakeholder groups and address land use conflicts. The map before you appears in the draft EIR, and it represents existing facilities at the time the notice of preparation for the EIR was released. Those are shown in yellow circled numbers. It also shows zoning, which is a really important factor in this code update, as well as our kind of predominant area of impact, which is shown in that dashed lines, the dashed line. And so just to orient you here, I-80 is running east to west, this red line. The dark green represents farm zoning, 10 acres or greater, and so that's where the use is allowed with zoning clearance, by zoning clearance under the proposed text. The lighter green is farm zoning less than 10 acres, where a permit would be required. And then the yellow color is residential agricultural zoning, where a permit is always required. So you can see predominantly we see that farm zoning, 10 acres and greater around north of Lincoln, along Wise Road and that area, whereas where there are permits required are closer to the I-80 corridor and some of our communities, again, close to I-80. There are 9 overall changes that I'm going to touch on today, which generally cover the main proposed text changes. A few of them will go into greater detail on some slides, but I'll touch on some of them here. The first proposed change is modification of the promotional event definition, which we will take a closer look at, but also the addition of a farm brewery. So that's a new land use that we're proposing today. A farm brewery, according to our definition, is a facility for the manufacturing and packaging of beer that produces less than 1,500 barrels of product per year, and it grows hops and the ag products necessary for making the beverage on site. We currently operate under a planning director determination that deems farm breweries as the functional equivalent of wineries, and so we're formalizing the inclusion of that land use here today. The second proposed change is an amendment to the minimum agricultural standard to 2 acres. That, of course, is brought forward by our Agricultural Commission. So under today's code, 1 acre is either required on site or it's required to be sourced locally. And so our Ag Commission stepped in here and said we'd like to see more agriculture on these properties. A 2 acre minimum was advised, and so that's aimed, of course, at retaining and promoting commercial vineyard and hop yards in our agricultural lands. Number 3, we'll take a closer look at that, looks at a table that outlines event allowances, max capacity of those events, and frequency, and the use permit that is tied to them. Number 4 looks at a new 10-acre minimum parcel size for these facilities if they are allowed by right or by zoning clearance. We've also clarified the hours of operation. So, of course, with events comes a limitation of some sort on when those can occur. So I'll touch on that now. We have proposed those consistent with the Ag Event Center hours of operation, and that is Sunday through Thursday, 10 to 8, and Friday and Saturday, 10 to 10. And then all 4 of these will take a closer look at an update to the potable water and waste disposal standards, an update to the access standards, as well as the inclusion of some additional accommodation for large wineries. So those are wineries that produce 20,000 cases or more. We don't have any of those in Placer County. Most of our wineries produce under 2,500 cases, and maybe the largest we see is 10 to 12,000. So a winery producing 20,000 cases or more would certainly be a very large facility, and so we've looked at some additional accommodations for those types of facilities. And then finally, the addition of an accessory use restaurant. That definition is being proposed as allowable subject to a conditional use permit. So we'll talk about events to start off. Ag promotion has been broadly discussed as the type of event that supports the brand and marketing of an agricultural product. There are some examples in this definition that include winemaker dinners, pickup parties, and any gathering really that supports the promotion of the ag product. And we'll take a look at some types in an infographic in a couple of slides. These events accommodate 50 people or less at one time, and they are allowed without limitation, so they can occur, again, without limitation. For large wineries located on 40 acres or greater, additional attendees may be permitted with a use permit, a conditional use permit. Special events are a type of event where the ag component is subordinate to the primary purpose of the event, and that might, for example, be a facility rental of some sort where outside alcohol could be allowed. So a good example of this is a wedding, and that was a event type that was analyzed in our project, as part of our project. Dependent on the property size, they are allowed 6 to 12 times per year, or 100 to 200 people could be there. So for example, a 20-acre property could have 12 special events per year with 200 people at one time at those events. I'll make a note here that any ag promotional event that that trips over that 50-person mark is treated like a special event. So the larger they are, then there's a limitation to them being proposed here. And we have outlined that with a table that identifies those allowances. And then finally, for large wineries located on 40 acres or greater, additional attendees and frequency may be permitted by conditional use permit. And so here's a look at the types of events that we might see happening under this code proposal. On the left hand, you see some examples, and these are only examples of the types of agricultural events that could occur. So again, this is 50 people and under. An example would be a 50-person winemaker dinner, a 40-person wine pickup party, and a 35-person birthday or anniversary party. And on the right-hand side, you see examples of special events. Again, these are limited in how many times they can occur, 6 to 12, depending on the parcel size. So examples include a 75-person winemaker dinner, a 150-person fundraiser or a 200-person wedding. Staff is also bringing forward a new minimum parcel size, and so for ag-exclusive farm and forest zone districts, the minimum parcel size is proposed to increase from 4.6 acres to 10 acres for any new production facility that's proposing a tasting room without a use permit. Tasting rooms would still be allowed in these zone districts on less than 10 acres to 4.6 acres, but subject to an administrative review permit. And then finally, production would still be allowed on these smaller properties by right. And I'll make a note that there is still an opportunity to have the public on these properties through our temporary outdoor event permits. The zoning text amendment also brings forward an update to the potable water and waste disposal section as overseen by our Environmental Health Services Division. These are all derived from state regulations. So consistent with California Code Regulation Titles 17 and 22 of the California Safe Water Drinking Act, we've clarified potable water standards consistent with the state's requirements. And then wastewater discharge compliance is required in accordance with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Often a waiver is actually what is needed by these facilities, and so that is included in this code update. These are items that we otherwise would require today if someone comes in for a building permit for one of these facilities, so we're putting it in the code to create clarification. So looking at access standards, these have also been refined in the 2008 code. For county-maintained roads and private roads, a commercial encroachment is required according to county requirements and the local fire-serving district. For a county-maintained road, it's obviously where that road meets the property, but for a private road, that's where that private road meets the county-maintained road. And in addition to those encroachment requirements, fire has certain standards for access. So for example, access standards to the actual facility structure that might be proposed on the property, the actual winery, and that is noted as the minimum safety requirement. The language in this section is written with the intent to apply fair application of the access standards and to right scale them to the operation. So a few things are built in here. Certainly on a case-by-case basis, staff can identify and consider what's called a design exception request that's also afforded to many other applicants and land use types upon applicant request. And this exception is based on physical design constraints and must be prepared by a professional civil engineer. But again, built in here to provide some flexibility on these access standards. This third bullet point here is specific to private roads, so there are three things required. One is proof of access rights. Second is approval from a road maintenance association, homeowners association, or a majority of the individuals who have access rights to that road. And then the third is a proposal for the road maintenance obligation. These are proposed based on two things, really. One was direction from the Planning Commission when this text was originally developed for the Ag Event Center ordinance, so it mimics that language. And two, because public uses of property located off of private roads impact private property owner access rights and affects them financially for road maintenance. So it's not simply about disclosure, but rather about fairness and the public interest.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Nikki, regarding the private road and the two requirements, they're both pretty clear, but essentially, for the second one, the approval from Road Maintenance Association or Homeowners Association or the majority of the individuals. So some of these private roads will have homeowners associations, or they could form something, and at the end of the day, either way, there'd be a majority vote that would provide concurrence to you that most of the people on that road are in accordance with it, right?
Correct.
Yeah, thanks.
So the final item I'll talk about is a proposal for the addition of an accessory use restaurant. Today's requirements really only require the service of food in a few ways. One is through a caterer, another is through a food truck, and another is through non-hazardous foods, chips and things that are prepackaged and that kind of thing. And so this provision would allow for the flexibility to prepare and serve food if it can be found that the food preparation is subordinate to the primary purpose as a winery or a farm brewery. A second piece to this is that the service of wine and or beer produced locally can be analyzed under that conditional use permit as long as it is allowed, as it is allowed under state law. And then I just mentioned the use permit requirement. A conditional use permit would always be tied to this so that appropriate analysis can be made to figure out, one, that it is an incidental or secondary use, and two, the sort of scale of what that looks like.
So can I interrupt here and just ask a clarifying question? So they would have to get a CPU, and as a part of that, staff would work with them for the appropriate size.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
And so the impacts that were analyzed in our EIR are set forth here. They include a number of resource areas and also take into account the cumulative impacts of this project. From that list, the less than significant impacts with no mitigation measures are identified as ag resources, air quality, land use planning, transportation and circulation, utilities and service systems. And then the less than significant impacts with mitigation are identified as biological resources, cultural resources, and noise. There is one significant and unavoidable impact under our cumulative analysis, and that is a transportation and circulation impact at the intersection of State Route 49 and Kramer in North Auburn. This particular impact was identified largely because it is out of the county's jurisdiction, and so the county could not guarantee improvements would be completed, and so the EIR concludes that these are significant and unavoidable. However, you'll see in the final EIR that there's a discussion of an improvement related to this intersection, as well as others on Highway 49, and that Caltrans has actually committed funding to a project as of August 2019. And so when we obviously published the draft EIR, the details of that project weren't known, and so we have not changed that significance conclusion as you see. California Environmental Quality Act requires that we analyze a reasonable range of feasible alternatives, and so these are the three alternatives that were in the draft EIR. One is a no project alternative. Another is a conditional use permit tied to weddings. And then the third is a reduced scale alternative. So a limit would be established on agricultural promotional events, and that limit would be at 38 agricultural promotional events per year. A number of stakeholder outreach has occurred since 2014. So this begins with workshops with the Planning Commission, 5 of them after 2014 through 2015, when this was actually running parallel at one point with the Agricultural Event Center Ordinance, and then pulled off as its own update. In addition to those workshops, meetings with the Placer County Vintners Association and special interest groups have occurred between 2014 and 2020. We have taken a few trips to the Municipal Advisory Council, so in 2015 and then again last year between July and September. We also took 2 trips to the Agricultural Commission, again 2015 and in 2017, and then just this past year went to the Airport Land Use Commission, which as a matter of course we do when we're making updates to our zoning code. I had mentioned that we were at the Planning Commission in February and April. At the April 23rd presentation, staff brought forward 17 refinements, which are outlined in that staff report and included in today's proposed changes. The Commission overall supported the modifications and discussed several key issues, which we'll take a look at. They voted 6-1 to recommend certification of the EIR and 7-0 to recommend adoption of the ordinance. So here's a look at some key issues, and then I'll talk a little bit about some of the correspondence that we have received since the staff report posted, and some prior to then. It's about 20 comment letters from stakeholders, community members, the Placer County Vintners Association, local chambers, and local tourism groups. But some of these issues our commission also spoke to, so I'll talk to those. I'll speak to those first. And I'll start from the bottom up. Looking at code compliance and noise, those are two very interrelated issues and a very important topic that was raised by our commission and a number of commenters. There were some code compliance complaints, so looking at some data from the past few years, there were some code compliance complaints in 2018 for unpermitted concerts tied to one facility, but none in 2019. And our belief here is that 2019 represents a year when code compliance was taking a very proactive approach, working in particular with one operator and one neighbor in order to educate one another about what is allowed, what is not allowed, and with regard to noise thresholds and event allowances. And so while our commission made no formal recommendation regarding code compliance, so for example, disclosure of when events are happening and those kinds of things, what they did note is that when code compliance has resources to take that proactive approach, the process we feel works. And so that's what we're carrying forward today. Again, nothing included in the actual text, but the hope that we can continue this proactive approach. The commission also spoke to access standards and private roads. So I mentioned, and we did receive comment on emphasizing and ensuring flexibility to right-scale access standards, and staff believes that that is what is brought forward today as far as right-scaling improvements and not creating one-size-fits-all scenarios for facilities depending on where they are in that startup process. As it relates to private roads, I mentioned the Planning Commission provided direction to include the language you saw today as it was originally developed for the Ag Event Center ordinance. So we carried that forward. They did have a discussion about that, but ultimately supported it. Our commission did. And then fundamentally, it is in there because public uses of property located off of private roads impact private property owner rights. So I'm sure that we'll hear some discussion about that today. There are some public comments and comment letters made to that effect also. I'll make a note that comments have been received related to a project in Granite Bay called Sayre Winery. This is a project that was approved by our Planning Commission and appealed to your board. This particular project, as it relates to this ZTA, no provisions under this code proposed today are afforded to that particular winery without subsequent review. So an additional, either a modification of their use permit or a use permit is always required. That is a separate project with independent utility. We do have our EIR consultant in the room if you have questions about how this project is accounted for under our cumulative analysis. Additionally, we've received comments pertaining to non-conforming uses. In particular, Placer County Vintners Association has raised this. So as you may know, zoning cannot go back and stop someone from doing something they have already been doing as long as that use was valid and compliant pre-existing use. And so those legal pre-existing uses are grandfathered and get to continue. We actually call this a legal non-conforming use in our zoning code, and we have a section that guides us on that. To acknowledge PCVA's comment directly, their proposed language applies in some cases, but not all cases. And so to include what they have suggested would be inconsistent, we believe, with our code section on legal non-conforming uses. As your board knows, we have formed a winery task force, and that task force is comprised of a lot of the folks who are a part of this presentation today from all disciplines in the county, and we are committed to working with existing facilities to deal with any compliance issues, but also consulting with incoming facilities as they inquire about opening a winery or a farm brewery in Placer County. And so that task force will continue. Other letters that were received in our review raise no issues that render our EIR analysis inadequate, and so we are carrying forward the recommendation today. And before I note this, the text amendment that is on your at your desks today, County Council actually corrected some formatting issues, and those were related to strike-throughs that weren't properly stricken, proper footnotes, and some redundant language in our access standards section. And I'll note that redundant language is found in the development standards section, subsection E2, B2, and 3. And so you'll see that some of that language cleaned up. Again, these are formatting related, but I want to make sure that you know the version before you has some of those modifications. And then, of course, that brings me to the Planning Commission recommendation. So their recommendation that we are carrying forward is to adopt a resolution to certify the winery and farm brewery zoning text amendment final EIR, prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, adopt the findings of fact, and I'll make a note here, adopt the findings of fact and the statement of overriding conditions. That should be on the action, the front page of your staff report in the action, so don't read this verbatim. But to adopt the findings of fact and the statement of overriding considerations and the mitigation monitoring report program. And then second, to adopt an ordinance to amend the Placer County Code Chapter 17, Articles 1406, Chapter 17, Articles 1704 and 1756, supported by the findings contained in the staff report. So that concludes my presentation, and happy to answer questions if you have them.
Great, thank you very much, Nikki. We'll start with questions from Supervisor Euler.
Thank you. Very good report, and quite a number of years summarized in that very brief report, comparatively to the amount of time that's been spent on this over the years. So the only thing that is giving me any pause at this point is on the access standards. And on the third bullet point, it was slide number 15, on the third bullet point in particular, where we essentially hand over to adjacent neighbors the ability to veto an operation. And I am reluctant to put that kind of power into the hands of folks in a homeowners association not wanting to get involved in any of that ourselves, and we have a long history of staying out of CC&R related stuff and all that kind of stuff. By the same token, I would like us to recognize that when you are dealing with private roads, and having lived for 14 years where I had a road maintenance agreement with my neighbors, and there's any number of formulas that the neighbors will use to come up with the road maintenance agreements, what I'm trying to figure out is, can we strike a balance that does require the additional impact associated with traffic that might be traveling to a winery or a brewery on a private road. It does require them to meet that obligation created by the additional traffic, but doesn't put them at the mercy of a neighbor saying, well, you know, if you pay my share of the road maintenance agreement, I'll vote for you to allow you in. Something along those lines. And I'm just wondering if maybe rather than requiring them to go and obtain something along those lines, we simply have language that speaks to that they will pay their fair share of the neighborhood road maintenance agreement based on the traffic that they generate through their their operation. Because we have assumed numbers. We know what a single family residence generates on average on a daily basis. And so if we have 10 people on a private road generating 10 daily trips, and this comes in and it's going to generate 50 trips all by itself, well, now it's 1/3 of the daily operating trips are this, and therefore they have to agree to participate to, something along those lines. So at least showing a good faith effort that they have gone to the neighbors to say, I'm willing to pay for my impact, something along those lines, where we just kind of check the box, almost like a fire department will serve letter. We're just looking for something that says, I made this offer to pay for my impacts and it was rejected. And then at that point, we can allow their project to move forward, knowing there's going to be civil litigation and we won't be in the middle of it. But we're simply saying we did require them to recognize the impact of their project and propose some kind of mitigation for it.
Okay, I think there are two issues here, so let's go to the first. First of all, there's a civil code section, 845, that deals with the situation that if you don't have, with a private road, if you don't have an actual written agreement or HOA that maintains the road and assesses based on that, 845 allows property owners to divvy out the cost of maintaining that road based on the use. So there are provisions in state law that deal with the issue of maintenance. The issue here is not so much maintenance, but the issue that we have run into continually, historically, over my 30 years of operating in Placer County have seen, is that the county gets sucked into the private property dispute rights. As you may recall, we had these come up with Goat House.
Head. Goat.
Yeah, it was a Goat House Brewery?
Yeah, it's Goat House.
Yeah, I keep calling it Goat House Brewery, which was actually permitted under a planning director determination. And we had extended disputes that got pretty ugly with private property owners that sucked the county into that particular dispute. So part of what is being required, which is the same as what, if I'm not mistaken, was required under the agricultural event centers, was to have these property owners establish that they have the right to use the property, or use that road. In other words, does that road allow the use that they're going to allow?
And that part I have no issue with.
Okay.
It's the subsequent part that says that you have to secure approval from a majority of the individuals who happen to have access rights to it. That's the part that I have an issue with.
Well, the intent there is to ensure that we've got some kind of acknowledgement that these people can use the roads, though we're not sucked into private property right disputes, which is what that would amount to.
Right.
And, anybody who wants to use a private road needs to make sure that under their CC&Rs or the easements that establish that road easement, that use is allowed. And that's something that the private property owner should do, not the county. And that's
I agree with all that. My concern is the portion of this that says that essentially the access right can be denied by a majority of people who also have access to that road, that the access right for the purpose of a winery or a brewery can be denied by other people who have access to the road, having nothing to do with necessarily the cost of maintenance or anything along those lines, which, for instance, where I lived, we didn't have an HOA, we didn't have CC&Rs, we simply had a road maintenance agreement amongst all the property owners. And the formulas for these differ. It's your percentage based on each driveway, the amount of frontage that you have. These formulas are all over the place. And all I'm saying is that wherever they have in existence a road maintenance agreement, I think as long as the county can check the box by saying, okay, we required them to go and offer to pay their fair share based on the usage. They offered to pay their fair share of that road maintenance agreement, even in anticipation of additional traffic and what that might mean. It might mean that instead of every 15 years they do the overlay, it's now every 10 years they have to do the overlay, whatever the case may be, that they offer to pay their fair share, and we see that. But at that point, we step out of it, because I'm right where you are. I don't want us in this position where we're getting dragged into these things and we're creating this opportunity for a property owner to leverage another property owner. That's all I'm trying to avoid.
And I just want to voice support for that concept as well. I'm all too familiar with the situation in my community where, for an easement, we've had years of withholding permission to move forward on a really widely supported project. So, for instance, when we say the majority, it sounds great, but what if there's just two? And so now we've got a battle between two property owners. Not that I'm familiar with a situation like that, but
well, and if I may,
yeah.
Along those lines, even if, as we know, even if we do have a majority who say it's okay, that's not going to stop the grumpy guy from suing and pulling us in anyway.
Or a grumpy gal. I mean, let's be fair. Okay, it could go either way. Yeah, that human being. So I am very interested in this issue as well, because it has come up, and I thought the Vintner's letter was quite good at articulating some of those challenges. So I understand the situation the county's in. You don't want us drawn into these private roads. The approach we've taken elsewhere in some code compliance issues on a property owner out in Auburn Valley, adjacent, using with a disc golf operation that's occurring, that's non-commercial, but we've stayed out of the road situation. We've said they've got access to the road. That's a civil matter. Take it up if you don't think it's fair. So I want to make sure we're consistent, whether it's disc golf or winery, brewery, whatever we're telling the public. Are we in or are we out, and what role do we take there?
Well, I can tell you for the 13 years that I've been here, that has been the consistent approach from our office, is that if there is a dispute between two private property owners over a private road, our advice has been consistently that is a civil matter for those property owners to resolve. Do we get involved in it because we're named in the lawsuit? Sure, we do. But it's not our place as the county to give legal advice.
Right.
Or to those private property owners. They need to go resolve that, if necessary, through the courts or mediation.
Well, I can assure you in that situation, the other two I'm talking about, I don't think you're going to have cooperative neighbors in either one to sign an agreement for any use. It is what it comes down to. So I want to make sure we balance that.
My question, though, like currently, we've got wineries that they're already established, and so there's no issues with the roads, or they've already worked it out. There's no issues. So we're really talking about future uses. And so if I was looking to, is that correct?
Future uses or expansions of existing
or expansions.
uses.
Okay. Because for future uses, if I was going to think I'm going to have a winery or a vineyard and tasting rooms, I'd probably go scope out the area and make sure it worked and I got agreement before I spent money on a piece of property and moved forward. The expansion may be an issue, but I guess if you're talking about consistency, we have the event center. And so already the county has got an agreement, has this issue with event centers and has this same policy, right? That they have to come to an agreement with an event center. So that's already something that's different, and this is to comply with that versus other uses.
No, I understand. I just, in the situation that we're dealing with out in Auburn Valley, I think we've got property owners, one property owner with 44 acres who has a caretaker playing disc golf on it. And so the neighbors don't like that and want us to shut it down. But yet it's people coming to their property. And so our advice has been that's a private, the access issue is between the private parties. So I just want to make sure that there's consistency, because that isn't consistent with the events center, unless they went and got a commercial, applied for a commercial permit to do that. So, interesting.
And if I may, I get the point that you're making, Bonnie, about somebody who is prospectively looking to acquire land, but there are an awful lot of operations that are people who have had their property for any number of years, and they decide that they're moving away from fruit trees and they're moving into vines. And they've been on private roads for all these years with their fruit tree operation, and people coming and going because they're trucking stuff and all the rest. But now that they're moving into vines and we're doing this, now all of a sudden this requirement gets laid on top of them.
Okay.
And I view, and Supervisor Wygant, of course, has been the county's advocate for decades on the issue of right to farm and all those kinds of things. And so that's why I view this as a little different than the event center, because this is truly focused around, at least on the winery side of it, it's truly focused around that agricultural heritage that we're trying to encourage and celebrate, because as we all know, the only way to relieve development pressure on unincorporated ground is to make it profitable in something other than houses.
Right.
And so that's kind of why I view it a little different. I mean, I appreciate the example that you use, but that's kind of why I view this a little differently.
And that's helpful. Supervisor Wygant?
And I'll just as we work through this and hear comments fortunately, I live close to all three of the breweries in the county, and almost across the street from But on the goat house issue, it got about as ugly as those things can get. Eventually, one of the neighbors who didn't like the brewer there moved, and there's no perfect solution here. If you're buying a piece of property and the facility is already there, you know that when you bought it. And in fact, in my understanding with the Goat House Brewery is that the people who moved in partly picked the site because they were close to the Goat House Brewery. And I've seen very few intense places of friction. Generally, things have worked out well. We get some complaints. There was a lot of comment about Wise Villa when they were going to have a restaurant or whatever it was described as, but I live right there, and it doesn't cause that much conflict, in my opinion. So it is that balance of trying to nurture and enhance agricultural activities and people's private property rights, acknowledging that it's a retail component within agriculture, which is somewhat different than farming itself, or can be. And there's no simple way to crack that nut, but we've sure talked about it and thought about it a lot.
If I could just make a couple other points. Going to Supervisor Euler's example, and I'm going to look to Nikki to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly, but the way I understand this is if you're going to change from an orchard to a vineyard, and that's all you're doing, you're not required to get this private property owner approval. It's if you have a public tasting. And the dispute that inevitably comes up is you are overburdening the easement. And unfortunately, a lot of these old road easements are not that easy to understand, not that easy to look at as just your normal Joe farmer or Joe person. So it allows them to look at their easement, make sure that they actually have an easement that allows for use of the public. So if I'm not mistaken, that was the intent behind this. It was the same intent that was behind the event center, Ag Event Center, was ensuring that people actually looked at their easements carefully.
And as I indicated, I have no problem with that part of it. It's the veto authority that you're handing to the majority. That's the part I have a problem with.
Supervisor Gustafson.
I had a couple other questions. One is, the vintners also raised the situation with the size of a couple parcels that were just below 20 acres. Did we resolve that issue, or did you speak to that and I missed it?
I did not speak to that, but correct, so I'll explain that. In my 20-acre example, where you are entitled to 12 events, 200 people, in that example, if you are 19.7 acres or if you're a half acre within the parcel size, a planning director determination can be made to say, okay, you're entitled to what the 20-acre property is allowed so long as there is not a new environmental impact.
Okay.
And so that footnote has been added to a few of the tables.
Okay. And then this is similar to the Newcastle Wedding Gardens issue that we heard shortly after I came on the board on enforcement of the events. So there are administrative citation capabilities. You cite a code section, and I don't recall what our enforcement, what those penalties are and what that process is. Can you review that really quickly? So if somebody violates and does 13 events when they're supposed to do 12, what occurs?
No,
I'll take it.
Or
So
if they do 7 and they're supposed to
yeah.
do
So
6.
procedurally, and we have Tia Klump from Code Enforcement on the phone to walk through that process. But if in fact there is a violation of some sort, an investigation is done. There is, I may turn to Tia because she knows the actual citation procedures. Tia, are you there?
I can just make a suggestion. First off, I would like to see that they have to submit their events, so the neighbors aren't sitting there trying to track them, and then you after the fact say, well, gee, we need evidence, and what kind of evidence do they provide? So if they have to submit their events to us, would that make sense that we can then track that and know that they had an event on a day that they didn't submit? Now there's an investigation that can occur. Does that make sense? Some other process where we're following up on these, because otherwise it's meaningless, whether they have 6 or 8 or 10 or 12, unless we're doing something there. And then I did want to understand, could they lose their permit for the tasting room, or is it just a $100 fine? What are the penalties?
Okay. We did talk with our planning commission about either submittal to just the Code Enforcement Division or submittal through our permitting process. ACELA is a permitting process we have. So an administrative kind of easy online permit. We did talk with our commission about doing that as sort of a verification for staff to go out and then check those. They did not carry that forward as a code requirement, but that is obviously something your board can suggest to us.
Okay. And that also relates to the noise, obviously, as well. Because I think a lot of the letters I've received have been more about noise than anything else. It travels, and then what are our remedies for that, other than warnings and after the fact investigations? Hard to document.
Let's see, other questions before we open it to the public? I have a quick question as far as the crops grown on site. So are those, when somebody has a winery or a brewery, some of those crops on site need to be utilized in that product? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does it have to be all 2 acres, a portion of the acreage?
And our ag commissioner weighs in on this to verify that there is enough agriculture on the property. It is common practice to source grapes and hops and all those things from other places, but it is our understanding that they are using those crops for their product.
Okay.
And not otherwise, yeah.
I think that was it for my question. So let's go ahead and open it up to the public. I'm sure we've got comments from the public. We'll start with the comments on the phone. So let's go ahead and do that, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Phil Maddox. I'm the owner of Lone Buffalo Vineyard.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. I would first like to observe, as you all have, this has been a long, hard road. I want to commend the Planning Department for working with everyone here to get where we are. I have a few brief comments this morning on really two issues. And I'll talk about the one that I think I probably have the least to say about first, and that's the whole issue of how we're going to treat the existing wineries, which Nikki has indicated is grandfathering. And that really appears in paragraph F on page 13 of the draft ordinance. I believe that's correct. I understand there have been some changes in that. And we also addressed that in the Placer Vintner's letter on pages 5 and 6. We appreciate that a kind of a change in the direction of that was made after long discussions with planning staff. And the present language indicates that if you had an approved conditional use permit, or minor use permit, or an administrative review permit, then whatever you're doing is fine. The big problem with that from the vendor standpoint is that at the time a lot of these wineries started business in the county, they're not that many permits. Some have no permits, some have partial permits, and so on. So we have proposed additional language that would include in wineries that have been doing business pursuant to a business license issued by the county or a building permit. It's my understanding from my conversations with the planning staff that language has been vetted with county council and approved, and we would urge the supervisors to add those two things on the grandfathering issue. The other thing I would like to talk briefly about is what you've been talking about with the access comments, and I appreciate Supervisor Euler's comments because this is exactly the problem that we have with it. It allows one neighbor for no reason at all in some situations to veto a project. I think this runs counter to the county's traditional approach to private roads, and that they're best left to the civil courts. And I think there is a process in place. If a neighbor is objecting to someone coming in to start a winery or a tasting room, and that's through the ABC. In the ABC licensing provisions, properties need to be posted, neighbors have to be advised, and that if they have a legitimate problem with it, they have a place to air those grievances. Finally, I think also getting the county involved, advocating the county's responsibility here to private landowners is kind of interfering with the county's land use authority. I have actually proposed some language that I think would solve this problem, and it came about kind of late, but I think I sent an email to all the supervisors.
Sir, you've gone over your 3 minutes. Can you wrap it up?
It's more of
there's a button that you're pressing.
So let him finish up, but be careful. You're beeping. Your phone.
I'm not done. I'd like you all to take a look at that and really take a close consideration of it. I do think there's an issue here that needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Jackie Hoyt.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm writing this letter or talking to you guys. I've already submitted a letter to you guys on behalf of myself and neighbors residing near the newly approved Steer Winery. Due to lack of verification by the county, the Board of Supervisors needs to vote to disapprove this project or at the least postpone their decision in order to allow the staff to meet with all of us residents that have voiced our complaints that have been ignored in the last few months that I've been involved with this. Our suggested change will eliminate costly lawsuits, unacceptable impact. We're prepared to state that we are represented. We are not opposed to wine tasting or ag business. We're opposed to having an event center near our house. To this date, we don't know what the clear definition of an event is. How will the code enforcement monitor the number permitted? 50 people or less at one time means rolling events all day long. If that wasn't bad enough, the modification from Planning Commission added the wording to the effect that patrons at the facility of wine tasting will not be counted in the 50 or less limit. Clearly, that tasting room patrons were not intended to be included in the minimum amount of people. By failing to clarify promotional event, they have opened up the door to any non-ag event. We did not sign up to live next to an event center 24/7. This board needs to ask planning by what rationale are they promoting this event center. Board of Supervisors cannot approve this project and take the right of our longtime residents away from us in order to satisfy special events. The board needs to ask how this is compliant with CEQA segmentation restrictions. With only a portion of the county evaluated, a logical person can assume that additional unlimited event outside the sphere of analysis will impact roads. Unlimited is a number that we can count. What exactly is the total number of car trips? How much noise is generated? How does that affect our rural roads that cannot handle that kind of traffic? As a Placer County resident, we need to understand why is the county working against CEQA, which does not allow segmentation of a project, and choosing to use portion of the county for their studies. And finally, if the winery and brewery can serve beverages that is not made on their property and they're allowed to have an accessory restaurant, what is the difference between that and the local bar and restaurant? And finally, I want to say we're not against wine tasting. I would love to have my neighbor have a wine tasting facility that I can go to. What I'm against is having a rolling event every day of the week near my house, 200 feet away from my house, that I have to listen to the noise, music, traffic, drunk drivers, people honking their horn, and all the problems that's coming from that. This is not helping Placer County.
Great, thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate it. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Marilyn Jasper, Public Interest Coalition. We all have to live with limitations. Most of them are imposed to protect the rights or health and well-being of others. For example, we have speed limits for safety, county limits on the number of chickens, roosters, dogs, etc., not necessarily for the rights of the animals, but rather for the rights of neighbors. These same types of limitations are imposed on wineries, breweries, and other commercial operations, especially in rural residential areas. We have first limits to protect neighbors and communities from unwanted impacts, including noise that can exacerbate health problems, interfere with sleep, and create community animosity, to mention just a few. Second, we have limits to uphold neighbors' rights to enjoy their properties in peace, free from nuisances that are not allowed in the zones where they purchased their homes, with a good faith understanding that non-compliant code violations would be enforced. And third, limits to prohibit activities that lower property values, such as living near a neighbor that hosts incompatible commercial events, generating unwanted, unacceptable noise and traffic, and again, in rural residential zones. As currently proposed, this ZTA, created by the very industry it was meant to govern with obvious biases and conflicts of interest, allows unlimited commercial events in res ag zones that are not even ag operations, that allow these restaurants, weddings, and happy hour de facto bars disguised as events, all of which are prohibited in res ag and farm zones. A revised ZTA must balance neighbors and industry's needs
while conserving the community's rural residential characteristics, which is why citizens purchased homes and moved there in the first place. We urge you to send this ETA back to the drawing board or simply vote to reject it today and start over as other counties have done with theirs. We are not opposed to wine, beer, ag operations. The biggest obstacle is not about growing beer, wine ingredients, processing them, or even tasting rooms. It's about events. And it is resolvable if citizen stakeholders have a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Ramona Brockman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, hi. I'm Ramona Brockman, and I am a winery owner in Placer County. And I just wanted to not be very long, but just give my overall support for the ordinance. But in particular, just reiterate that the comments that Supervisors Euler, Gustafson, and Wygant, as well as the previous caller, Mr. Maddox, covered about the serious concerns that we have with the private road access requirements. I think they covered the issues and land rights issues and alternatives, that there's other ways to have people talk about their grievances or issues in a different format that basically does not allow neighbors to veto, as I think Mr. Euler stated it quite kind of more simply, that it gives them a chance to veto a project rather than have a different way to work with and show that the landowner has worked with their neighbors. So in essence, I think, to take it back, I think the private event center precedent that was set is actually a very bad precedent for the county to go down because, when will other agricultural activities, say either mandarin growers or other agricultural activities that may also start welcoming guests and people coming to their property for to make their successful business more successful, where will that end, to set up, then will there be an ordinance for mandarin growers, and then starting with other growers and flower farms and things like that. So that is my main issue, is I think it's that event center ordinance set up a very problematic precedent that the county needs to look at very seriously of, will that then allow just general property owners to be able to usurp land use authority that the county actually has by developing ordinances. So I think that needs to be taken very seriously, and we really request that language be removed or modified so that basically the road maintenance issue is I think, the more concerning thing, that the road is maintained and meets proper safety standards rather than the land use portion of it.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Chad Roberts.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board. Just said Chad Roberts at Hefner Law. On behalf of Mike Fournier and BEM Inc., we'd like to thank staff for all their hard work on this project. It's obviously been a long time coming. We really appreciate them listening to public feedback, incorporating that feedback in the ordinance before you this morning. We think this is a big step forward for agritourism in Placer County, and we're pleased to share we support the project as recommended by the Planning Commission. On the issue of access rights on a private road, as raised by Supervisors Euler and Gustafson this morning, we certainly understand and appreciate those concerns. We've not previously expressed any opinion on the issue to staff, but should the board provide alternative direction consistent with those comments I just alluded to, that's okay with us as well. Otherwise, we sincerely appreciate your time and respectfully request you adopt the recommendation before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. We're going to move to the Zoom calls. So our first Zoom participant.
Carrie Hazen, please unmute your mic and start your video to give your comments.
Carrie Hazen.
Carrie, can you unmute your mic?
All right. She doesn't hear us. Let's try the next person. Oh, looks like she unmuted. Did you unmute, Carrie?
She's failed to change her role.
Okay. Anybody else?
Stuart, go ahead and unmute your mic and start your video to give your comments.
Hello, my name is Stuart Perry. My wife Stephanie and I are owners of Fawn Ridge Winery at 5560 Fawn Ridge Road here in Auburn. We've been living here for 31 years. We moved down from Tahoe years ago. We were both formerly government employees working for the county and the Postal Service. We bought our country property out here. And over the years, kind of took note of the support for the wine industry developing. So we had the land and the water, decided to take the plunge, if you would, and planted our vineyard in 2001. And soon afterwards, in the encouragement of other wineries in the local area, started our winery in 2004. To not add a lot that's already been discussed, I'm certainly supportive of comments made by Supervisor Euler and Gustafson and Wygand. The issue of access and the issue of grandfathering are the two important issues that I see relative to our small operation. We've been operating for 16 years and contribute immensely to the community through nonprofit organizations, tourism, and the county revenue stream. So at this point in time, things over the years were quite confusing, but we made it through. In fact, we survived the earlier recession and the most recent challenges that the COVID situation has presented. On all occasions, we just kind of bared with all that challenged us at that time. So what I'm concerned about is upcoming small wineries that might face those challenges on access issues as already discussed. And of course, for Fawn Ridge Winery, as well as some of the other existing wineries, I go back to the grandfathering. And I think a lot's been discussed there as well. The one problem that I have is that we're continually compared to event centers. Wineries are not event centers. Event centers are in the business of doing events. Wineries are in the business of selling their value-added product. So to go through all of the strife and the turmoil is quite challenging and disappointing in the event that we were at some level asked to reevaluate or even the worst case scenario somehow shut down. And so we're very adamant about our support of the grandfathering clause in whatever way might be appropriate to facilitate that. So I just wanted to make those points this morning. I thank staff for all the effort put forth with administration and the board over the years. Yes, this has been a long, drawn-out process, so a lot of work's gone into it, and I'm certainly thankful that perhaps at this point in time we can bring closure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Next participant, please.
Tina, go ahead and unmute your mic and start your video.
Tina, did you want to participate? All right. Well, We're not hearing from Tina right now. If there's
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Did you guys, I want to first ask, did you guys receive my letter from early this morning from the Placer County Farm Bureau Board?
Yes, we did. Thank you.
Okay, so then I'm going to just briefly touch on that, and I'm going to make my own opinion, then use some of my own time. So I first want to just say that the Farm Bureau, you know what we do. We're here to aid small farmers, and the two areas of concern that we had as a board were regarding the private access, which has been covered, and we're really concerned about that from the kind of the right to farm ordinance area. And then we're also concerned about small parcels and this 10 acre as being the standard, and we're worried that this is going to set precedent for other kinds of farming, that this is going to be the new norm, that these small parcels are not going to be looked at as viable. I was going to read that whole letter, but instead I really want to address what some of the other callers were saying. We're not talking about a residential area primarily. We're talking about the farm zone. And these wineries exist in the farm zone, and these breweries exist in the farm zone. That is the primary purpose of the farm zone, is agriculture. And residential is the second existence there. In ag-residential, it flip-flops. Residential is the primary there, and agriculture is the secondary. And so in order for farms to exist, we have to have business. And we have to have all of the tools that we can have to keep farming viable. So we have to have the least amount of regulation that makes it safe and accessible that we can have. And that's what we've been fighting for the last 20 years. And this ordinance is not perfect by any means. But it is the first farming ordinance that we have, and it is going to set precedents for mandarin growers and anything else that we come up with over the time. The next, and as all of the other things that come out, the park that's coming out there, as all of the other things build up around there and ag diminishes, everything that we do sets precedent for what is either coming next or what is not going to come next. So every time you say, let's make the farmers have to tell what 12 events they're going to do, what that does is that puts more regulation on the farmer, less regulation on the other people, and it diminishes the farm zone. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place here, but I'm so emotional because I've been waiting for this day for 18 years. Tomorrow starts the rest of my career. And for the last 60 days, I've been sitting here thinking, how can I save my business? How can I save my family ranch? And I have been heartened by all of the people who have supported me over the last 20 years, coming out to buy my product, coming out as soon as they could, pulling up, doing curbside, doing everything that we could do to say, you have added so much value to this community that we're here spending money we don't know that we're going to have to support you because you've added something of value to this community. So we're asking you today, give us what permission to keep doing what we've already been doing, and give the people that don't know they're going to be farmers tomorrow the ability to use that 5-acre parcel however they can, and to use that 10-acre parcel however they can. Save our farm zone and give us what we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. Next participant, please.
Cheryl, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Cheryl, are you there?
Hi. I would like to bring up, my heart goes out to the last speaker. I think most Placer County residents support agriculture in Placer County. The real disservice here is what planning has presented by the few that want to take advantage of the system, presenting such outrageous special events, basically making it a free-for-all, has actually taken away from a lot of the smaller agriculture residents that we would be happy to support. Events, the definition of special events, where, as you have heard, the cavalcade of just constant traffic and noise, those types of ordinances do not serve the greater good. The project with independent utility test is nonsense. This project is being segmented. It does not look at VMT. It does not look at a lot of the enforcement issues. The project segmentation ignores traffic, parking, sewer, water, noise, road services, public health and safety, and air quality. Looking at part of the county when you're adopting the air county code,
Cheryl, you're muffled, just so you know.
as people have mentioned before, to include public participation. I noticed Supervisor Euler left the room. District 4 was not even represented here. The MACs were canceled. During the environmental review, there was never a workshop held in District 4, yet we have what will be considered 1 gallon under large winery going in, pretending that there's no impacts. So the representation is an issue. The other thing that I'd like to mention is that the analysis of wineries was supposed to be done, and I would ask you to look at Napa County. A task force is not enough. This is a land use agreement. A task force does not put anything into law. Napa is putting forth a resolution where grandfathering in means you come up to code. You must meet certain standards and you have a certain amount of time to do it, or you don't get a use permit. You don't reward people for not following the rules. We can't seem to do code enforcement for what we already have, yet we want to put other additional wineries in. I also did a PRA asking for how many use permits were active for future, and I never received a response. The one PRA that I did submit asked for all the existing, and Sarah wasn't even included in the application. Multiple applications were said, we can't find the documentation. That is a mess. I would hope also the definition of special events, you're not doing a service to anyone to say that it's a free-for-all. The EIR basically said also in terms of population and housing, Napa Valley right now has a severe shortage of housing, and it's because everything is filled up with Airbnbs. That housing should have been done first before this ordinance, which is going to take up all of the affordable housing to the people. It's discriminatory. You're going to let all the people that can afford to go wine tasting occupy all the houses that should have been able to be used for affordable housing.
Cheryl, can you wrap up your comments, please?
Yes. I think that also in terms of the people that were allowed representation, coming up to the Planning Commission with 17 additional requests, working in private with vintners and brewers is not representing the needs of Placer County residents. Looking at all of those impacts, I hope that you would reconsider actually including the public this time and having a real workshop where people are actually allowed to help contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Next participant, please.
Carrie Hazen, go ahead and see if you can unmute your mic now.
You're not on mute.
We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Yeah, we cannot hear you, unfortunately.
Carrie, we can't hear you.
Do we have other commenters? Because maybe we can allow her to call in instead, because we cannot hear her.
Yeah, we can do that.
So let's have Carrie call in. There's a number on the agenda, and if there's somebody else, we'll take that comment.
Please transfer in the first caller.
Is there another caller?
There are. Can we transfer the next caller in, please? Let's see if I can override the system. Good morning. Please state your name for the record. Caller, are you there?
Hi, my name is Rock Klum.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to call and give my support for the winery ordinance and tell them how beneficial I think it will be for the economic impact on Placer County. I just want to provide my very strong support.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you for your call. And next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record. Caller, can you state your name for the record?
This is Catherine.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Catherine Johnson with Goat House Brewing. Most of you guys, hi, how are you guys? Thanks for all the work trying to move this through. As most of you guys have heard over the past 7 years, we've done everything as a business before we even purchased the property from the county, state, and Fed level with codes, notices, rights, posting, every infrastructure known to man, and are in full compliance with everything anyone can come up with. Our biggest issue that we'd like to have you guys say would be to have some consistency across the county from codes, legal enforcement, and staff to hold everyone to the same level.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Next caller, please.
She's transferring her in.
And we're transferring the next caller in. Pros and cons of online and virtual, right, folks? Do we have any other callers? We weren't able to get to.
It doesn't look like we.
She's trying to get to a place where she gets better access, that you can tell. That's the reason we need better broadband. All right. Thank you very much. If she gets through, you can bring her back in. All right. So we'll close public comment unless that woman is able to get back through to us, and bring it back to our board for further discussion. Nikki, do you want to come up and address any questions that were brought up under public comment?
Well, Nikki's
and
coming
let's
up.
Start with Karen.
Yeah, I'd like to address the comment by Mr. Maddox regarding establishing lawful illegal non-conforming use by business license or building permit. Right. The county council did not agree to that and won't agree to that because that's not the way you establish a grandfathered use under zoning ordinances.
Okay. Thank you for that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you repeat that, Karen?
Just repeat that again.
Yeah, the comment was made up that for existing wineries, that we should establish a standard in this ordinance that a lawful legal nonconforming use can be established pursuant to the existence of a business license or a building permit. That's not the standard by which legal nonconforming use is established. A legal nonconforming use under zoning law is a use that was established in lawful existence based on the code at the time. And because it was lawful under that code, if the code then changes, that use is afforded the protection of grandfathered in until such time that they either abandon the use for a year or elect to expand the use over the 25%. That's the standard. It's in our code. There's really no reason to add anything other than that, and it's simply a business license doesn't give us anything in terms of what the use was when it was established.
Great, that is helpful. Thank you. It looks like we have that caller, Carrie, so let's bring her back in so she can make that public comment, and then we'll move forward. Go ahead, Carrie. Well, let's see. Let's get you. They're transferring you in.
Good morning.
Hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, I'm Carrie Hazen, and I'm standing outside of my vineyard and my area that we're supposed to be doing a tasting room that we have on hold due to COVID and due to waiting for this ordinance to go through. You can see the grant.
Hey, Carrie, can we get you to turn the audio off on your computer?
And we'll just take your.
Okay, try
Can you
it.
hear me now?
There you go.
Is it better?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to show you how sometimes when you're at the meetings and you guys are sitting there making decisions, how it can affect someone's life. Right now, we bought a winery about 2.5 years ago as a Placer resident. For 27 years, raised our kids in Placer County and couldn't think of a better place to live. We raised them across from Mount Vernon Winery and became loving. We fell in love with Barbera. And from that point, we looked at the noise as beautiful noise, sitting on our deck listening to music night after night, meeting people, and becoming a community. I think some of the people that are talking about noise don't realize the noise that you can have in agricultural areas. Right now, my bedroom window, every morning I hear cows mooing, at night I hear coyote canyons going off all night long. When we first moved here, it was one of the biggest changes that I would realize. We hear birds chirping and a lot of noise. So noise can be looked at in different ways. The noise for me is the noise of the birds and the grapes behind me, because we equate Kenny Chesney for our grapes so that they'll do a little bit better. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the 20 acres. First of all, I really want to thank Nikki, and I'd like to thank the whole Placer County ordinance, the planning department who worked with us, because when we purchased our property, we thought it was 20 acres. And when I'm hearing people talk about events and how these events are going to be a free-for-all, I don't think they have a clue of what it takes and how much money as a teacher that I put in every single month just to be able to do the things that we need to do. Every time something breaks, it's $500. And for me, I love agriculture and the agricultural life. I'm not looking to have events out here that we're going to have crazy number of people and that I want to have people trampling through my home. I think you really have to look at that. The people that own the wineries are here because they're committed to agriculture and the beauty of Placer County. So when I'm just hearing over and over the negativity of the events, and I think none of us would really want to have events, but we do in order to pay for our agriculture. And then in conclusion, I just really want to thank all of you for making this come true. It's really, really hard, a lot harder than anyone would think to own a vineyard and a winery. And through COVID, it's been difficult to have zero revenue coming through and having to take care of all we do. So in conclusion, we ask you to pass this ordinance and keep Placer County great. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and thanks for the patience in getting through to our board. We appreciate it. All right, Nikki, why don't you come back up and we'll continue our conversation as a board. Let's see, anything else that you wanted to address? Okay, then we'll have Supervisor Euler. You've got some comments.
Yeah, I just, again, getting back to the private road access, my strong preference would be that we have language that requires that they provide the proof of access, that they have something that says they are willing to participate their fair share in a road maintenance agreement, and that they and that whatever indemnification that we need along those lines, we obtain that indemnification and move on.
We have a proposed
okay,
vision.
great. I saw you all huddling. I thought there might be.
Didn't want to interrupt you.
No,
but we have a proposed vision. This is page 9 of the version you have up by your desks. Under subsection subsection B2, and I'm going to read it for the record, what the changes are. If a winery or farm brewery is accessed by a private road, the applicant shall provide proof of access rights in the form of a recorded easement or other applicable legal documents, or as determined by the county, and an affirmative written statement of the legal right to access and use said road for the purposes of the requested facility. The owner shall include with said statement the proposal for road maintenance or provide evidence of an existing road maintenance agreement. The owner shall be required to defend and indemnify the county for any claims resulting from said road access. And the proposal is to delete 3, or triple I. I'm happy to read that again.
Good. Okay. No, that's great. I think that takes care of my concern. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you for your work on that.
One other proposed change that might clarify slightly the issue of the legal nonconforming would be to, and I'm going to page 13 now of the ordinance, section F. Just a couple of minor changes to this one. It would be the title would become continuing application of permits and existing legal operations. That's just a cleanup. And then right before, let's see, the provision, the addition, any proposed new or additional use or use lawfully established pursuant to section 17.02.030C shall be subject to compliance with the provisions of this ordinance, et cetera, et cetera. 17.02.030C is the provision in the code that expressly discusses legally established uses. And as Nikki mentioned, they're not, we don't go back in time, and this is the provision that protects us. It's almost redundant, but I think maybe for the public, they might appreciate that particular provision, just to say if you were really established that long and didn't have a permit period, then we'd go by those rules.
Okay. Any questions? Yeah.
So conversations I've had, Karen, include, or probably most commonly include, somebody's got a pre-existing legal non-conforming use, and they know that today's standards are their current facility is not perfectly in compliance. There would be nothing that would prevent them from doing modifications to improve that facility that takes it closer to existing code without any exposure, correct?
If you mean exposure as to being subject to the new permit requirements?
Correct.
Okay, I need to turn to Nikki as to what the percentage is. And a lot of it, I think, would depend as to, I believe it's, there in the legal non-conforming, you can renovate up to, I believe, 25%, but my memory will get fuzzy sometimes, so I'm kind of looking at Nikki for that. But if you mean, I hate to answer you with it depends, but it really does depend on, I think, what's proposed in terms of new uses and whether that triggers the permit.
Yeah,
I'll
so
give it
for
to
example,
Nikki.
if someone was working on their primary residence on
Right.
the same property and they needed to bring something up to standard, there's not a nexus really between those things. But you're right, Karen, there is a percentage of improvement that can be made without, and I'm forgetting the name of this.
Hi, DJ Avaldi, Planning Division. So you have non-conforming uses and non-conforming buildings. Non-conforming buildings, there is a percentage that you can increase, within that limit without having to comply with the current requirements. Non-conforming uses are just that, they're non-conforming. So if you do want to expand to do something new, you would have to comply with the new ordinance.
But as long as they were performing within their existing uses, but they were just enhancing, I can't think of a good example. Let's say, I remember when you didn't have to put an apron from the county road into your dirt driveway, but now we do in their specifications as it relates. So let's say somebody has a pre-existing use that didn't include that apron. but they wanted to go ahead and do that because they're trying to take steps to maybe potentially get to a platform where they do want to expand their use.
Yeah, so I mean, non-conforming uses are either operating under an existing permit or without a permit. So if there's a new ordinance, they would have to continue operating under one of those. Could they do a certain amount of improvements before hitting a threshold? Yes, the answer is, as long as they don't step into the new ordinance and the new ordinance requirement, if that answers the question.
Yeah, no, I think it does. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, EJ. All right, so it can come back up. Looks like we talked about the grandfathered issue. We looks like we have a resolution to the public access roads. If there's agreement, I see agreement. Private access, sorry, yeah, not public, private. Make sure we've covered.
The other question I'd had was on the
Yes.
administrative citations, what those amounts are, what the ultimate resolution is, if there's repeated offenses, that sort of thing. Because I think we are trying to strike that balance.
Yeah, and I'm going to see, Tia, are you online? Did we lose her?
So we do need to see if we can get the answer to that. You also brought up do we have these wineries submit the events? And somebody brought up the comment, we'd like to have less regulation than more regulation. Maybe we can, bring that back, right? If we end up having a problem, we can always bring it back, and then we can do a submission. I think that might be a way to work it. So see how it works, and if we do have problems, then we have to bring in more regulation. Our hope is that we don't have to. It seems like it's been working previously with other events, and maybe we can do it that way.
And 6 or 12 is reasonable. I think when we were up at 59 versus 60 events, it caused me concern as to, neighbors have to sit home on weekends and check boxes to get to that number of events. So I think 6 or 12 is probably reasonable, and we hope, again, the question that I'm asking about citation ability will help me understand what we can currently do if there is a situation where, unfortunately we write code for the bad actors, right?
And Karen, your mic is hot.
I'm sorry. I have an answer on the
Okay, there you
penalties. All right. Thanks to Clayton pointing this out to me. If you go to Chapter 17, where you have your administrative penalties, you also are referred back to 1762-040, which states that, I got this right. You know what? Why don't you just, I'm going to let Clayton say
Let him
this.
do it.
He has it down pat.
So, Clayton Cook, Deputy County Counsel. In section 17.62.040, it refers to penalties, and that refers you to section 1.24.010, which allows administrative fines up to $2,000. Okay. So there are fines. There aren't any provisions in code enforcement that would allow you to revoke the permit, but you could certainly include that in as a condition on any of the use permits, that if they do have some sort of active violation, then that would be grounds for revocation.
Great. Thank you for that answer.
Because I just want to be clear. I can see both sides of these issues with bad actors, right? And unfortunately, that's why we're here.
Remember, too, if the use permit has been granted, there's also the provisions for the revocation of the use permit.
Of the use permit and the administrative plan. Okay, thank you.
Just to bring closure to the comment you made, Bonnie, we can absolutely revisit some kind of procedure with code compliance if we see some issues, some trending issues with code compliance.
I think that would be great. I think we got the answer that we were looking for, so thank you, Clayton. All right, with that, any other discussion? Looks like we're willing to move forward. Okay.
Just one comment.
Yes,
I've
Supervisor.
made this pitch several times before. It's a good time to do it again, I think. And that is that I think it's to all of our benefit if we do have, probably directed to county exec more than anyone, but adequate funding for code enforcement, because bad actors on both sides cause me to think about how it's very helpful to those of us who get these calls also, that if we have code enforcement go out and find that somebody's actually in compliance, that can be just as powerful as finding the people who are out of compliance. And in my experience, I think that's more often than not. So just a pitch to make sure that we do have a good code enforcement and that it's responsive and takes care of our needs.
Okay. All right, so with that, we have some changes made to the ordinance, correct? Which we have agreement upon, and you have read them into the record, correct?
Right. So my suggestion is you can follow the recommendations that Nikki has up on the screen, but we'll be adding in, and maybe what we should do is simply read the first one and have you take action on the EIR first. I'll let Nikki read in the request.
Sure. So first recommendation is to adopt a resolution to certify the Winery and Farm Brewery Zoning Text Amendment Final EIR, prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, adopt the findings of fact, the statement of overriding considerations, and the mitigation monitoring reporting program.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Wygant, second by Supervisor Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next.
This one we have some.
Right. On the second one, it would be adopt an ordinance as amended to amend Placer County Code, Chapter 17, Articles 1704 and 1756, as it pertains to regulations for wineries and farm breweries.
So moved.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. What is that? What else do we
That's
have?
it.
That's it.
That's it.
All right.
I just quickly extend thanks to staff. Huge amount of work over a long period of time. Incredibly inclusive, and I know it took a lot of work, a lot of things to work through. So I want to thank everybody that was involved.
Thank you, Nikki.
Agreed, especially with the comments that there hadn't been an inclusive process. This seems like it has been a very inclusive and long process. So thank
Just
you.
taken another decade.
All right, thanks. Thank you, planning team. All right, we'll move to our 7A item, which is the MOU between, okay, sorry, I heard comments out there. We're moving to item 7A, the MOU between Placer County and the trustees of California State University and California State University, Sacramento. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, good afternoon. Michelle Kingsbury, Principal Management Analyst with CEDRA. As usual, I'll be quick. The item before you today is to authorize our Chair of the Board of Supervisors to execute a MOU with the trustees of the California State University and California State University, Sacramento, relative to the development of the Placer Center in the Placer Ranch Specific Plan. As you're aware, back in December 10th, 2019, we approved both the Placer Ranch Specific Plan as well as an update to the Sunset Area Plan, and as a cornerstone of the development of both Placer Ranch and the Sunset Area was the development of the Placer Center within the Placer Ranch Specific Plan. We've worked diligently since that time with our partners both at CSU as well as CSUS to develop and outline the MOU, which is before you for consideration today. The CSU Board of Trustees took action back in March of 2020, several months ago, to approve their delegated authority to execute this MOU with us. We've worked as quite a bit of a team effort over the past several months, even during the COVID crisis, to work through the terms that are outlined in that MOU before you today. The purpose of the MOU is really to summarize the mutual understanding and roles and responsibilities and expectations between both the CSU system, the CSUS system, and Placer Ranch, as well as the county. There are key areas in the MOU, reiterate both the obligations that were noted in the development agreement between Placer Ranch and the county that was approved back in December 10th of 2019 relative to commitments to backbone infrastructure as well as payment of traffic fees and the like. In addition, the MOU also reiterates our commitments toward developing partnerships, both through common areas such as transit, libraries, and those types of opportunities that may be out there as the campus furthers its development. In addition, the MOU outlines and more so clarifies kind of since The CSU and the Placer Center would be subject to state rules and not, as it develops, pull a building permit with the county. It really clarifies fees that would otherwise be charged at a countywide basis and which bucket they fall into, such as would it be a Placer Ranch community obligation versus a university obligation. And the MOU really, in one of the exhibits, clarifies whose bucket those fees would fall into, as hopefully a lot of us won't be here in 10 years, and those that would be pursuing and kind of processing development forward, it just provides a real clear roadmap as to responsibilities and expectations as the CSU continues to develop. And certainly this MOU does answer, and we heard quite a bit during the hearings and process of approving the specific plan, the area plan. Really, is this university real? And I think that bringing forward this MOU today affirms that commitment by both the CSU system and their board of trustees, as well as the Sac State folks, that they are real and committed to developing the Placer Center. In addition, and last but not least, certainly, is that the MOU does define kind of naming conventions associated with both Placer Center and if it becomes a full CSU campus. With that, I know we also have Jonathan Bowman, who's with the Sac State system, that is here also to say a few words, I think via Zoom. And we're certainly, as staff, we worked quite a bit together. I'd like to thank Clayton Cook, who's kind of my partner in hand as we developed this MOU, as well as Todd and also Steve Pedretti and Crystal Jacobson. We worked hand in hand with both the Placer Ranch folks and both the CSU and the CSUS folks to get here today. So with that, certainly if Jonathan would like to say a few words, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you very much. Let's see, no questions right now, so why don't we go ahead and have Jonathan make a few comments, and thank you for being patient. We're a little bit late, but we appreciate you standing by.
My pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all again. I'm Jonathan Bowman. I'm the Vice President of Administration and the Chief Financial Officer at Sac State. I last presented to this group in the end of 2019, where I reaffirmed Sacramento State's commitment to the off-campus center in Placer County. I'm honored to speak to you again and to recognize our continued partnership and also to outline some of the next steps moving forward. This off-campus center project has been in the works for almost 20 years. We would not be here today if it were not for the combined efforts of countless folks who have helped this project come to fruition. I sincerely and wholeheartedly thank and appreciate everyone who has dedicated the time to this project. As Michelle said, we've been working very busily on finalizing this MOU that's presented to you today, and we're excited that it outlines a mutually beneficial plan for all parties to move forward. Sacramento State also has already initiated formal master planning efforts, and we will be working with our valued partners at Sierra College and those in the community. It's our continued and sustained goal to ensure we create a system of seamless academic support as Sierra College's students transition to Sac State students. We should have the firm selected for the master plan by the end of the month, with contracts expected to be in place by Labor Day, and we anticipate the master planning and CEQA process to take about 1.5 years. So we should have a master plan for Placer Ranch by the end of 2021. Sacramento State is looking forward to our continued partnership with Placer County, and we are steadfast in ensuring our institution continues to support and respond to our surrounding community's needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate your comments. Let's see, any other questions from board members? No, we will go ahead and question.
I just want to thank everyone again. This is an astounding landmark in this amazing process, a remarkable partnership that includes the landowner, Eli Broad, and staff did an amazing job. County, obviously Sac State, California State University system, but also Sierra College. So we've taken another big step and look forward to some great outcomes over time.
Thank you, Robert. We will go ahead and open it up to the public. And we have no public comment, and bring it back. And Supervisor Euler?
I wanted to thank you for wearing your red shirt, because I think it symbolizes the red herring that we were all told this entire deal was. And you caught the red herring, it would appear, by bringing this forward. You know, it was despicable the way that opponents to that project accused this board of participating in a ruse to deceive the residents of this county as we tried to move this project forward. And I appreciate the folks at Sac State staying with us in spite of it, because it would have been easy to wilt in the heat that was brought by some of these folks, but they remained steadfast in their commitment to Placer County. As Robert mentioned, Willie Duncan and Sierra College has played a significant role in making this entire concept of a higher education campus out there in that project a possibility. And so I celebrate, as much as moving the project forward, I celebrate the hopefully renewed confidence this gives folks in this Board of Supervisors, that when we say we are intent on providing these levels of service and bringing these kinds of opportunities forward, that is in fact what we are doing.
Supervisor Gustafson, I can see you ready to push your
reaching
button.
for my button. I want to thank you too, and I want to thank California State University for bearing with us as we went through that process, because I could have seen their skepticism and concern of how we were going to stand as a board to honor this agreement, this opportunity for the entire region, especially for Placer County residents. And so thank you, Michelle. I know it was a tremendous, thank the whole team for working out this agreement, this MOU, and I look forward to forward progress on it.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes.
I too thank you, Michelle, and everybody that was involved in this. This has been a two decades long project. I still had brown hair when we started this, but it's indeed today is. I still have hair. Come on. It's a historic moment, indeed, with what we just did, the prior issue, and this one. It's a historic moment for Placer County, so I'm very proud of it. And again, thank you, and Robert, thank you for your dogged determination to get this through.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we need to, did you read the motion?
I can.
Would you read the motion, and then we will go ahead and take a vote.
The motion is to authorize the Chair of the Board of Supervisors to execute the Memorandum of Understanding 2 between the County of Placer and the trustees of the California State University and California State University Sacramento relative to the development of a California State University Sacramento off-campus center in Placer County.
So moved. Second.
All right, motion and a second, Wygant and Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. All right, it is 12:37. We're about an hour behind. I want to make sure staff would be okay if we took a 30-minute break and went to closed session. I think that would be a good thing. Hopefully that works for Dr. Sisson and her team. I know she's probably there somewhere. Does that work for you, Amy? Great. Thank you very much. We need to take a little bit of a break, and so we'll be back in about 30 minutes to pick up the COVID items. And Karen, you need to report out.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 2 items of existing litigation.
Great. So we should be back no later than 1:10. All right. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We will move forward with our agenda, and we have item 8A, which is the COVID update. So first we'll start, we won't do that yet. First, we will have a report out from closed session. Let's chalk it up to the newbie here.
The board met in closed session to consider 2 items of existing litigation. In Labar versus County, the board authorized defense of the named defendants. In In-Re PG&E Corporation, the board authorized 2 contracts with outside legal counsel. This concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you very much. Now we will have the COVID update. We'll start with our health officer. Thank you, Dr. Sisson, and appreciate you being here and being flexible with your time. Really do appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to provide another update on coronavirus in Placer County. As you've heard me say previously, our response to the coronavirus outbreak is focused on 2 main goals: to avoid overwhelming the healthcare system with a surge in cases and to protect vulnerable populations. So with these in mind, I'll update your board on numbers of hospitalizations, cases, tests, and where Placer County stands on other key indicators. But first, let's start by discussing the state's reopening roadmap. Placer County is now in stage 3 of the state's reopening roadmap, when higher risk workplaces are allowed to open. At the last meeting of your board, we discussed how the state had released guidance for a number of sectors to reopen, including hotels for tourism and individual travel, gyms, and fitness centers, including pools, as well as others. Since then, the state has released more guidance and allowed 3 other areas to reopen. These include personal care services like nail services, skin care, and tattoos, as well as athletic conditioning and drills, and weddings. We continue to await state guidance in other areas that are of local interest, including youth sports and small gatherings. Many residents have sent us inquiries about youth sports. At this time, the state only allows distance drills and conditioning. No contact, no scrimmaging, and no competition. We will continue to check in with the state about when youth sports guidance will be released and to advocate for this to be soon. Late last week, the state mandated that face coverings be worn when people are in high-risk situations. Some individuals are exempt from wearing a face covering, including children under 2 and those who would be unable to remove their own face covering. Let's turn to hospitalizations. We currently have 11 confirmed COVID-19 cases in Placer County hospitals, with 2 confirmed cases in the intensive care unit. Sadly, a 10th Placer County resident died on Sunday from COVID-19. The deceased individual had underlying medical conditions. Placer County hospitals continue to have adequate capacity, including available critical care beds, ventilators, and personal protective equipment. Could you please pull up the slides so that I can review some key data? Great. So there are now 534 laboratory confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Placer County. An average of 17 new cases per day have been reported in the last 7 days. As the chart illustrates, compared to 2 weeks ago, cases have increased by nearly 80%. Next slide. As of June 21st, Placer County Public Health has received the results of over 20,000 initial tests to detect new COVID-19 infection. Overall, 2.6% of tests have been positive. While the 7-day average testing positivity rate remains low at 4%, it has increased from the previous 7-day period. As a reminder, an increase in test positivity means that positive tests are increasing faster than all tests, which indicates that the burden of disease is increasing. I want to remind Placer County residents that tests are being offered by healthcare providers as well as at 2 testing sites run by OptumServe. one at the Placer County Library in Rockland, and the other on Donner Pass Road in Truckee. Next slide. Our public health team continues to closely follow data related to disease burden and county preparedness. This slide shows the triggers that Placer County agreed to in its May 11th attestation to track for when we might need to increase restrictions. As was the case 2 weeks ago when I last presented to your board, Placer has not met any of these triggers. Next slide. The state has also developed county-level metrics to identify potential areas of concern. The state's metrics are a supplement to Placer County's triggers, not a replacement. The California Department of Public Health continues to actively monitor each county's data and engages with counties who are failing to meet indicators. We are keeping a very close eye on the state's metric of 14-day case rate per 100,000 residents. Placer County's number falls below the 100 cases per 100,000 resident threshold, yet it has doubled compared to 2 weeks ago. Nonetheless, the case rate of 53 per 100,000, when coupled with Placer's testing positivity rate of 4%, indicates that the county has not exceeded this threshold. To reach a case rate of 100 per 100,000 residents, Placer County would need to add 400 cases in 14 days, which is an average of 28 cases per day. All of the other indicators listed here continue to not exceed the thresholds. Could you please take down the slides? So in summary, Placer's recent increases in COVID-19 cases demonstrate that COVID-19 is still very much active in our community. Fortunately, the local healthcare system is currently capable of responding to an increase in cases. And we continue to recommend that residents adopt practices to slow the rate of infection. This includes staying home as much as possible, washing their hands frequently, staying at least 6 feet apart from and not gathering with people who don't live in their household, wearing face coverings in public, disinfecting frequently touched surfaces, monitoring their health, and getting tested when they have symptoms. Thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Sisson. Appreciate that very much. Very sorry to hear about the additional death that happened on Sunday. And let's see, any questions from our board? Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, just one, Doctor. I got a question from somebody and I couldn't answer it. If somebody is a test positive, they are tested again until they test negative, correct?
I'm sorry, if somebody tests positive, they're tested again until they test negative? Is that
Yes.
the question?
Yeah.
No, that is not correct.
Okay.
In the very beginning, the CDC recommended such test-based clearance criteria, so they were actually requiring that people have 2 negative tests 24 hours apart before they could be cleared. But then the evidence showed that people continued to shed virus and test positive in many cases for months, even though they were no longer thought to be infectious. So the CDC and the California Department of Public Health now have a symptom-based or time-based clearance or discontinuation of isolation, which is based on 10 days from the onset of symptoms, 72 hours without a fever, and improvement in respiratory symptoms. Or for cases who never had symptoms, then we simply count 10 days from their positive test, and after 10 days, they're considered no longer infectious.
Okay. So, because the question that was put to me was in the current 534 positive results, is it possible that we have individuals being counted more times than just once in that, based on that? No. So
No,
even though early,
those are unique individuals. Okay. Some people are tested twice.
Okay.
And we don't recommend it, but we can't stop them from being retested. But an individual is only counted as a case one time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That was all I need to know.
Thank you. Supervisor Gustafson?
Well, I was just going to clarify that I know some individuals who, to go back to work, their employer requires a negative test, so they might be tested. I was just going to clarify that it isn't. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not a recommendation by public health.
Okay, but do you have any idea, would those then show up as duplicates within those numbers?
No, we deduplicate all of the cases. So
okay.
I was just going through OptumServe test results last night, and I saw many people who have 2 positive test results, but those are only counted as 1 case in our totals. Okay. And all of our tests, when you look at our online dashboard, when we report tests, we report initial tests. So we don't double count on the testing side either.
Okay.
So if somebody's tested twice, it will only show up once in those negative test numbers on the dashboard.
Okay, great, thank you. And then on the issue of the positivity, it's a number that I've been tracking, and we had gone up to just north of, and this is not, your number is looking at, I believe, the 7-day average that has us now at close to 4%.
That is correct.
Okay.
And that's the number that the state uses. The cumulative testing positivity is not all that useful because it doesn't show current trends. Right. So the 7-day is much more useful.
Right. No, I get that and I agree. So we've gone, but we were at a low of 1.7% on the cumulative. We jumped up to just over 2.6. And now on the cumulative, we're now back down under 2.6 at 2.57. So hopefully that means that the 7-day average is going to be trending in the right direction if we were able to move the needle back under 6. So just an observation, really more than anything else.
Yeah.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sisson. Any insights when the governor might make further pronouncements on reopening, whether it's youth sports or other activities or groups?
No, I submitted multiple email inquiries to the Department of Public Health yesterday at the state level and did not receive a response as to when additional guidance may be coming out around youth sports or around small gatherings. Great. Or anything else for that matter.
Yeah, I've had a lot of inquiries about that as the summer is kicking off and people are still wondering whether to cancel events or not and what size events they need to reduce it to. Well, thank you for your efforts, and I do appreciate the new chart that you provided Kelly that I think we're all going to be getting. So, yeah.
All right.
And then, Madam Chair, I do have some questions of council, but I'm happy to wait till after public comment.
Let's go ahead and take public comment, and we'll do Zoom first. So get ready to have your name called, folks. It's a lottery. What name comes first?
Kathleen, go ahead and unmute your mic and start your video. Give your comments.
Kathleen Turner. I'm not Kathleen Crawford, right? That's probably who it is.
Yes.
Hi, Kathleen. We can hear you.
Hi. Good afternoon. I appreciate Dr. Sisson's report, but I do have some questions about some of the statistics, also some observations. I am increasingly concerned about the percentage of positive cases in the 0 to 17-year-old age group. This is an age group that has not been in school, has not been doing team competitive sports, but it was flatlined March, April, and May at 0%. It's now at 10% as of today. The 18 to 49-year-olds, their rate is now 57% of the positive cases. The 50 to 64 is down to 22%, and the over age 65 is down to 11%. Pretty soon, we're going to have more young people with positive cases than over 65. They are rapidly gaining on that number of cases. And as a grandparent, it concerns me greatly that we are sort of glossing over how many of these young people may be becoming ill. Granted, I've heard that their cases are not as difficult. They may not have as many complications. while they have the virus, may just be a tough case of the flu. But there are children who die. In North Carolina yesterday, it was announced that an 8-year-old with no underlying conditions had died 3 days after being hospitalized. So it can be a problem even for young people. And I am concerned that we are ignoring that increasingly difficult group of growing infection. And I think it's primarily because many of them, like some of their parents in the 18 to 49-year-old range, think that they're impervious to this. They are not consistently wearing masks, and they are not doing what they need to curtail the rate of infection. The other item I'd like to ask about is the hotspot in Lincoln. Lincoln, which has approximately 49,000 population, has already 155 cases of the positive cases in South Placer. Whereas Roseville, the two main zip codes in Roseville, which has a population of 139,000, only has 118 cases. So it seems to me that Lincoln is a hot spot and that we really need to have more information about what's happening in Lincoln and the contact tracing. What is it telling us about what's happening there? So those are my questions on the data part of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
She's still there? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Okay, I have a quick question. What were your percentages again for the under 18 group?
The under 18 group, and this was taken right off of the dashboard this morning. For 0 to 17, it was 10% of the positive cases.
Okay, and so that's Placer County.
Placer County. It's
Okay.
It's on your Board of
Right.
Supervisors
Yeah, right.
website.
No, and that's fine. The reason I'm asking is because I'm actually looking at the statewide numbers, and if I don't know if it makes you feel any better, but statewide, under 18 represents 7.5% statewide, 7.5% of the cases, and yet they're 22.5% of the population. So, like I said,
Yeah.
don't know if that makes you feel any better. And State of California reports no deaths in that population.
That's true. I'm sure there are no deaths in that population, but children who become sick and then may have lifelong recurring health issues, there may be a small number of them, but they're going to have 60 years of recurring life issues, health issues. And so I really am concerned about them. And I believe, considering how protected their group was and being away from school and away from team sports, it's really alarming to see this increase all the way through June. And the school districts are going to have to start to figure out something to do about returning to school in late August. And I'm very, very fearful that this could really become a problem for our young people. And I think we need to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. All right, do we have another caller via Zoom? Or
No more
commenter?
Zoom callers, so we'll transfer the first. Oh,
Yes, we do.
one more.
All right, go ahead, whoever that is.
2 more. Give me 1 second. So she's going to transfer in this live caller.
All right, we have a live caller.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Joel Manfredi.
Go ahead.
Hi, I just jumped in here late. I apologize about that. So if this has already been said, my apologies. I'm just calling about the new mask order that's been issued by Governor Newsom, and I just heard the last lady speak about the concern about children. We have 2 young children ourselves, 8 and 4, and I guess I would represent the other side of the coin here. We have no concern about them becoming ill from this. As a matter of fact, our belief is that when children are exposed to these types of, bacteria or sicknesses, they actually become stronger in life. I mean, as far as overcoming and building up immunities to sicknesses in the future. I totally disagree with the mandate to wear masks in stores. I mean, we've gone to a couple stores since they've implemented this mandate, and it's the people working there don't enjoy it. They have to tell people not to come in with masks. There's so many mixed signals and confusing data about if masks work or not. Some people are adamant that it's the best thing in the world to wear masks. Other people are saying it's ridiculous. These masks don't work. I'm looking at the deaths in Placer County. We have 9 deaths. We have 398,000 people in the county. We have a 0.00002% chance of death. And out of those 9 deaths, 7 of the 9 were over 65 and had other health complications. I just don't think that it's something that warrants having to wear a mask in this county. I think that the Board of Supervisors can push back a little bit on that mandate. I see that the sheriff or the police in Roseville and Sacramento and Placerville are not going to abide by the order and give people citations for it. But I just think that it's time for us to make our own decisions as far as our county goes. We're not Los Angeles, we're not New York, we're Placer County. So I think that we need to think for ourselves in that. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Do we have no other live callers?
All right, no other live callers. All right, thank you. We'll bring it back, and
we have 2 Zoom. No more live callers.
2 more Zoom callers. Sorry. So we'll keep public comment open and finish up with these 2 Zoom callers.
Lisa Larkin, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi there. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on both of those last callers. First of all, something that wasn't also mentioned is these kids, getting infected with the viruses, and nobody seems to be concerned about that. These kids come home to families, to parents, to siblings, to grandparents, and put them at risk when the children become ill. So I think that's another consideration. In regards to the masks that the last caller just made a reference to, the reason that there is so much confusion about wearing a mask is somebody on the Board of Supervisors currently is posting videos with their own beliefs on Facebook and spreading information that goes against the CDC and the health officers' recommendations. So there would be confusion of that. I did notice out shopping this weekend after the mandate, I ventured out and there were a lot of people wearing masks. The majority of them were wearing masks. There were a few that were wearing them on their chin in basic, they just don't want to wear the mask, so they have it on their chin. And then the store people were terrified to tell them to put the mask on when asked about it. So, unless we are going to give the signal to everybody consistently from our Board of Supervisors to follow what the CDC recommends, you're going to have that divisive action, that rebellion action. But if you are responsible as Board Supervisors that are protecting our constituents, you will have the same message that is recommended by the people that actually have medical degrees, and not comparing an HIV care ribbon to a mask that can protect people from spreading the virus to other people. That's my comment. Thank you.
Next participant, please.
Cheryl, you have been promoted to a panelist. Please go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, Cheryl Berkema. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I first want to thank Supervisor Gustafson for wearing a mask. I think it takes courage when your peers are sitting there without a mask, so kudos to you for wearing that mask. And I would like to ask Dr. Sisson, thank you first of all for your updates. I go out and look at the updates also. The numbers are trending in the wrong direction. We realize there's been holidays and things of that nature. But my concern, as well as the public comments that I saw posted, were the removal of the responsibility of the health officer to make the health decisions. So in the proposal, my question would be, what does that mean in terms of if you make a recommendation and have data based on state guidelines, what does that mean if the board chooses to adopt that resolution and you don't agree with that, or the state doesn't agree with those numbers? Is the state going to ensure that the activities get rolled back that potentially are causing that? And to Dr. Sisson, are you somehow in contact tracing going to be able to figure out those activities? I know that's a challenging question, but if we just opened up, for example, theaters, are you going to be able to figure that out and reasonably figure out what those activities are? I too am concerned about the younger age groups. I think that school being a big trigger, if there's any way that it can be suggested that there's some type of rollout where it's not everybody going back to school or any of those types of activities, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. It looks like you commented on both items, the future one coming up. Let's see, any other callers or comments?
Dana, you've been promoted to a panelist. Please go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Dana?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Great, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, yeah. I was going to comment on this. I realized that would be jumping the gun, so I'm going to split up and comment on the next agenda item as well. But the mask thing brought up, so I thought I'd go ahead and comment on that. I worked as a health professional at the University of California hospitals for 34 years and had over 40 in-service infection control trainings, and I just finished watching the House proceedings on COVID, which was attended by the head of the CDC, the FDA, the Assistant Secretary of Health and Human Services, and by Dr. Fauci from the NIH. And during the meeting, those health experts and the majority of the attending representatives all wore masks except when they were actually speaking. And both Dr. Fauci from NIH and Dr. Redfield from the CDC reiterated multiple times the importance of wearing face coverings in public. And Dr. Fauci actually stated, quote, all public health professionals agree that face coverings reduce the spread of COVID. That is all, I quote. Yet I see that the majority of the supervisors here today have chosen to ignore those basic public health recommendations, which of course makes me question your ability then to override the decisions of our public health officer. But I also want to point out that in Missouri, 2 hairdressers were infected with COVID, and for a full week, they cut the hair of 140 customers while having actual symptoms of COVID. And the public health officials in that area expected a mass outbreak, yet as of now, which is about 3 to 4 weeks later, there has not been a single case. And the public health officials in Missouri surmised that because all of the employees and the customers were wearing masks and followed basic public health guidelines, there was no transmission of the COVID virus. So I would say that, unfortunately, when I go out in our community, I see a lack of adherence to these mask-wearing recommendations, despite this obvious, information and recommendations to the opposite. So that is my comment on that topic.
Thank you. Next participant.
Please transfer the next caller in. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Allie.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'd like to comment again on the wearing of masks. I am a strong proponent of not wearing masks and would encourage other citizens to do the same. I feel as though we are trying to induce fear in our culture, and I strongly am against it. I feel as though our human bodies are able to resist most viruses and bacteria that we come across. And the more that we are subject to, the stronger our immunity will be. When we fear such things, our bodies become weak. And if we focus and put this energy on making our bodies healthier by eating healthier food and living a healthier lifestyle, we are much more capable of fighting any virus. COVID will not be the last virus that we will encounter. And so I encourage you all to think about what our long-term goal is. Wearing face masks, in my opinion, is not sustainable. I think it is crazy to ask children to wear face masks at school or in public, it does not allow them to look at other faces to read for communication abilities. It is important for kids to look at facial expressions to learn nonverbal communicating skills. When you can't see somebody smile, we are creating an atmosphere of unhealthy, sad, depressed people. And there is more to this than just the actual virus. We need to think about our long-term effects psychologically, and not just this one particular COVID virus. I really encourage you all to think about our long-term plan as a society, and face masks will not be the answer to this. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please. It looks like we have a Zoom commenter.
Katrina Dunn, you've been promoted to a panelist. Please unmute your mic and start your video to give your comments.
Hi, my name is Katrina Dunn, and I'm a registered nurse. And I just wanted to remind the Board of Supervisors and the people listening and making comments that anecdotal stories and personal opinions and comments are not acceptable substitutions for evidence-based medicine. And so I'm listening, and I'm just quite disturbed that people are calling in with their personal opinions when medicine has always been evidence-based. That was my short comment. I really urge you to let the science play out here. I've been a nurse, for 30-something years, and I'm not liking the trending up. And I just really encourage you to let science play out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, we're going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back. Dr. Sisson, I heard one question about Lincoln, and I know that just for people's knowledge, there are every Friday some additional sort of in-depth dive that the county is providing on COVID cases on the coronavirus website. Click under news, and it has additional detail that every Friday will be updated. And I think with Lincoln, if you just want to address the increases in Lincoln, I think that would be helpful, Dr. Sisson.
Sure, happy to do so. So in the last week, 69 of the county's 133 new cases, which represents 52% of new cases, were in Lincoln. So that is an area of concern. And so we did do a deeper dive in our weekly data report last Friday to put a spotlight on those cases in Lincoln. And I'll just share a few of the findings in terms of what we've discovered in our contact tracing and case investigation about those cases in Lincoln. It appears that the epidemic and that the clusters in Lincoln are being driven by several factors, including transmission within families. In many cases, family units ranging from 2 to 10 family members who are all positive, either in the same household or coming into close contact with each other. And so it appears that in many cases, people are not able to adequately isolate from others once they are diagnosed with COVID within their own home. Secondly, we're also seeing workplace transmissions, in many cases in construction, gardening, landscaping, or other maintenance work, as well as food service, especially in fast food as well as grocery worker cases. In addition, we have seen cases in Lincoln that are linked to gatherings, including Mother's Day celebrations, birthday parties, funerals, and prayer services. And then finally, I think we're having some trouble eliciting contacts of all the cases because in some cases people are hesitant to share details about who they've been in contact with, which makes it very difficult for public health to help stop the spread of cases. So those are some of the the conditions that we feel are driving the cases in Lincoln. As people pointed out, several of our callers, the cases are in younger individuals who are less likely to end up hospitalized, which is why I believe our hospitalizations in the county have stayed low, even as the number of cases has increased by almost 80% in the last 2 weeks. So hopefully that answers the questions around Lincoln. And then there was also a question about our contact tracing in general. So if I can just add a little bit in terms of what we found outside of Lincoln, but just in terms of, countywide, it pretty much is that same pattern of cases associated with spread within households where isolation is difficult, as well as food service workers, some travel, cases associated with gatherings, as well as the sort of home services industry in terms of landscaping, construction, nursery work, for example. So I think what we're seeing in Lincoln in terms of case investigations and the contact tracing findings is very similar to what we're finding throughout the county.
Thank you. Appreciate that update. Any other questions from my colleagues? Supervisor Euler. Okay. Oh, yes. You have questions for council. Yeah. Okay. Yes, we've closed public comment. We're back here.
And Karen, I have questions along the lines of the quote-unquote order that was issued on the...
Well, now hold on a second, because that is the next item. So we can finish up this...
No, I meant in regard to the masks.
Oh, in regard to the masks.
Yeah, the governor's, what's being referred to as, constantly being referred to as the quote-unquote governor's order in regard to the masks issued on the 18th. But then in terms of conversations regarding youth sports and things like that, is it the chair's preference that I defer that to the next item?
Let's do that.
Okay,
yeah.
Fine. Then I just wanted to clarify, so on the 18th, the California Department of Public Health issued their guidance for the use of face coverings. It is widely reported in the media that this was the governor issuing an order. This was not an executive order from the governor's office, was it?
No.
Okay. So when they issued guidance, first question is, given how regulation is made, we have a standard under the Office of Administrative Law by which departments can make rules that have the force of law, but guidance doesn't have the force of law, correct?
Why don't we put this in the context of the Emergency Services Act?
Okay.
Because I think it's important to take it in that context. And before I respond, I'm going to make a disclaimer that nothing I say here is a statement, position, or opinion on whether it is prudent to follow the California Public Health Department's guidance on wearing masks. And nothing I'm going to say here today has any reference, nor should it be implied, that I'm saying that the medical provider's recommendation shouldn't be followed. What I looked at was strictly the letter of the law and interpretation of statutes. And to that, let's go to the Emergency Services Act. Under Section 8567, the governor may make, amend, and rescind orders and regulations. His orders, and those are his executive orders, have the force and effect of law. The governor can suspend regulations. The governor can make emergency regulations. I think what's important to note here is nothing we have found in our office under our survey or research has produced whether there was any rulemaking procedures involved prior to the issuance of these guidances. Because here's the thing, the governor could have issued emergency regulations on face masks. He didn't. The Public Health Department could also issue emergency regulations on face masks. However, if they were going to do that, they have to follow the regulations, the rules, under Government Code 11346.1 and several others, which requires that the adoption of regulations be subject to public notice and review a certain amount of days before those regulations take effect. So in reviewing this strictly from the standpoint of the statute, this guidance cannot be interpreted as a governor's order because it's not, and it can't be interpreted as draft as emergency regulations because we can find nowhere in our research that they complied with the regulation making requirements to consider them to be regulations. I hope that answered your question.
It does, and in fact, I have the Office of Administrative Laws, a guide on titled About the Emergency Rulemaking Process, and specifically, as you identified, 113461B and 2 does define how does an agency demonstrate that an emergency situation exists, and then goes into what are the rulemaking process, which has a public input component to it and all the rest.
Right.
And obviously that wasn't what was followed. And
Not
as
that
you
we can
indicated, this guidance came out under the same header from the Department of Health that their previous guidance had come out on. And I will read, by the way, and I appreciate your disclaimer about you not making a judgment, but I will read what the Department of Health, what they wrote about how well do cloth face coverings work to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And this is their website. There is limited evidence to suggest that the use of cloth face coverings by the public during a pandemic could help reduce disease transmission. Limited evidence that it's going to help reduce disease transmission. So you didn't say it. I didn't say it. The California Department of Public Health's website said it. But thank you, because really the point was there's tremendous confusion, and unfortunately, Mr. Leopold, I think we allowed for that confusion to be fed when our PIO put out something saying the governor is requiring face masks. And so hopefully we can get something put out that revises that and differentiates between an executive order, which is a requirement, because I have an awful lot of businesses who are telling me my employees don't want to wear them, I don't want to require them for my employees, do I have to? And they saw the county saying that this was a requirement. And so we have helped spread that little bit of information that was not entirely accurate. It was cleverly written, I will give them that under the issue of guidance and not as an order, they did write that the people of California must wear face coverings. If you wanted an order, Governor, make it an order. So thank you for the clarification, Council. Greatly appreciate it.
So it is guidance, not an order. It is very clearly a divisive issue. So somebody mentioned in public comment, it's not a divisive issue. Unfortunately, it is. And we're not here to try to take sides. All along, we've encouraged people to be respectful of other folks. And I have my face mask and I wear it when I'm out and about and when I'm close to people. And that's what we're encouraging people to do, is be respectful of their neighbors, et cetera. And it's really challenging because you cannot mandate compliance. You just can't mandate compliance. And unfortunately, it's a divisive issue, and we're in this challenging space. So I appreciate the robust conversation. Go ahead, Karen.
I wanted to mention one other point about that as well, because obviously my colleagues around the state have had extensive conversations as to whether in this particular setting we're required to wear face masks. And the ultimate decision, which I agree with, is even if you were considering this mandatory, it's in a public setting, and because this is closed to the public, most of my colleagues ended up on the side, which I agree with, is as not being open to the public right now. There's no requirement to wear a face mask on the board, for the board to do so, or us. Now, obviously, if we prefer to, then we should. But I just want to make that point because a lot of people seem to criticize the board for that.
Thank you. Supervisor White and then Gustafson.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. First, Kirk, really appreciate your question, the research, and Karen, your research. I was on vacation and off the grid literally when this.
Lucky you.
And it looks pretty good right now. So I was notified that there had been a gubernatorial order requiring face masks. I've literally been reading as much about COVID as I'm literally capable of reading for the last 3 months. I can get people a lot of information that I kept about the science on non-medical face mask in non-medical settings being very mixed. People say simply to us, follow the science. The science is inconclusive on that for sure. Last article I have was an editorial in the Wall Street Journal by a medical doctor arguing that non-medical face masks in non-medical settings were likely more of a detriment than a help. And as we've gone through this thing, in my opinion, we've talked about it some here, the governor has done things like talk about guidelines that in fact were orders, and now we have a guideline that was billed as being an order, or so that they had a lot of orders that were guidelines that were purported to be orders and vice versa. But anyway, so I think, Todd, with our PIO and the kind of work we do here, the county has a chance to cause a lot of clarity in a setting, frankly, where there's a lot of confusion being created on purpose for political purposes, obviously. So I'd like us to really diligently drill down into those kinds of things and have us at least be, regardless of people's opinion and perspectives, at least we can be clear as to the information that is getting set forth.
Yeah, we'll work with PIO. I think it's the key is about factual and being factual about the basis for what we're doing. So I will work with our PIO offices. We'll make adjustments where necessary.
And I think for me, a big driver in this, we do need to follow the science to the fullest possible. It's emerging almost on an hourly basis, it seems like. And at the end of the day, philosophically, I think individuals are primarily responsible for their own health. The government certainly has a role, particularly during a pandemic, but we need to filter it in that order. And philosophically, people are going to then align in the way that they are wired, and that's appropriate. But we should at least help make sure that the truth comes forward.
Thank you, Robert. Cindy?
Thank you. Well, I wanted to, and I appreciate the public comments that call me out for wearing one. It is my personal choice.
Right.
And no one up here has, even if they disagree with my personal choice, hasn't harassed me too much about it. But I want to explain a couple things. I have a son who's a firefighter paramedic. I have a daughter-in-law who's an ER nurse here in Auburn. Now I have a daughter-in-law, thanks to a quick marriage this weekend with no large gathering. But as you know, as first responders, they're wearing face coverings, and I choose to do that as well, and that's my choice. I also want to protect not only my fellow colleagues, but my community and my businesses. And to me, the evidence isn't all there. There's conflicting medical experts on every side of every issue. We can all read it. But if it helps in some small way to keep our business and our economy and our world moving forward out of this, I'm all in. You know, that's just my personal choice. But I urge people not to point fingers at others. That is not getting us anywhere. We're not moving forward that way, and I've just had way too many emails of antagonism and shaming, and what good is that doing, right? Ultimately, we ought to care for our communities in the best way we can by staying well and protecting others. And so I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. I did have a question for Todd under this item, but it's not relative to face coverings. So is that okay if I go?
Oh, of course.
I wanted to talk a little bit about our staffing coming back, specifically some of our services. I've had a lot of concerns about libraries, and I have forwarded those, and thank you for getting a statement from our librarian that at least in Auburn, there's services being made available. Other areas don't have that. How are the rest of our county services faring, and are we able to get folks back to work and serve our communities?
Yeah, so one great question. I will tell you, we brought online curbside kind of pickup on the library situation. So, obviously it's modified in what the current services are. But as far as the other operations, most of our front counter spaces are back and open. But they're obviously modified in a variety of different ways. I think, where we may have multiple points for residents to actually conduct business, we may have one or two front counters spaces, and those are spread out significantly. I will tell you, our real focus is really pushing online services that we did when we went into this modified working arrangement. So we continue to do that a lot. But for the majority of our services are back and running. And to be honest with you, most of them were there as well. I think the library is probably the most visible one for residents that wasn't open, but most other things were either available via online, or they could get a call and actually set an appointment to take care of those services. So, I'm really pleased with what the staff have done. And to be honest with you, it's been obviously in trying times, but the flexibility has been pretty outstanding. And so I will tell you, most of the front counter areas are open, and we're in the process of opening up the domes here for not necessarily board meetings, but for just normal business activities, and that's going to happen on July 6th. So I think that's one of the last buildings. We're just kind of waiting for having a front counter space. So.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. And I do want to commend county staff, because obviously when you look at 2,000 pages of board book and all the projects we're moving forward, and our last meeting, this meeting, a lot of things are continuing to move forward, and all the adaptations we've had to make to ensure that we get public comment and that people can weigh in with us been tremendous. And those services that aren't open yet, hopefully those staff are being utilized as contact tracers, as we've talked about, because I have had some emails like, what are these folks doing? Are they earning a living, or are you just paying them? And I have assured them that we're using them in other capacities to the best of their ability.
I will tell you, it's very rare that we have any employees that aren't doing a job or a function right now. Now, a few folks, and I will share with you, I think probably the most visible is our library operations. We do have some staff that, because we don't have all 7 of those libraries up and running at this point, they're doing contact tracing, and they're assisting our public health staff. So we've kind of modified their working arrangements, but I would assure those residents that have expressed concerns about that we've done a really good job about shifting those duties for the time being, and bringing them back online and making sure they're maximized to the fullest extent possible.
Great. And then I did watch over the weekend, and many of you probably saw, I think it was yesterday, in the city of Turlock, there was an incident where a father and 2 children went into a store without face coverings. The store chose to report that to their local police department, who said, we're not citing people for not wearing face coverings, but they did agree that it was trespass. If you enter a business and don't abide by their rules, that the police department would assist. And my question is that similarly, if a business has a challenge, say a restaurant or bar, somebody not obeying the rules that allow that business to stay open, can the business ask for our sheriff's assistance in getting the guests to comply with whatever rules that they need to comply with?
Yeah, and speaking with the sheriff this morning about this issue, he took in the same context. This is more a trespassing issue in the event that a business is asking someone that's a patron to come in and they aren't abiding by what their rules or regulations they like to put in place. That business has the opportunity to reach out to our sheriff's operation, but they're handling it not in a face mask perspective. They're talking about it more in potentially a trespassing issue in the event that that patron isn't willing to leave.
That's great to know, because because of the finger pointing and the reporting, some businesses are very nervous that other patrons are going to report them, and they may lose their ability to remain open because guests aren't complying, and so they want to know what are their tools to help. So thank you very much, and thanks staff, and Dr. Sisson, again, thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Cindy, appreciate your comments. So with that, let's move to our next item, which is item 9A, and it's an amendment of resolution 2020-034 regarding delegation of authority.
Yeah, so let me speak to this a bit. I'll give a little background, and then what the action before you for discussion is. So resolution 2020-034 was a resolution put in place on March 9th. It was really to ratify the public health emergency that was, or local health emergency that was declared by the public health officer on March 3rd. As a result of that, as I mentioned, the board had this resolution, and due to really unknown and unforeseen situations back at that first part of March, the time and kind of perceived efficiencies that may be gained as a result of that, the delegation of that authority to terminate this local emergency was provided to the public health officer at the time. Obviously, we're almost 4 months into this pandemic, and as things have evolved and things have changed, we continually need to adapt ourselves. And two things translated out of this. One, when we're looking really at the authority that's granted, there's two aspects. One is under Health and Safety Code Section 10.10.80, really speaks and delegates that authority to the Board of Supervisors to make a determination around termination of a local health emergency as deemed appropriate at the time for both health and safety purposes. But in addition to that, the governor's emergency proclamation that was noted actually and took place on March 4th speaks to this as well, and it specifically says that local emergency in this instance will remain in effect until the local governing authority terminates its respective local health emergency. Both speak to the Board of Supervisors making that ultimate determination as a local governing authority. As such, this resolution we have brought forward for consideration for an amendment to that to really change the language up regarding that specific provision in there about the delegation and bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for determination. So the way the language would read is the Board of Supervisors shall review as often as the board deems appropriate, but at least every 30 days the need to continuing the local health emergency through reports by the county executive officer and the county health officer, and shall proclaim the termination of the local health emergency at the earliest possible date the conditions warrant the termination. This discussion with you today has no bearing on the actual rescinding or the termination of our local emergency. I want to make that clear. Really, we're just talking about the determination and the formal decision that would be made by this board. It would be, put that delegation authority back to you versus being currently determined by the public health officer. But as I mentioned in the way the language reads, in concert with both recommendations from myself and the public health officer, you will be getting continual updates as you have since the onset of this pandemic that's occurred since March. We do continual updates usually at every board meeting. So that would remain in effect, and that would give you opportunities to weigh in and ask questions like we're doing currently. So I will leave that there and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. So a couple of pieces of clarification. One, there's two different issues. There was the health order that Dr. Sisson originally had. She no longer has a local health order, and we are under the state's health order, correct? And then there's the local emergency, which is actually sort of run by OES. And this is what we're talking about. We originally, in our original resolution, delegated the authority to terminate it to the health officer. Typically, the Board of Supervisors has that authority to terminate a health emergency or a local emergency, but we granted it in the last resolution. This action would just allow this board to have the authority to terminate this local emergency, which we are not choosing to do today, and we cannot do today because we need a declaration of termination, and we don't have that before us. So this is only giving us the authority in the future, if the board deems, after continuing to look at information from our health officer, etc., and we still have things to do. We're tracking, we're testing, we're monitoring, we're making sure our healthcare facilities can accommodate the needs that we have. This is just, we're still going to continue to do all of that work we're doing. That is not changing. So I'm making some clarifications because I know people are a little bit concerned. Did I get that right? I think I got that right. You might want to clarify me. I can see our county council going, you got one part right.
No,
wrong.
by and large. Just to clarify, there were two resolutions that the board adopted that ratified two separate proclamations of emergency. One was the proclamation of local emergency that we refer to as the OES emergency. The other was the proclamation of local health emergency. In those resolutions, the one for the OES emergency did not have a delegation to anyone, so it remains with the board to terminate that local emergency. It was the local health emergency resolution that had the delegation to the public health, the county's public health officer to terminate that local health emergency. So I think everything else you said is absolutely correct. The only thing we're doing, which is how the legislature actually set this up. The legislature set it up that it was the Board of Supervisors or a city council, if it's a city, that would ultimately make the proclamation of termination of a local health emergency, obviously in consultation with the public health officer, but it would be the board. Was it wrong to delegate? Absolutely not. The board has that authority. And as you were saying, this is just bringing back that authority back to the board where it lies under the statute.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you for clarifying. Supervisor Gustafson and then Euler? Okay.
He was first.
That's right, go ahead.
Go ahead, all right.
Don't argue about it.
So as I read this, if a health emergency were, if another situation, number of cases, other issues came up, our health officer can declare again a health emergency, and then we have 7 days to ratify that recommendation. Is that correct?
Well, there'd be no need to because the local health emergency is still in place.
I know, but if we were to rescind in the future, the concern I'm hearing from the public is we're taking away authority. And we are not.
We are not.
She would be able to go back and make another recommendation to us, and then publicly we would have to make a decision as to whether to support that or not. Is that the way I read that?
Yeah, to answer your question, I mean, say you decided in a month to terminate this, and say in another month the pandemic growth.
A second wave came.
The second wave came. The local health officer can most certainly do another proclamation, which this board would have to ratify within that 5 days.
Okay. I want to make that very clear to the public because for some reason they think we're going to make arbitrary political decisions and not take advice of our experts. And I've received a ton of emails. I mean, I'm not a medical expert, nor should I try to be one, nor am I a bridge building expert or a jail operations expert or a land use planning expert or many other things that I make decisions on. And so, at least for me, I do rely heavily on the expertise, both from county staff and from outside experts that I read and talk to and constituents and the public. So we'll still go through that process again and consider carefully any recommendations coming forward from our hospitals, from our health officer, and others.
In the event that this that took place, it would happen in the same manner that it did
This
when we
time.
initially put it in place.
She took the initiative this time. We then
ratified it.
Ratified it. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Supervisor Euler.
So, Karen, what I'm trying to get us toward is what is the process by which we as a board can say that our conditions on the ground in certain areas are not reflective perhaps of those of other parts of the state of California, and it puts us in a position where we can make findings that certain things that might not be appropriate for Los Angeles County might be appropriate for Placer County. And where I'm going directly is the issue of youth sports. When I look at our data, when I look at number of cases, number of deaths, percentage, as I pointed out, statewide, those under the age of 18 make up 22%, almost 23% of the population, and yet they have 7.5% of the cases. And we have, in the entire state of California, not a single death of a person under the age of 18. Is there a point in this process at which our board can say we have the data to make a finding that doesn't support this but does support this, and therefore we want to allow for youth sports to move forward based on this data?
I think I understand what you're asking. Even if you were to terminate, make a proclamation of terminating the local health emergency because the board finds that the circumstances now warrant it, based on the facts, the reports that you've been given. At this point, the governor's order is still in full force and effect, the executive order for shelter in place, from which all the guidance is here. So even if our local emergency is terminated, we are still subject to the governor's order.
And there's no charter county?
Well, as a charter county, and that's where, as a charter county with your own local health emergency in place, which it is, the county can look at this and say, well, okay, we have no order in place, but unfortunately then it's a circular response. We don't have an order in place. However, for any use that wants to know can they operate, they basically have to go to the state and ask the state, can I operate?
So, to point of clarification, we have no local health order, correct? Right? We have been referring to the state. Dr. Sisson stopped the local health order and has been referring to the state, the state's order. So we're still under the state's response, or that order, but we don't have a local health order. And so then the question becomes, well, instead of everybody coming to us saying, hey, is the county going to allow this? What we should be doing is directing people back to the state. We don't have a local order. We don't have a local health order. So just as we ask those parents, would you please contact the state of California to let them know that we want our youth to go ahead and be able to play sports? We should have these folks contacting the state. The state is the ultimate decision maker on this because we don't have a local health order.
Then what is the advantage of maintaining the local state of emergency?
The advantage right now of the local health emergency, to be real honest, is the CARES dollars. Because we fully expect that when those are passed on to the local governments, that there will be strings attached. We don't know yet what those strings are, but I think one of the natural strings would be, do you still have a local health emergency? Do I know that for a fact? No, but when Tulare got the nasty letter about, well, you've rescinded, I believe it was Tulare, when you rescinded both of your local emergencies, well, you know, you be careful you won't get any of the CARES dollars. So I think it's just an educated guess that one of the strings attached will be, do you have a local health emergency still in place?
There's also some personnel issues and labor issues that go along with declaring an emergency in our operating contracts, I would assume.
A local emergency, yes. Operationally, we have more flexibility. A local health emergency, gets into some of those. It also speaks to not only CARES Act dollars, but the state still is allocating dollars out for health emergency related aspects. And I think the language and the conversations that keep coming back is, if you don't feel you have a local emergency, then we don't feel like you probably need the money. And I think that's some of the language, and that's why we kind of have this in place at this point.
But it doesn't preclude us from encouraging businesses to instead go knock on the door of the state instead of coming to the local health officer to try to get whether or not it's okay, whether or not your sports team falls under professional or amateur. And a lot of varying issues that, let's just have the state go at it. And we're not in control of that. And I'm not telling people they can or can't do something. That's up to the discretion of that business, that organization, the liability insurance that they have. Let them make that decision and keep us out of it.
But when it comes to things like organized youth sports, which we know require almost exclusively public facilities, parks and things like that, and we know that we are dealing with a population that there's no demonstrated risk. I mean, yes, some of them get sick, but again, state of 40 million people, 0 deaths in the under 18 population. What kind of affirmative statement can our board make that we want to see facilities opened to youth sports and permission granted for games, and they can hire refs and they can do all those things? Is there anything that we can do affirmatively to move that forward?
Well, I think the board has done it, although it's disappointing that we've gotten no response from the last letter or the resolution before that on those particular topics. I do know that Parks continues to make reservations. I don't know what's happening out there in the parks. We know our sheriff isn't enforcing the order. He's been in the SAC-B declaring that. But do we run a liability risk? Potentially. Do we run the risk of losing these CARES dollars that we hope to see in a month? Potentially. I don't know. You know, your board has made affirmative statements.
All right, looks like we need to go ahead and take public comment. So we will we'll start with Zoom. I think it's a little bit easier because they are real time.
Kathleen, you've been promoted to a panelist. Please unmute your mic and start your video to give your comments.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Euler and the board. I want to speak on this issue. Having listened to your conversation and the staff reports, what I want to point out is that basically you're getting a lot of blowback from the public because of the perceived appearance that you are undermining the authority of the public health officer. There have been a lot of social media, there have been a lot of public comments, and they are really making people very concerned about the validity and the data upon which you could be making decisions that is not helpful to the general population. I am very concerned, as I mentioned earlier, that the issue of youth sports comes up over and over again, and I will only comment that youth positive cases is going up without presence at schools and without team contact sports. So to add those two more risky, larger group settings seems to me to be something that we should not be pushing, but that we should be guarding the health of our young children. And so I would hope that you would begin to understand that what comments are made in the public and what social media posts are out there are impacting all 5 of you. And I would hope that you will take a more reasoned approach and not continue to bring up things which are making the voters and the participants in this meeting uncomfortable with the attitude and behavior of the board. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next participant, please.
Maureen, you've been promoted to a panelist. Please go ahead and unmute your mic, start your video, and give your comments.
Is it
Marnie?
Marnie?
Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Sorry, that was my mistake.
Go ahead, please.
No, I don't have any comments. The button pressed.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Suzanne Elizabeth, please go ahead and unmute your mic and start your video to give your comments.
Hi, I am just now tuning in, so I apologize for not understanding what has been discussed too much today. I would like to say that I did hear a comment about public sports for youth, and while kids might not be dying or getting very ill from COVID, people like my mother, who I just checked out of the hospital, has COPD. She is in the highest risk category. And I had to pick up things at Target where there was no one wearing a mask except for the people there, except for the employees. I apologize. This is terrifying for those of us who have to care for someone who will die if they get this disease. Getting kids out there playing sports is only going to spread this. There are asymptomatic carriers. We know this. It's not even in question. I mean, I suppose you can dig up some data that says it is, but so for me, when you are saying this is more important than the life of my mother, it's very hurtful. And I would ask if any of the members of the board have family members or loved ones with cancer, have to care for someone who is older. And my feeling is that by undermining the authority of the public health officer who has medical training, it makes me not just angry, but so hurt that you're essentially saying that the life of my mother is not worth the discomfort of asking people to wear a mask. So I think that I'm a citizen, I'm a caring citizen. We've done everything we can. We are not complaining that businesses have opened up. And essentially the feeling that I'm getting is that the board doesn't want to have people wear masks in public. And you pushed to open up, our rates have gone up. Tell me that you care enough. I'm not allowed to have 4 margaritas and drive home because I might injure someone else. Now, maybe there's only a 2% chance of me injuring your child or your grandchild in a crosswalk. I'm not allowed to do that. Why are people allowed to endanger it? And why is my board of supervisors promoting that? Thank you.
Next participant, please.
Dana, you've been promoted to a panelist. Go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi. I first of all wanted to support what the last 2 speakers had said. I also want to say that I really think it's very important that we try to separate the politics from the public health at this time. Perhaps when you made that original order, it was not so politicized, but it's very clear that it is now. And by then taking away your public health authorities' final decision in this matter, it really politicizes this issue. My concern about the ability of the Board of Supervisors was just reinforced today when I heard the head of the CDC, the FDA, the Department of Homeland Security, and NIH, all 4 say unequivocally that wearing masks is recommended and that it's been shown to reduce risk of transmission. Yet I hear a board of supervisors say, he quotes something that was months ago, which they admit they didn't know much about the virus then. That's called medical research. Quoting something that they said 2 months ago has nothing to do with what they're saying today. And then somebody else talking about one doctor in the Wall Street Journal rather than listening to the CDC. Tell me that's not politicalization of a medical issue. And then we have a board of supervisors who several weeks ago seemed to say, mission accomplished, we can open everything up, and threatened to sue the governor. Yet now we have, yes, maybe our county numbers aren't bad, although they're going up. Lincoln has some of the highest per capita rates of any city in the state. It's their per capita rates, that is per 100,000, are very close to LA. So don't be talking about like, we're not like LA, because the numbers, we're at 278 per 100,000 in the county of Lincoln. So I just want you to understand that in pushing forth a plan that promotes politicization of a public health issue, you're putting myself, because I'm older, my husband, my friends, and others with concerns about our health at risk. We will refuse to frequent public businesses or engage in economic activity in our county if you continue this. As the infections and deaths rise, you're going to not see the growth in economic activity that you're counting on, because people over 60 like myself are going to have to fend for ourselves, because really I feel like you're throwing our lives under the bus. So I think that leaving public health decisions to elected officials with the kind of scientific knowledge that has been displayed today is a public health disaster for our community. Public health should not be political. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next participant, please.
Lisa Larkin, you've been promoted to a panelist. Please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. I'm also opposed in regards to staff. I've heard what their reasoning is, that this doesn't remove authority, but if that's the case, then why are we changing anything? So I'm opposed to the resolution to rescind the delegation of authority from our county health official. This seems, once again, and it reflects on all of you, an overreach of power by the Board of Supervisors who are not medical experts. Our county health officer is the only person in that room with medical experience and qualifications to make that authorization. The county health officer provides objective, scientific, and non-political guidance during this pandemic. I have witnessed multiple attempts over and over and over again to undermine the county health officer's authority, the CDC, and the governor's reopening stages. And you want their money at the same time. But all I see is support for businesses versus taking special care to protect all the citizens in our community when it comes to the health and well-being of our constituents. I will thank Supervisor Gore for putting out a public statement on wearing masks, although it happened at the time that the governor made a statement about wearing masks, so it was a little late in the game. Supervisor Gustafson also put out a statement, which I haven't seen, but I've heard about. And she's wearing a mask to protect her fellow citizens and supervisors, although I'll point out that the fact that the others aren't wearing masks leaves her at risk. Someone's personal preference when it puts others at risk and infringes on their personal rights is the real point here. You can't run a stop sign without consequence because it puts others at risk. You can't yell fire in a movie theater because it causes chaos and puts others at risk. You can't fire a gun in public space because it puts others at risk. There is a limit to personal freedom when it affects others, and this virus will affect others. Some of you seem to be more focused on what the governor does or does not do, which seems politically motivated, and whether your child can play lacrosse versus the recommendations by all the health experts in health and welfare of our citizens. No deaths in the 18 and under isn't the full picture. Those kids that get sick bring it home to their family, as I said earlier, and affect them. Brothers, sisters, parents, grandparents. They go shopping. They infect employees and other customers. There will be deaths. Masks will help stop the spread, period. Masks will help allow businesses to reopen and bring customers back, period, without being closed down again. Masks will give us time to develop a vaccine. This is not something we're looking at wearing masks for the rest of our lives. It gives us time to develop a vaccine. This decision is not pushing fear, it's pushing reality. This is not the flu. Currently, global deaths for flu are 80,000, and COVID deaths are now 343,000. Currently 4 times the death rate and growing, and clearly just getting started. And I keep hearing people say we are not other cities. Of course we aren't, yet. We just started coming out of shelter in place.
Lisa, can you wrap up your comments, please?
The death rates will certainly go up. Thank you. I will reiterate, I oppose this change. Our current and future county health officers should remain the authority on making decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next participant, please, or we've got a caller.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
This is Jim Kenny.
Go ahead.
Yes, this is Jim Kenny. I'm Secretary of Golfland, Sunsplash. Apparently, with regards to the board retaining authority, it looks like they're not going to change the status of the local health emergency. The reason why I was calling is that some of the guidelines are out of date that the state uses. Golfland would like to ask the County Board of Supervisors to help Placer County Environmental and Public Services understand that Golfland Sunsplash Water Park is comparatively safe, and we hope that you'd help us open. For us, time is of the essence. Golfland has incurred a great deal of debt being closed, and now is halfway through its short summer season. The CDC guidelines place water parks in the same category as pools and other aquatic venues, and has allowed water parks to open in many other states around the country. Unfortunately, California state has not updated their guidelines and classify water parks in the same category as theme parks. Golfland disagrees with this decision. In the end, it seems that it is Placer County Health or the state health that decides to impose the same LA County type restrictions and conditions on its residents and businesses. By following the CDC guidelines, Sunsplash is, with its limited attendance, will have much lower attendance compared to popular venues that are now open, such as Westfield Gallery Mall and Thunder Valley Casino Resort. It is our opinion that Sunsplash should be considered a safer venue than attending the currently open city-owned Quarry Park, fitness centers, casinos, bars, wineries, nail salons, waxing services, massage salons, and tattoo parlors. Again, as stewards of the county health service, we please ask for your help to reopen our business. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Robert Whitson. I'm a resident of the city of Auburn. I'm calling because of my concern that actions by members of the Board of Supervisors over the last weeks and months have been clearly had the effect of undermining confidence in our county health officers' recommendations. And I think that it's time for all that sort of activity to stop. Furthermore, regardless of the comments that have been made about the technical nature of the resolution before you, it clearly has the same appearance of trying to undermine the county health officer's authority. Dr. Sisson has been doing an extraordinary job in managing a very difficult situation, and she deserves your full and unqualified support. The issue of youth sports is remarkable. That a supervisor, I did not hear who it was, but should mention the low death rate amongst youth as a reason that youth sports should be allowed to reopen. That may be, but as another caller pointed out, the youth sports, if there's an increased infection rate amongst youth, is a very easy way for the virus to spread to older adults who are at substantial risk of dying. If the County Board of Supervisors encourages citizens to ignore the health advice of our experts, more people will die. There's no question about it. It's irresponsible for that kind of behavior to continue. So again, please refrain from actions which undermine the authority of your health officer. She's doing a great job. This resolution clearly has the appearance of doing just that, and I oppose it based on that information. We've had a clear spike in cases since the reopening. There's no question about that. We have renewed community transmission in Placer County, and this is a warning bell for all of us to pay attention to. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Kathleen Tenney.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Tenney, and I am one of the owners of Golfland Sunsplash, and I've been listening to the comments that have already happened, and I just wanted to say also that public health is more than just whether we're sick or not. It also includes being able to go to work and provide for your family. And these last 4 months when we've been asked to close, we've done our best to retrofit our facilities to follow the guidelines for social distancing. However, the county has not, or the state possibly has not, adopted the CDC guidelines that covers the reopening of public pools, aquatic venues, and water parks. And I would ask that you, as a Board of Supervisors, would help our county to adopt these CDC guidelines so that we can open our business, that we can employ the hundreds of people that we employ, and that Placer County can go back to work. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Debbie Newton.
Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to be redundant. I'm in disagreement with this resolution, and I think part of it is I feel like I've lost trust in you as a Board of Supervisors, and I think a lot of it is because of all of the comments about mask wearing. I feel like wearing a mask is something that I do just to protect others, protect myself, protect my grandchild. I have a grandchild with some health issues. I have an elderly mother, and to me, the wearing of masks is just so easy to do. So it really bothers me that people on your board, especially Kurt Euler, is making comments that make it sound like wearing masks is stupid. I also overheard somebody in your board just now say something about about there's no proof of children having. So sorry, it's just my phone is going in and out. That no children having any issues with death from COVID, and that to me is an ignorant comment. Because if you've read, there have been children, maybe not in California, but there have been children who have died. And I know that I've got grandkids that are getting ready to do sports, and I feel like it's very important that we're very careful and we don't take any risks. So I feel like you need to listen to us. There's a lot of us out here that are really nervous about all this, and I think that you need to think about some of the things that's coming across social media and things that we're seeing, and seeing the comparison of trying to compare Placer County to San Francisco, which is much denser. Just things like that make me lose confidence in you as a board, and so that is the reason why I feel like that it's the health officer that needs to be in charge and make the decision to terminate any kind of health emergency. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
She's transferring her in. Good afternoon. Please state your name.
This is Cynthia Whitson-White from Auburn. I am very deeply in support of following the recommendations of Dr. Sisson. Her evidence-based decisions have saved lives, and with all due respect to the Board of Supervisors, the complex medical decisions should be made by a highly trained and experienced expert. Appreciate you
thoughtful thinking about this, but I think that one should be quite careful in applying decision making such as this to a group of who, although I'm sure are very kind, are not medical experts and would derive a great deal of at least social and personal liability for the outcomes of their decision, especially under the circumstances where none of them are medical professionals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
I believe we're done.
Great, thank you. Bring this back to the board.
Oh, she
wait,
transferred
one
in.
more.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Margie Hartung. First of all, I want to thank your board. You guys have done a fantastic job across the board. And that's a play on words there. I didn't mean it. But my statement is that I really feel that we are at a place in our county that we do need to move forward. I believe that staying back is going to be more damaging than I don't believe that we are in any kind of health crisis where we actually need to be considering our young people now. We need to be opening the sports up, and we need to be opening up things in school for the kids to be doing, the musical productions and the orchestras and all those kinds of things. This is extremely important for the mental and physical health of children, and I don't believe that our current situation warrants the kind of draconian measures that the state is trying to mandate. So I encourage you to move forward rather than backwards.
Thank you for your comments.
We have no more comments.
All right, we're going to close public comment and bring it back. Let's see, who wants to start?
I defer.
You're going to defer?
I defer to you, of course, always.
Okay. Karen, I wanted to ask, there's a lot of confusion over that we're somehow taking something away. And it was actually something we gave, and that we're going back to what the state has given us authority to always have is the decision on this. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. Under Health and Safety Code 101080, the code expressly gives the Board of Supervisors, and I'm going to quote this, the Board of Supervisors Board of Supervisors shall review at least every 30 days until the local health emergency is terminated the need for continuing the local health emergency and to proclaim the termination of the local health emergency at the earliest possible date the conditions warrant the termination. So this particular statute has always contemplated that the board be in the position to, one, ratify the original proclamation of local health emergency, which is issued by the public health officer, but it is the board that ratifies it and keeps it in place beyond 7 days, and it's the board that can terminate the local health emergency and needs to at the earliest possible moment. So the fact that the board elected to, which again was not wrong, to delegate that termination authority to the public health officer in the beginning, but chooses to take it back, is not taking something away. It's simply bringing it back to what the statute says that the Board of Supervisors does in terms of a local emergency.
Well, and part of that, as I recall in our discussions at that point, had to do with the 30-day automatic termination, and we wanted to not be held to come back every 30 days to reaffirm. So that was part of that discussion. Is that correct?
Was actually waived by the governor in his original proclamation of health emergency.
But that was after we had done our resolution. That was like 5 days after, I think.
It was actually March 4th, but because things moved so quickly, nobody actually caught that, and that's why the 30 days stayed in effect.
I thought it came on his later
No, but it became moot because, first of all, the board was continually, as stated in the staff report, having updates. Two, it didn't apply. The 30 days is a nice benchmark, but it was waived by the governor. But you're right, there's nothing that's being taken away.
Well, the other comment I just wanted to make to my fellow supervisors is there's been a lot of dialogue, and this is a divisive issue for our community and for each of us and our viewpoints. But as far as I'm aware, we've been accused, there were several callers, and then I received a number of emails, that we've somehow taken actions because somebody has rendered an opinion about what he or she,
No, it was he.
it was he, I think, might choose to do, that somehow we did something about that. And so I guess I want to reassure the public that we hear you. I for one am not trying to take anything away. I am just taking my responsibility back. Some health officers in the state have had death threats from people concerned about their actions. I don't believe any public servant should be in that position, but if anyone is going to be, it's going to be somebody who stood up for elected office and took that oath and said, this is what I'm here to do. And so I just want to assure the public that I don't see this action as controversial as everybody is making it. The state gave us this authority. It's ultimately with us to take this back in whatever manner to correct this resolution. And we're not doing anything. From what I've talked to my peers, many of them never delegated it to begin with. It does rest with the city council or the health office, the Board of Supervisors. So I want to assure everybody this is not the political issue that I think some are thinking it is. And I'm certainly not supporting it for any political agenda. I agree with many of the callers, but I just wanted to make that very clear.
Thank you. Well stated. Supervisor Euler.
Thank you. Well, kind of in that vein, the assertion that somehow my colleagues are responsible for my comments on social media is so far beyond ludicrous. It'd be the equivalent of somebody who makes that comment being responsible for something a member of the PTA said on social media just because you happen to be a member of the PTA or your bridge club. I'm responsible for my opinions. They're responsible for their opinions. And so stop casting this wide net to say somehow if I choose to speak out, they are responsible for it. Second of all.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Second of all, in not a single one of the videos that I have done to which you folks are referring, have I ever offered any medical advice. What I have tried to do and what I will continue to do, in spite of folks trying to shut me down, what I will continue to do is observe data where it's available. Now, I've had people come at me saying, oh, your data set is questionable because it's not controlled for these conditions and all the rest. Welcome to public policy making. Public policy making is not sterile. We have to react based on the information that we have. And all I'm trying to do is bring data into the conversation, whether it was about the data associated with cases, confirmed cases and deaths between states that opened up early versus those that opened up later, whether it was data about counties, 5 counties that require masks, 5 counties that don't require. I simply reported the data. I put the data together. And in that vein, since you love the data so much, I'll bring up why I wanted to discuss youth sports. Because here in California, youth sports are still locked down. Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis on May 22nd, so just over a month ago, signed his executive order reopening youth sports in Florida. All sports, summer camps, everything. It's organized youth activities may operate, including youth sports, sports teams and leagues, youth clubs and programs, child care, summer camps, youth recreation camps, everything. Opened it wide up. This is the data. This is not medical advice. This is simply the data. Florida's population under the age of 18, 20% of their population is under the age of 18. They have had 4,809 cases. On a per 100,000 basis, that is 112 cases, people under the age of 18 infected per 100,000, 112. In California, where we still don't have any youth sports, we have had 13,346 cases of people under the age of 18 on a per 100,000 basis. That is 150 cases per 100,000. So in a state that does not have youth sports open and operational, we have 34% more cases among people under the age of 18 than a state that opened all youth activities a month ago. Just data. That's it. No conclusions driving medical advice, simply the data. So that's why, in addition to previous conversations that we had, I am encouraging our board to do whatever we can to take the stronger stand of encouraging the governor to reopen youth sports.
Thank you. A couple things. And maybe there's a way that we could actually encourage the state to follow the CDC guidelines that include those things, like the water parks. And maybe we can write a letter encouraging that. That might be a way to move forward. So we can, maybe that's an option. But, you know, I understand that people are nervous. I hear that you are nervous. And I hear that people are concerned. But boy, when somebody accuses the five of us as individuals that we do not care about life and that it's valuable, I have to say that is so blatantly wrong, right? And this, nobody wants anybody to die, but boy, life matters, and also the life of our residents who don't have jobs, who have lost their businesses, mental health issues. Once again, this is a much larger issue. And so I think we need to have respect for everyone's opinion. And we've got to remember that these businesses have lost a lot of money, and these residents don't have jobs, and they could lose their homes. So it's a balance, folks, and we are doing our best to balance the interests of our community at large. I think Dr. Sisson has done a very good job. We will continue to listen to her work, and she will continue to work to track all of this. But we, as the elected representatives of this county, are ultimately where the buck stops. And we are taking back that authority so that we can move forward as needed in the future. We will continue to listen to her. We'll continue to listen to her input. We'll continue to do the best we can to make sure our residents are safe. And masks are strongly encouraged. They're not mandated. We're strongly encouraging them, I am at least, to say be respectful of business owners and your neighbors. With that was my little tirade. You know, we've got a great community. People care about one another, and we are all trying to take care of one another during an epidemic that is very challenging. So I hope that we can give each other a little bit of grace in the midst of this. Supervisor Holmes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to adopt the following paragraph into resolution number 2020-034. Paragraph 3, the Board of Supervisors shall review as often as the board deems appropriate, but at least every 30 days, the need to continuing the local health emergency through reports by the county executive officer and county health officer, and shall proclaim the termination of the local health emergency at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant the termination.
All right, we have a motion.
And just to clarify that motion, Supervisor Holmes, so that motion is basically a motion to adopt a resolution to amend resolution number 2020-034 to add the paragraph you just read, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Great. Second by Supervisor Euler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. And question, so would it help?
I'm fine if you offered as chair to write a letter along the lines of the water parks and the sports.
And youth sports.
Any additional communication that we can send along those ways, I'd encourage that.
Yeah.
I concur.
Okay.
Yeah. And we already have done that.
Yes.
I mean, that is, we've continued to encourage the governor to look for how reopening and guidance.
And we'll do that again, and this way we'll refer to the CDC guidelines. So thanks, folks, for pointing that out. We appreciate it. All right, we are going to go ahead and move on to a couple of probation items. Item 10A, the annual report on Placer Reentry Program. And Marshall, thank you very much for waiting a little bit. We appreciate it, and it's good to see you in person. Oh, let me make sure your mic is
Am I on? There we go,
Now
a little
you are.
closer. It's been a while since I've been up here. I've been in hiding, so just so you know.
Lucky you.
Thank you. Well, as you all know, I'm Marshall Hopper, your Chief Probation Officer. I'm here today with Mark Nigel in the back of the room, who will be presenting here shortly our reentry program annual report. But I also want to start off our discussions today with the video that we prepared regarding our program. But before we do that, I want to take a few moments to thank our board for their wisdom and support back in 2015 when we started this program. You know, far too often today, public safety is referred to or perceived as traditional law enforcement out on the streets. But in Placer County, we have a balanced approach to public safety. We hold people accountable, but we also provide services and rehabilitative efforts, which is supported by your board and our criminal justice partners here in Placer County. That approach provides accountability, rehabilitative programs, and of course, our reentry program. So I'd like to go ahead and just start with the video, and we'll go in with the data after that and answer any questions you might have. So I think someone's going to start that video for me. There we go.
The PrEP program, or Placer Reentry Program, was a direct result of the support from our Placer County Board of Supervisors. The primary goal of this program was to provide services to individuals in our community and hope to change their lives.
The PrEP program works really in a partnership with court, the probation department, and our program by addressing the specific needs of individuals that might cause them to reoffend and commit crimes. And our goal is really to reduce whatever risk factors or behaviors or issues that would cause them to commit a crime.
Prior to this program, individuals would come into our office and we would give them things to do that were ordered by the court, such as conditions and counseling programs. Now we have one place for that.
If they have to maybe go to 10 different places to meet those requirements, and maybe they have to take the bus, maybe they don't have a car, maybe they're riding a bike, they can oftentimes be unsuccessful because they can't even get to the place. So by having everything at PrEP, we've eliminated that. It's the one-stop shop where they can get all the needs met of whatever their reentry plan is.
Since the inception of this program, we have had 611 individuals successfully graduate. 91% of the successful participants in this program have not had a conviction within the last 3 years in Placer County.
The assessment tool that we use is actually conducted by the probation officer that evaluates and analyzes specific behaviors and issues. Our goal is to really identify what's causing them to commit those crimes. We use the results of the assessment to create a personalized plan for the individual so they can be the most successful on probation.
The individuals that are in this program, which is located directly within our probation department, have contact with probation officers and staff on a daily basis.
So a client can be here 1 day a week, they can be here 5 days a week, accessing different services and classes. That can be meeting whatever court-mandated classes such as parenting, 52-week batterers treatment, theft education. They might do life skills classes. It could be budgeting. They could be working in the computer lab. They could do job readiness and on-the-job training here. They can meet with people and work on their high school diploma. They can get assessments for drug and alcohol treatment. Oftentimes when people come to us for services, they've been living a particular lifestyle or committing crimes sometimes for generations. And so a lot of times there is no other way. Maybe they don't know another option or a way to be successful other than what they're used to doing. And PrEP provides that opportunity to awaken and motivate and inspire people to do something different, to make a different life for themselves. And they may have not ever had that opportunity provided to them before. Before PrEP, there was no opportunity. It was go out, meet the requirements of your supervision, check the boxes, do the list, try to do it all on your own. And PrEP has given that place to where the opportunity can happen in one place. Everything's right here. So if they want to do it, they can do it. And a lot of them do.
This program is a win-win for public safety and the participants because it increases the offender's accountability, and decreases future victimization in the community through the successful participation of those in the program.
Great, thank you. I did forget my minor disclosure that this video was filmed prior to the pandemic, just so we know. So anyway, thank you. I want to clarify that. But I'm going to go ahead and invite Mark Nigel up from the Sacramento County Office of Education to go over the program data with you guys, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions at the end. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief. I love that video. Madam Chair Gore, Supervisors, Mr. Leopold. First, I'd like to begin by thanking the Board of Supervisors, Chief Hopper, and the entire probation department for allowing SCOE, giving us the privilege to be the service provider at PrEP. It's been a great 5 years. I can't believe 5 years has gone by. And our partnership is very unique, and our clients, I believe, are benefiting from it. Placer Probation has a vision to support clients by leveraging resources and partnerships within the county. In other words, it's the first county that I've been at, because we run programs in multiple counties, where the agencies are working well together. And this wraparound service model provides clients what is needed. And if they receive what is needed, there's a greater chance of them being successful. Our clients, I feel, benefit from this vision of integration and collaboration by being located in the same building, sharing the exact same database, training on the same assessments, celebrating client success, and having an immediate response when clients are not engaging. All of this creates this team atmosphere and this wraparound where we do everything we can to ensure that our clients are successful. And first, I would just like to thank the Chief and the entire probation department for sharing the vision and the partnership with my staff. Our clients, like I said, benefit from that greatly. So going into the presentation, so if we could go ahead and hit the first slide here. The next slide. Or is there a thing up here? No, all right, here we go. So first, there is one. Okay, so first, why adult reentry? It creates safe and healthy communities, improves family dynamics, and breaks the cycle of criminality. Now, this was really interesting at SCOE. SCOE, the Sacramento County Office of Education, has been in the reentry business since 2008, when the state of California Department of Corrections approached our superintendent and our board, Dave Gordon, to see if we would be interested in providing reentry services, because this is something that is kind of unique to a county office. And when our superintendent and our board looked at the data, they realized that there's a lot of young people, a lot of youth that are attached to clients and people that have made some poor choices and that have been incarcerated. So we thought that it's extremely worthwhile work, because there's probably no greater gift that we can give to a young person than to put a stable adult back into their lives. And not only talking about recidivism, but we're really trying to break the cycle of criminality. And when the RFP came out to provide the service here in Placer County, I personally already had some experience working with the probation department, because I used to work for the Placer County Office of Education here, and just knew that the way that Placer probation has always provided wraparound services for adults and youth fit really nicely with the vision that we had at SCOE, and I think it's been a very nice partnership from that point forward. A little bit about the history. Oh, wait, I could say next slide, or there we go. We started in 2015, kind of a quick timeline here. We started first in Roseville at the South Placer Jail. That was our first program in custody. And then we started providing services at the probation department, co-located with them there in Roseville. One thing that the chief has made very clear to me is that he wants to leverage funding and resources as much as possible and serve all the clients here in Placer County, whether they are supervised by parole or probation. It's irrelevant. He wants to create safe communities. And so we quickly worked with CDCR to create a partnership with them, where not everybody is aware, but CDCR contributes funding to offset some of these costs, which makes the funding we receive from Placer County go farther, and we've been able to expand the work to different locations within the county, which led us to 2017, opening up our reentry program facility right here in Auburn. It's co-located right next to the parole office right up here off Highway 49, and that building is funded and paid by CDCR, by the money from the state, as well as a lot of our staff are split funded between the grant that we have with you guys, as well as the money that we receive from CDCR. In 2018, we expanded services up to Kings Beach, and that's where we started providing services to probationers up there. We moved our NCCT program, which is our vocational training program, to the Auburn Fairgrounds because we found that more of our clients were located in the Auburn area, and we also expanded to evening programming. And if I was talking next year to you, you'd see 2020 that we are working on a partnership to serve Nevada County probationers, those that cross that imaginary line into Placer County and commit crimes over here. We want to make sure that we're giving them all the resources that they can so we can ensure a safe community, in addition to expanding program to youth and reentry services to the youth in Placer County. So how do we do our work? I was going to say next slide, and I can do that. First, it starts with a referral. We have a very method to our madness. We conduct an intake and an assessment, address any immediate needs that the client might have. That assessment lets us know, what is the risk factor for this person to recidivate? That if they do not get the help and support that they need, how likely are they to reoffend again? And then we want to work on those are what called dynamic factors, the things that we can change. Maybe they were using drugs. Maybe we can get them to stop. Maybe they were homeless and we can put a roof over their head. Maybe they had bad thinking errors and that they didn't realize what they did impacted others in the community, and we could go ahead and work with them on our cognitive behavioral programs. So that leads us, after that assessment, to create an individualized case plan, and that every client that comes in front of us has a weekly meeting with their case manager, and a lot of times the probation officer is right there with them as well. And we are talking about the plan and then meeting with them weekly and adjusting that plan up or down depending on how the client is progressing in the program. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that the client is doing well, and when we have evidence that we've reduced risk to this person, so maybe now they are sober and have some natural supports in the community with that. Maybe they are thinking a lot differently, and we have some evidence on that on some pre and post exams. And other factors that contribute to their risk is when we go ahead and stop working with them. And when we stop working with them, that's when they become a graduate. So everybody has an individualized plan. They all come to the program for different needs, and we go ahead and create this individual plan, and that is somebody who's completed their entire case plan, and that looks different from client to client, is considered a graduate. We also what we determined is called an approved positive transition. So this is somebody who is doing really well in our program, and at some point during the program, maybe they had the opportunity for full-time employment or some type of other experience that when working with the person who referred them, their probation officer or parole agent, whoever it might be, that they determined that this is okay for them to go ahead and to stop coming to the program at that frequency and go into something else. And so that is an approved positive transition. We have some clients who come to us for single service. So our goal with those clients, for somebody who has had a term and condition of their probation that's mandated by the court, our goal is to get them through it the first time. That if they have to attend a 52-week batterers class for the year, or a theft education, or a 52-week parenting class, or whatever it might be, our goal is to get them where they're engaged in the program, there's no more violations, they're not going back and forth with the court to complete the terms and conditions of their probation. And then we have compliance upon release in custody. So we do service clients in the South Placer Jail, and when they are doing everything that we're asking them to do, that would be the positive term for that they did everything that we asked in custody. So at the end of the day, the chief says what you do is great, but how do we know it's working? We need to be able to quantify it. And this is a very difficult thing for me because every number that we're talking about is a person that has a very unique story. And we had 235 successful kind of graduates there. I wish they were all on Zoom so you could hear their own individual stories of how the program has positively affected them and the people that they care about, whether that is their children or whether that is their parents. And those of you that have been able to attend a graduation, I think that you would concur that they're very positive events. But looking at the data that we run with probation every year to try to quantify what we're doing, we have a total of 87% of our probation graduates and employed approved positive transitions have not had a new conviction. We try to frame that in the positive. So 13% have failed, but 87% of them have been successful. And it's really interesting when you break down this data because a lot of people perceive that if somebody just received a job, that they would be doing fine. Well, if you have a drug problem and you have a job, now you have money to feed your drug problem if you don't have those issues addressed. So there's a lot of evidence that shows here, which is in line with a lot of the evidence nationwide, that it's not just about the job, it's about completing their program. And so some of the lemonade from COVID, since we've been in more of a mobile environment, is our staff have become more resourceful. And so in the future, when clients are having that chance to go on an approved positive transition, we can continue to program with them and make sure that they complete their program, all while they are going and working during the day as well. So we're really looking forward to that. Looking at the next slide, it just talks about enrollment, so you can see the number of clients that we've been serving. This is out-of-custody clients, so this slide does not include the clients that are in custody. So as you can see, we hover around between 400 and 500 clients per year. The very first year was about 348, and so far we've had 1,770 clients come through the out-of-custody program, and that's with all 3 locations, so that is Roseville, Auburn, and Tahoe Vista up in Kings Beach. And with that, here's kind of our 235 successful participants last year that were broken down. So we had 97 graduates, we had 87 approved positive transitions, and we had 51 clients that were mandated for single service classes that then went ahead and completed that within that time frame. And to date, we've had 785 participants that have been successful through the program since inception on the out-of-custody program. Although we have clients participate in custody, that's kind of like the appetizer. Reentry really starts when you are out of custody and you have all the temptations that maybe led you to make poor decisions previously, and so that's where our goal is to engage those clients, and it's kind of twofold. Some of those clients we know will never get to the prep center because of location or other circumstances, so while we have them in custody, we want to provide as much programming as we can, and then it's always trying to lure them to our program with all the other things that we benefit, once they come out of custody. The next one's a little bit more of the breakdown of the individual and court supervision mandates. Starting there with a PC 1000, which is low-level drug offenses, theft education, 52-week batterers, 52-week parenting, and anger management. And then a little bit of data there on our in-custody program as well, so a little bit more breakdown. And then the last slide is just a summary slide here, where out of the 807 clients served, you can see the breakdown between probation, parole, single service, and in custody. We have the 235 successful participants. And when I talk about quantifying, I tell this story that, it's very difficult because every time that we are successful, I think of things that we've prevented. And when I say we, that's us in probation. And I think of even like a nonviolent crime, like let's say you went home and somebody ransacked your house, which would be a horrible thing. And you go there, but yet there was no victims that way, but then it really is going to have an effect on you and your family and your loved ones. And by preventing that, what is that worth? And that's just one example. So when everybody is successful and they are moving forward with the efforts, because I see the efforts put in by my staff, but it is matched by the probation department. I've been with a lot of other programs that usually they send the referral to the subcontractor, and then that's kind of it, except when they have to make a report to the court. And it's a lot different here, where the probation officers are walking in and out. Every time we're celebrating with the clients, they are there. A lot of times probation leadership is there at the end of the week, engaging with clients, talking with clients, finding out how the program matches. And that's one reason why I think our program is so successful. So the other thing that is interesting here, it is nice to look at the employment rate, that yes, 22% of them upon intake had jobs, and upon exit, 59% of them had jobs. Since COVID, on March 13th, our staff went mobile and virtual, which has been challenging, and at the same time, it's been very enlightening for us as well. So far, each week, on average, we're contacting 253 clients, individual contacts, one-on-one Zoom meetings with them. We're offering currently 17 classes, 12 provided by our staff and 5 provided by subcontractors. So, for example, our 52-week batterers class, it took about 2 or 3 weeks to get that online and work on some of the privacy issues, but we were able to work that out, and so clients are continuing with their program as we speak. And we're working closely with Placer Probation on phasing in back to the centers, where at first it'll be our staff still working mobily, then it'll be engaging clients in a one-on-one capacity, followed by small groups, and then the last phase will be kind of large groups like we were before when we get to that part. But we will work in tandem with Placer Probation with that, and all the protocols that they adhere to, we will follow. So that is what I have.
That is great. Thank you. Supervisor Holmes, questions?
Oh, I don't have any questions. I just got comments. First of all, I want to thank Superintendent Dave Gordon from Sacramento County Office of Education and with the partnership that we have with Placer County Probation. I've been to several of the graduation ceremonies, and I've never, you see a lot, it's so much positive energy in those programs. Usually when you see people that have been incarcerated, it's not so positive, but it's really refreshing for me to be able to see that kind of enthusiasm, people getting their, employment, life skills. Have to say there was 2 of my former employees that went through your program. I hope they're doing well now. And this is an example of, when they want to defund the police or public safety, this is an example that people need to see. And this is how we should invest more money in these types of programs. So it's just a successful program, and I'm really thankful that we're able to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wygant.
Just comment that over the years I've got to witness the reinvention of our probation department here in Placer County, and so I get another year opportunity to say well done to both of you guys. I'm looking forward to next year.
Great. We have some public comment, so we'll open it up to public comment, and then we'll let you have the final word. How does that sound?
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Curtis. I live in Lincoln. I had to work this morning, so I sent my comments about the budget in last night. To me, PrEP is working to solve a problem that should have been addressed in early childhood and the schools. Knowing that someone other than their family cares for them makes a big difference in people's lives, choices, and options. So I commend PrEP for actually helping to educate those that have been locked up, and hopefully we can change things so that people don't have to be locked up to begin with. But again, like I said, problems could be addressed when they're little before they get big. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
We have one Zoom caller.
And we have one Zoom caller for public comment.
Lisa Larkin, go ahead and unmute your mic to give your comments.
Thank you. I also want to support the work that they're doing with PrEP, but I also want to comment, when people are saying defund police, they're not talking about getting rid of our police force. They're talking about taking the responsibility of officers to show up to fix potholes or to get cats out of trees or mental health or homeless issues that do not need an armed police guard showing up with potential of abuse happening in that particular situation or use of force. When they say defund police, they're talking about taking some of the funds that go to our police force, which are huge amounts of our budget, and reallocating those to social programs, right? Social programs that are going to allow for people to get health care or mental health care that they need, or to help them get off the street and so forth. And so that I'd like to see more money in the future go towards doing that and stop doing mass incarcerations. If we can keep people out of jail by supporting those services, and we don't need to have armed police officers going into these situations in the first place, that would be the ideal situation. This PrEP program, I think, is great for those people that are incarcerated at this point and need to transfer into the community as well. So I like what the PrEP program is doing, but I'd also like to see some of the future money, not necessarily from the PrEP program, but from the other funding for that police department to be put into more social services. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other callers, comments? All right, great. We'll close public comment and give it back to you, Chief.
So if I could just make a brief comment regarding a couple of things that I jotted down during the conversations regarding youth and utilizing services available for others who are not on probation. First off, I'll address the youth. You'll see in our new discussions regarding the contract, which happens to be the next item coming up, that we're adding youth to this program. And when I say youth, we're adding that into our juvenile detention facility so we can bring these same types of services into our facility to help those individuals that are there that are going to be turning 18 soon, getting out on their own, whether they're on probation or not on probation. But in regards to services and programs like this for others who are not in the system, this program is open on a space available basis. It's open to the community. It's open to anybody who we have space for. So is the construction training program. Because I look at it as a simple concept. If someone is struggling, they need to survive. It's a matter of time before they could find themselves in the system. So if we can help him, her, that family, whatever, change their lives and deter them from the system altogether, then Placer County is a better place. And so that's kind of how we operate.
That's great. Chief, do you work with organizations like Koinonia and some of these organizations that work with foster youth and youth that are aging out of the system?
Yeah, we currently have a program funded through our Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act, ran by Koinonia, the Crisis Resolution Center. It's a place where families, parents can bring kids that are having issues that need to be dealt with, whether it's behavior or parental or getting along in the family. They can come there for services. There's also a crisis line available for parents and families 24 hours a day where they can call and get assistance and guidance on what to do with their child who's having a difficult time. So we also work directly with them as well as kids that go to placement as well.
Great. That's super to know. Thank you very much.
Great.
All right, so we just took the report, so now we can move on to the next item, which is 11A, and it's the reentry program contract.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Leopold, Ms. Schwab. I'm Chris Artem. I'm the Administrative and Fiscal Operations Manager for the Probation Department, and I promise I'll be short. I'm here today to request approval to pursue probation's contract with the Sacramento County Office of Education for services at the Placer Reentry Program. In January of 2015, the Placer County Board of Supervisors approved the initial contract with the Sacramento County Office of Education for these services. In that first year, the approved budget was just under $945,000 for services in two facilities, Roseville and the Roseville Jail. Since that time, the Probation Department and the Sacramento County Office of Education have worked collaboratively with other criminal justice system partners and Health and Human Services in order to maximize the benefits to our clients while striving to make the most efficient use of the public dollar. Today, we serve clients from three agencies, Placer Probation, Placer County Sheriff's Office, and the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation's Parole in four facilities, Roseville, Auburn, and Tahoe, as well as in the Roseville Jail. We hope to again expand these services in the coming year to include referrals from the Nevada County Probation Department, as well as add the ability to work with youth in our juvenile detention facility. As a result of these collaborative efforts, we're requesting the contract approved for the current year at $850,000 be authorized in an amount not to exceed $800,000 for the fiscal year 2021. Probation recommends the board adopt the following two actions. First, approve and authorize the purchasing manager to sign the renewal of a negotiated agreement with the Sacramento County Office of Education for counseling and educational services in the maximum amount of $800,000 for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Funding is included in Probation Department's fiscal year 2021 budget. And secondly, approve the option to renew the resulting agreement for one additional one-year term with a renewal amount not to exceed 10% in the aggregate of the maximum amount, and authorize the purchasing manager to sign all required documents subject to county council and risk management approvals, as well as departmental concurrence and available funding. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Looks like there are no questions. We can open this up to the public if there are any public comments. All right, we'll close public comment and bring it back. We've had, all right. Motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate the great work. All right, we will move to item 12A, which is the Placer County Visitors Bureau 2020-2022 contract for professional services. and Sherry Conway. Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board on a very long day. Thanks for having us here. I have Rob Haswell is here as well. I just want to make sure he made it. I'm here today to present for your board's consideration a 2-year contract for professional services with the Placer County Visitors Bureau in the amount of $780,000, which is a $390,000 a year contract for the period of July 1, 2020, extending through June 30, 2022. Funded through TOT funds through our division appropriation at no additional cost to the county. By way of background, the Placer County Visitors Bureau, or Visit Placer as they're now known, is one of our key partner organizations to the county that promotes tourism visitation and engenders a positive awareness of Placer County that strengthens the county's economy through increased lodging and business sales reports. The Visitors Bureau recognized this past year that it has become increasingly important for destinations to have a unique, compelling, and distinguishable brand that can be the prism through which all of their marketing efforts are ran. To that end, in February of this past year, Visit Placer hired North Star Destination Strategies to conduct what was, for the very first time in my understanding of the history of our relationship with Visit Placer, a comprehensive strategic brand research project that would lead to be a foundation, a creative platform upon which Visit Placer could conduct their business. I believe you should have a copy of that very robust report as part of your board packet.
We do.
I read every page.
There was a lot.
Just saying. As you recall, North Star interviewed, they were here from Nashville, Tennessee, and they interviewed each one of you, and I appreciate your board's willingness to provide really valuable input to their team as they rolled up interviews with many stakeholders throughout the county, and that feedback was really valuable. So this year-long project resulted in this 448-page report that you have. And I'd like to just include or quote a piece of what they called the DNA that kind of rolled up from all of that extensive research. And I'll quote, "For those who want to breathe easy, Placer County, from California's capital region to the Sierra Nevada along Interstate 80, reaches talent with a spectacular quality of life, as enviable as the outdoor setting that inspires new ideas and heightens productivity." So that was what grew, that was the DNA that grew out of the report. I have here today Rob to answer any questions. You have in your board packet the very robust brand destination report. And I just want to remind your board that travel impacts continue to be a huge part of our local economy. Placer County's travel and tourism industry are represented by accommodations, retail stores, attractions, service stations, and other businesses that serve the traveling public, even throughout this pandemic. In 2017 alone, Placer County travel-related expenditures exceeded $1 billion, generating $96.5 million in sales tax revenue into the county's coffers. So the attached contract and scope of work before you reflects a results-oriented contracting method that focuses on outcomes and achievements of specific measurable performances and requirements. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions. Rob's on deck with his fancy mask to answer any questions. And
thank you, Sherry. I have one question, and it's just to confirm that the dollars that fund this contract are from TOT dollars.
Correct. It's my understanding they're West Slope TOT, so how the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association contract is funded through those East Slope TOT dollars. This represents the West Slope TOT contribution.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Gustafson?
I'm going to ask a question now, but it's really relevant to both contracts. And we can answer it in two parts, but I'll prep the second group for answers on that. How are you revising opportunities to educate visitors to a community during this pandemic?
You want to take this, Rob?
I think I received some emails and concerns. You're just promoting more tourism. People are coming to our area anyway. We don't need more right now, and so their concerns are how we use these funds. I know you're actively participating, educating visitors, but maybe you could articulate that for the public.
Sure. No, happy to be here. Thanks a lot. You probably saw the breathe easy part's a little harder in the beloved mask.
Don't get Kirk and I started.
Yeah, well, it's a great question, Supervisor Gustafson. One of the things that we have really noticed in all the research that we've been partaking in over the last 3 months is that there is a real sense amongst folks that, people want to get out of their shelter, but they don't want to do it like with giant leaps into the pond. They want to dip their toe in. They want to go into their backyards, places that they're comfortable with, that sort of thing. And the thing that we've also found is that they're super, super worried about, about whether that's going to be safe for them. So what we have been really pushing is, and in our conversations with economic development, and I'm on the countywide call, I'm on the City of Auburn call. What we're really trying to push all of our partners is to push a safety first message. And so that way, when people want to come out, they can start to understand that you're offering them a very safe environment for them to start to bring their families out to, and that works both ways with the community. So it's really an attempt to sort of, we're opening up, and we want to open up, and we want that to happen and not have any backsliding. And it's one of the reasons that when we talk to businesses in particular, that we suggest that they cater to the demographic that is the least adventurous. So as you guys have seen in some of your flash polls and whatnot, there's still a sizable amount of the community, even here in Placer, that are nervous. And my wife's one of them, and I'm not. The joke in our house is when she wants to order something from Rayleigh's, I say, no, I'll go. Because it's hard, right, to be like this. And so with few exceptions, and there are some, I know, most businesses, if you're somebody who's more inclined to travel and you're not as worried about the COVID as some others, you're probably not going to really be turned off necessarily by over safety measures. In other words, you're going to probably go to most of those places anyway because you're not as worried. But if our partners cater to the folks that are worried, then that's going to allow a safer and a more prosperous experience that turns into a word of mouth that can be extended down the hill. So again, I think the point we're trying to make is we want to attract visitors. We want them to come and travel safely. We want them to feel welcome, and that's really intertwined in all of our messaging as we move forward. We had planned to launch our plan, and if any of you are interested, after your 411-page document, we've got another 122-pager that actually was our rollout plan for our new brand, which obviously we had to put on hold as we got that report in March. So now we've had to pivot and use some of that messaging as we move forward. So that's really, I really don't believe that for the foreseeable future we can talk about travel without the specter of a COVID world that we live in right now. And so we think it's responsible and also going to be advantageous for us to really make that a big part of how we address both visitors and partners.
I really appreciate the efforts of your board and yourself and your staff in that arena, because that messaging is so critical to all of us and to our communities, to hear that the business community is not just throwing the gates open and being careless about this, that there's really a conscious effort to address both the community's concern and the traveling public's concerns.
Right. And it's going to be a win for all of us if we can make it happen. That's one of the reasons, again, I agree with the board that masks are a personal choice, but we like to push the idea that, sometimes just the perception of safety, the perception that you care about, how the other folks are coming will make it a better experience. You won't have, I know up in Tahoe, they've had some issues,
As usual.
Right. Well, I grew up there, so, that's long standing, some of those things. But this was an opportunity, I think, for some people to put their voices to it. And it's really incumbent upon us organizations to make them feel okay about it. And we think it's going to be a win. And we think Placer County is super well positioned, to really have a good economic bounce back, especially with our drive markets and our local folks. So,
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, two things. First of all, on this issue of safety messaging, have you tried just stay home and send us your cash?
Well, we've tried that. You try that in a political campaign, doesn't work too well either.
And then apropos of some of the calls that we've received today, since Rob Haswell has personally made some comments online that I found offensive, I think I need to move to defund the Placer County Visitors Bureau. So that's.
Yeah, well, see, it's always dangerous. Facebook is not a fun place to be wading into, for sure.
Okay, hopefully that was tongue in cheek. We're going to go ahead and move to.
Let's just let it
Let's fester it a little while.
Public comment? We got any public comment? Okay, we're going to close public comment. Bring it back to our board.
I move approval.
Second.
All right, look at that. A motion by Supervisor Euler, and I'll take the second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for a little bit of levity.
Yeah, thank you guys very, very much for the belief. I really appreciate it.
All right. We'll move to item 13A, which is the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association fiscal year 2020-2021 contract. Hi, Erin.
Hello. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Erin Casey here with the County Executive Office. Happy to be here in person to see all of you to present the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association's fiscal year 2021 contract. I first wanted to start off by thanking your board for your leadership over the last several months, particularly as it relates to the business community. This contract is with a really key partner to the organization, to Placer County, over the last several months. And I think the leadership that your board has provided, as well as the partnership and collaboration that we've experienced and engaged in North Lake Tahoe and Eastern Placer County, has been essential to really being successful in navigating the challenges on behalf of the business community over the last several months. And we look forward to continuing that work with the Resort Association among many of our business and agency partners. So with that, thank you for that leadership. And I'm very pleased to be presenting this contract for your board for the next fiscal year. In the presentation, I'll cover quickly contract objectives, some of the performance-based contract elements, Resort Association strategies, and then ask your board for approval of the contract. Jeffrey Hentz, the CEO of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, will also be available to answer any questions that your board may have. The contract objectives include provide tourism development services consistent with the services the organization has provided over the last several years, though I will say in part in response to your question, Supervisor Gustafson, the Resort Association has made significant modifications and changes to its destination marketing program over the last few months, and will continue to assess that program moving forward. Jeff is prepared to answer more detailed or provide more detail on exactly what they're doing with their destination program, but I will say that they have developed several resources for businesses, including a Know Before You Go, a pamphlet. It's a great document, several pages, but really nice, and provides a lot of guidance for visitors coming up on things they should be thinking about and preparing when coming to Eastern Placer County. It's been very well received, and I know Jeff will talk a little bit more about that with your board, among many other things the organization is doing, operating and supporting tourism, but in this COVID landscape that we're in. Their contract also includes co-chairing the Capital Projects Advisory Committee, working with the business community to form a tourist business improvement district. So that effort has been placed on hold. There are petitions out in the community, but they put that to the side to really focus on COVID, but they expect to resurrect that and get back to business and working with our business community, hopefully, to get that TBID passed within the next fiscal year. So that is reflected in the scope of work, and just wanted to give your board a brief update on the status of that program. Also continuing to work with staff to develop tourism master plan revenue strategies, so the TBID is certainly part of that, but looking at other opportunities to fund many of our capital project demands in Eastern Placer. And then business reopening strategies. So we know that moving forward, we're going to have to continue to work in this landscape that we're in, helping our businesses reopen safely and successfully, and the organization has definitely taken the lead in partnership with the county and other organizations to do that by providing and developing guidelines before the state issued those guidelines, convening several virtual town halls, in part with Supervisor Gustafson, but then also doing these with specific industries to really get their feedback, developing these guidelines, and then sharing that back out with the community. Those have all been essential to our navigating the challenges, and they'll continue to do that work in the upcoming years needed. Scope of work in summary, there are 4 primary tasks: organization, management, and administration, tourism master plan implementation, tourism development, which is largely focused on marketing, destination marketing, special event sponsorships, et cetera, and then visitor information services, so running the Visitor Information Center, the Visitor Center in Tahoe City and in Kings Beach over the summer months. Their strategies around tourism development is to position North Lake Tahoe as a year-round destination, increasing visitation during non-peak periods and midweek. So I think that's really important. Oftentimes, people feel that the organization might be focusing on our peak periods, which is not the case. We know that our occupancy is often maxed out on weekends, over holidays, so really focusing on those midweek stays, longer stays, to get people to come in not only for the weekend, but stay through the week, which is obviously more beneficial for our economy. Continuing stakeholder engagement, and then identifying partnership opportunities. So that's all part of their tourism development program. There are many representatives of our resorts that sit on their destination or tourism development committee, providing feedback and guidance to the organization as it develops its strategies in our region, which is tremendously helpful and important. And then tourism master plan implementation, as I mentioned, developing that TBID, getting that passed, and then supporting and partnering with us on the CAP committee. It is a performance-based contract that includes indicators that are included for all tasks and subtasks, which are included in the document that you have in front of you. Quarterly and biannual progress reports are required, and they do provide an invoice with detail before payment is processed. This is something that we transitioned to 2 years ago and have been successful in that, and so we're continuing with that same practice that we've had in place for 2 years. That's worked well. And then the payment can be made by direct deposit or check. So the action item in front of your board today is to approve the contract for up to $4,043,877. It's a 3% increase over the last fiscal year, so that is a CPI increase for the organization. The contract term is July 1 through June 30 of next year. And then you can see the breakout of the funds to tourism development and tourism master plan implementation. Tourism Master Plan implementation, when we first made changes to the contract, there was a much smaller amount of funding for that particular effort, and that has increased significantly over the last 2 years to account for the work the organization is doing on the TBID, as well as co-chairing the CAP committee and other efforts that are really driven by partners and stakeholders in collaboration. So I just wanted to point that out to your board. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have on the contract.
Thank you, Erin. Appreciate it. Looks like there are no questions. We can open this up to the public for any comment. I don't know if Jeff, so if you would like to speak, feel free. Now, knowing that you are going to have an opportunity to share all the work that you folks have done at our July board meeting, and very likely we are going to approve this contract. And we have been here much longer than we had thought. So with that, feel free to make a few brief comments.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairwoman Gore. Appreciate it so much. And of course, Board of Supervisors, in your continued support in partnership this past year. This partnership and cooperation has been magnified and raised to another level in the face of this terrible crisis we're dealing with and the tremendous progress that we've made the past 12 weeks. We sincerely appreciate the amazing work and support from all of you. Placer County CEO Todd Leopold, Aaron Casey, can't say enough amazing things about Aaron. All the great work we've been doing with Jennifer Merchant and Jane Christensen, and the great work and partnership we have with Sherry Conway and Paul Griffith. For me, knowing that I've still been here less than 5 months, having this partnership and working so close with everyone has been invaluable to me. And I also want to say a special thank you to Supervisor Gustafson for the tireless work that she continues to put in throughout the county and especially in our community. Our Board of Directors unanimously approved the June 3rd, on June 3rd, the fiscal 2021 contract and scope of work before you today, and we are 100% confident our organization will deliver outstanding results on the scope of work as outlined. We look forward to our partnership in the coming fiscal year and continuing to build on our safe and responsible recovery initiatives. And yes, Chairwoman Gord, you did mention we'll be getting together next month and presenting some of the highlights of all the work we've been doing since March. But I'll maybe do some teaser if I can for just a minute or two. And in response to Supervisor Gustafson's question to the previous group that came before you about how we're educating our visitors and what we're doing to not what we call dive in head first and bringing visitors back. We believe in the philosophy of travel safe and responsibly and getting that message out to everyone. And we have been extremely busy in planning for this for several weeks. We just completed a series of videos on how to travel responsibly that are targeted to our visitors and consumers who are coming onto our website in record numbers and have been for the last few weeks. We incorporated a number of our area business leaders, tourism CEOs, myself, Andy Chapman, and Carol Chapman from South Lake Tahoe to drive that message. And we also included Take Care Tahoe CEO Amy Berry and a number of other partners to create that message of reminding people what it means to travel responsibly. Aaron did mention about our visitor readiness guide, something that's been in the works for several weeks. We call it the Know Before You Go Tahoe, and that was released about 10 days ago, and it's doing a tremendous job. It's both a digital asset that we distribute to our lodging community and our business community to get in front of our visitors, as well as a hard copy, a pamphlet that we're distributing at our visitor centers, our kiosk in Kings Beach, and throughout our business community. We don't stop there. We've created a number of great signage for our business community that ties into social distancing to remind folks that protective face coverings are important and that they must wear those where necessary, and hand wash. Conducted a number of virtual town halls, not only with our business community, but also with our local community, because we believe in balance. Bottom line, we're not rushing into market. We're open. We're sticking our toe in the water, and we'll gradually get in and make sure that we build this up. Happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's see, any other public comment that we're aware of? No other public comment. Great. We'll go ahead and close it. Thank you. And we'll bring it back to the board.
I'd like to move approval of the contract with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. Second.
All right. We have a motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Thanks, Jeffrey.
I like the hair color.
Thank you all.
We'll move to item 14A, which is the proposed Tahoe Basin Lodging Incentive Program. Hi, Jennifer.
Hello.
And as
Good
you
afternoon.
heard, good afternoon. So I'm going to ask if you can to move it a little bit more quickly as possible. Hopefully you probably shared a lot of this presentation ahead of time with some of our board members. So hopefully we're well informed. But we would
You're
appreciate
correct.
that.
I have. The information is a little bit dense, so you may bear with me mostly at the end where there's some information that has changed since it was presented to most of you. But I will try to move quickly, and
Great.
feel free to give me the high sign if I'm not moving quickly enough. So
Thank you.
here we go. So I just very quickly, this was originally presented to your board on March 10th, and it was the presentation by BAE and myself on the analysis of the economic impacts in the Tahoe Basin portion of the county. They looked at regulatory context as well as the rest of the things you see on the page that I don't need to read to you because you can read. So we're based on your board's direction then to come back within 3 months with a program concept specifically for the TOT incentive portion of their recommendation. We're here today to do that. So you may be asking yourself, why the focus on hotels? Well, we have significant opportunity there. We've been challenged with developing hotels and motels in the Tahoe Basin. There has not been a new hotel, motel, current modern product since 1962. So that's a long time to not have something new. And the market has changed since then, and people are looking for something different. We know that we can bring in more money from people staying in hotels. They spend more money than people who are staying in second homes or short-term rentals. They spend a heck of a lot more money than the people who are driving in from out of the area, either for a day trip or they're staying at North Star or Truckee or Squaw or Reno. We know that while day trippers represent 42% of the total visitation to North Lake Tahoe, their revenue only accounts for 11% of that total. So overnight stays in the last 2015 Dean Runyon study that was done shows that $452 million comes from people who stay overnight per year, but the economy only collects $55 million from those 11%. So there's a huge difference when we can get people to stay overnight. And in the Tahoe Basin, we've been very challenged to be able to do that. We also know that there are challenges getting people to invest in hotels in our communities for the reasons identified here. The seasonal tourism pattern really makes it hard to drive the kind of occupancy that would warrant an investment. So people shy away from that. And the market in the basin right now is defined by older properties, which we know need a bump in order to command higher room rates. I would point out that our lakeside hotels and motels in our town centers and our village centers represent only $1.5 million in TOT collections from last fiscal year. And we're looking at over $20 million in collections. A tiny share is coming from those properties, and we're trying to drive that business to be a larger share of the total and to also not impact our residential neighborhoods as much with the growth of the short-term rentals. So the recommendation that we brought to your board back in March was to modify the existing incentive program and to go back and take a look at what it takes to do that and return to your board, as I said, in 90 days. So that's what Paul and I have been working on with development stakeholders and business community stakeholders for the last 3 months. I will say that our recommendation is that we modify that existing program. You'll see as I talk about what other jurisdictions have done related to TOT incentive programs, they have in some cases decided to go the ordinance approach. We're not recommending that right now, mostly because we think that by modifying the existing program gives your board the maximum amount of flexibility to make changes in a more expedited manner. So while some jurisdictions have done that, and there may be reasons why you want to do that so that there is certainty in the program, because certainty is certainly important when it comes to development. That's not a recommendation at this time. I also want to mention that while we're prioritizing the TOT incentive, some of these other recommendations that BAE had provided, especially related to excessive entitlements related to housing and parking, are things that your CEDRA staff are working on right now, and those will come forward at a future date. But we did hear your board's prioritization, which is why we're bringing this today. So steps that we've taken to date. We have identified many sample programs that could be modeled in the state of California.
based on our research, the only county jurisdiction that has done a similar TOT incentive program is Santa Barbara County. But we have looked at a lot of other cities who have done the program as well. So we're looking at models and looking for best practices and trying to share those with your board and development stakeholders so we can get some good feedback. We met with council a couple times, as well as our internal CEO fiscal team, so that we can really understand what the legal or financial constraints or framework may be in developing the program. We've done a fair amount of outreach to our development stakeholders. We shared the BAE study with them. We shared with them our current incentive program, talked to them about these programs that we're seeing in other jurisdictions. We prepared an online survey that they participated in, and we completed one-on-one interviews with developers. We also have been continuing to follow up with them as we're developing program concepts and testing those with them. We also reached out to the business community, both the downtown associations and the resort association, presented to them, and NITRAC. And so we've developed concept models and adjusted those based on that feedback. So what is the feedback we've received to date? Strong support for the program. They mostly people felt that prioritizing the town centers was important, but they wanted to see something that was available also in the village centers. So you'll see our recommendation is kind of focused along those lines. Very important to remain flexible to meet specific project needs and to meet changes and to be timely about changing the program as the market changes and as development project needs changes. There was feedback that the rebate term should be up to 20 years. That is the maximum that we saw in other peer jurisdictions. I believe it's Anaheim that has a 20-year program. They also felt it was very important to have a simpler application process for the renovation projects, but that they shouldn't be such small renovation projects that they don't drive the needle on increasing the average daily rate. So that they felt the renovation program shouldn't just be, as multiple people said to us, lipstick on the investment pig. We did hear, and we think that we were true to this, that the program is really attempting to resolve 40 years of no Tahoe Basin hotel investment. So they suggested that we be bold, and so Paul and I tried to do that. You will see more detailed feedback in attachment C and D from the developers as well as the other stakeholders we met with. Okay, so the TOT incentive concept in brief. Just like our other incentive program, there would be an application questionnaire. It would get reviewed by an internal county staff committee with CEO, CEDRA, Public Works, Auditor, Controller staff participating in that. And then we would bring forward an agreement recommendation for your board's approval. We, as I said earlier, talked about specific priority areas, the town centers for new lodging development. And then for lodging renovation, that could occur anywhere. We also got feedback that it might be appropriate to consider demo and rebuild outside of the town centers at existing hotel or motel sites. So that's something that we are currently proposing in the program and would like your feedback on that. The rebate would be a specific share of new TOT generated for a specified term. That share and that term kind of depend on how big the project is and how long the rebate program is expected to last. So we would have the share that was not rebated would be available to go back into the county general fund or fund capital projects, again, kind of depending on where you are in the rebate process, and I'll go into more detail on that. And then we know that despite the fact that these new projects or renovated projects would not be providing the full 40% share back into the general fund as is done today, that we will still be generating new TOT that goes into the general fund, additional property tax that we're not collecting today, additional sales tax, and then those important ripple impacts. And I think, you just kind of look back at that Dean Runyon study and see the impact that hotel development has in our communities, and that is providing significant impacts that benefit the community, but also the county additionally. So this is where I start to get into the recommendation portion. So we're recommending overarching criteria for all of the projects in 3 different areas. Ensuring that there is consistency with the existing Tahoe Basin Incentives Program. That focused on being catalyst projects, being projects that were consistent with planning and visioning for the community, as well as with TRPA guidelines that were required really to do anyway to protect the environment. Also, their ability to achieve a finding of public benefit. This is important so that we're not giving away public funds. And we've got a whole list of potential public benefits listed in the program guidelines, and we're suggesting that a renovation project or a new lodging development should be able to achieve at least one of those, but we expect most of them to achieve a larger number of public benefits that we've identified. And then finally, the project would be required to meet entitlement and longer-term property maintenance conditions. We want to make sure that if they're making an investment and we're making an investment in them, that they continue to meet standards for maintenance that would be expected of a property like that. Okay, so we're asking for board direction on some of these policy considerations. We originally started out with the first one there on a sunset of 10 years and had heard a fair amount of feedback that maybe having a shorter term would create a greater sense of urgency to participate in the program and may result in investment faster, sooner rather than later. So what we're recommending is in the neighborhood of 5 to 7 years for that sunset term. And then we would be reviewing the program internally and then sharing that with your board every 2 years to make sure that we're assessing our current economic climate and efficacy of the program. So that if your board said, wow, we've already met all of our goals that we have, we've gotten 4 new hotels or whatever the goals may be, we're going to stop the program now. Or maybe there's a new market standard that's out there that we hadn't contemplated when we developed the program. We could change it then. So that's why we're recommending that every other year. And that way we think that we can sunset or extend it to meet your board's goals as well as market demand. Based on our feedback from council, we know that prevailing wages are potentially applicable to the project. And there are cost impacts associated with that. When we spoke with the development stakeholders, they suggested anywhere between 10 and 30% added on top of a project cost with the administration in addition to that. So there will be impacts associated with that. There are some jurisdictions who made a conscious decision to not have that requirement in the agreement, but we're hearing from our council that there is a high recommendation that that be included, that we are noticing that the developers may have to pay prevailing wages, so put the risk on them and let them handle it. So that is our recommendation on prevailing wages right now. I will say in the BAE study that they did for Long Beach's program, they used a number of 15%, kind of in the middle, but certainly there would be impacts of that. We'd also like to get your feedback on whether we should maintain that focus of new development in the town centers and then have renovation available, the program available anywhere in the Tahoe Basin, and then also have new development applied for outside of the town centers only on existing motel properties. And then also we're looking for feedback. I guess I covered that one already on all of the zone districts. Sorry. There's a second page here. That's kind of what I was waiting for. Okay, so we do believe and think your board would likely concur that the renovation program, because it is for smaller projects, would have a more streamlined application. We're suggesting that if somebody goes in and gets a building permit, they put the building value on there, that we use that number for the rebate amount, the maximum rebate amount. They have a contract with a licensed California contractor. We have them fill out the questionnaire and bring an agreement to your board. So no third-party analysis required. that we would require with the new lodging, because in that circumstance, we're suggesting that the third party look at what the feasibility gap is. So what's the difference in trying to get that person to invest, what's feasible for them to invest, and what isn't feasible. And that gap would be the maximum number that they would be allowed to receive through the rebate. And that's very similar to what we do with our existing program that we use for the tourist accommodation unit allocation. We had a third-party analysis that provided that service for us and looked at the book, so that doesn't have to be a public record. We're also recommending that your board give us any feedback on this hybrid project category. So for larger renovation projects over $500,000 that have structural changes, maybe they've consolidated rooms, maybe they're adding rooms, or made significant changes to the property. We did not make a category that was specific to that other than above $500,000 because the array, as you can imagine, of potential renovation project sizes can be so great. We didn't feel that we could develop a program specific to that. So we're also then asking for your feedback on adding that this program to our existing incentives program, or whether you'd like to have us create a new ordinance, and you know what our recommendation is. So let me try to get into this nitty-gritty here. And I think some of you have seen this information already. Here are what some of our peer jurisdictions have put in place, notably their rebate amounts, their term amounts for both new and renovated development, as well as the type of project that they were targeting. So Santa Barbara was a luxury market. Fountain Valley, 3 to 5 stars. We're suggesting that on the target type that we remain flexible. We know a lot of these existing properties are in the probably 1-star range, and if we could get them to 2, that would be okay. I think trying to force somebody to do a project large enough to get them to a 3-star would be challenging. And then you see on the rebate percentages, for the new development, we're recommending they start at 90% for the first 4 years, tier down to 80% rebate for the next 4 years, and then down to 70% for the remaining term. We're suggesting for the term, the maximum term for new development would be a rebate term of 20 years, and that would be until the program expires, so up to 20 years, or until they meet that feasibility gap, whichever is sooner. Similar for the renovation, there's a maximum term of 7 to 8 years, depending on the size of the project, and a scaling back of the rebate amount. So let me run past you an incentive sample concept for new lodging. You'll see in green all of the assumptions, mostly on the left-hand side and the top of the page. And so for a project with 100 rooms, new development, average daily rate of $200 a night, 60% occupancy, and a 10% TOT rate with an increase of ADR over time of 2% per year. We're recommending this 90, 80, 70 grading back, starting with 4 years, 4 years, and 12 years. The total incentive over that 20-year period would be maxed out at $8 million. And in present value dollars, it's important to say that that's about half of or double the present day value, excuse me. So that is the, the proposal for the new project. And then for the renovation project, same thing, the green are the assumptions. This is where we're recommending 2 different tiers, plus making space for the hybrid tier for projects that are over $500,000. Again, we'd go by building permit value, so you can kind of walk through the different program and figure out what the maximum rebate would be. So in the example we're showing here for a $250,000 project, with the assumptions that we've baked in, they would be receiving $76,000 over the term of the rebate. So about 23% of the total dollars that they've invested. And then for Tier 2, $232,000 rebate out of a $500,000 investment. and case by case for the other. I do want to point out here, and if I didn't say it, I know Paul would probably jump up and shake me because I've missed it more than once, that the rebate for renovation is only on the new increment of TOT. So we're protecting the existing amount of TOT that they're collecting and that is going into the general fund. That wouldn't be touched. It's only on the new increment that is created by the new development project. And then I do want to talk about the county's general fund because I think it could be counterintuitive that giving money back, that the tax money that people are collecting might not be a great thing, but I think it's worth walking through this here. So right now with a potential development project in Tahoe City or Kings Beach of 100 rooms, where they're paying very limited amount of property tax. So it's $48,000, let's just say. And the county general fund gets $10,000 of that in Tahoe City, a little bit less in Kings Beach, but right around 20% of the total amount that is collected goes into, of the 1% goes into the county general fund. So with that new project, they would also be creating TOT. So that 10% TOT would go into the county general fund. That's about $43,000. They'd be creating sales tax with their project. That'd be about $48,000 based on a $400 estimated per square foot. And then their property tax would increase because of the size of the project. There we're estimating $50 million to $110,000. So with the new development, the county general fund would be receiving about $200,000 in new money that they're not receiving now. You see that when the rebate term is over, again, a maximum of 20 years, but depending on your assumptions, like if the average daily rate is $400 instead of $200, which could certainly be the case, that would be cut probably in half. Anyway, with that, after the rebate term, the TOT that would accrue back to the county general fund would be $650,000 a year. And then you're looking at nearly $900,000 in revenue to the county general fund. So by making that investment up front and incentivizing that kind of development that we haven't had since 1962, we are actually benefiting the county general fund as well as the region in general. So I'll quickly run to next steps. We're looking for direction from the Board of Supervisors today, as well as additional feedback that may come in the form of public comment. And then we will take that direction and that feedback and make some additional revisions to what we have shared with you today, and hopefully get back to your board at a Tahoe meeting on July 28th and have a final package for your board to approve. So I'm happy to answer any questions and take that board direction.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. Any questions right now? Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, two. If you would please just take a minute on the slide where you're talking about the general fund new revenue. So just one slide back.
Yes.
I'm looking at that property tax line. Would you help me understand what am I missing there? There's no way we're taking a property that's paying $10,000 a year in property tax and all of a sudden it's paying $110,000 a year in property tax.
So the sample that we're looking at is a property in Tahoe City, and we know how much they're paying in property tax,
right,
and we know how much we retain from that amount because a lot of it gets shared,
right,
with other special districts, schools, et cetera.
Right.
So the amount of that total of that $48,000 that goes into the county general fund is $10,000. So out of the amount that they're paying, we get 10. And with the new project, a $50 million project, we know that we will be getting $110,000 in property tax to the general fund. So it's a lot less than what they're actually paying, but that's our share based on the Tahoe City tax rate area.
Estimated finish. So, all right, I obviously I'm missing something here. I'll figure it out.
Well, I don't show the $48,000 number there, so maybe that's what's throwing you off because they're actually paying $48,000, but we get $10,000 into the.
That I get.
Okay.
All right.
Other questions? Let's.
Yeah, then the other question I had is, obviously the issue of folks having to pay prevailing wage has a significant impact on the return on investment here. So if we have some jurisdictions that are paying prevailing wage or requiring prevailing wage and some jurisdictions that aren't, why are we volunteering to be one that is?
And we're not, what we have suggested that we at least disclose to the participants that prevailing wage may be applicable,
Okay,
not that it will.
But who makes that determination?
It depends on the percentage of rebate to the particular project.
Okay.
So it'd be a case-by-case basis. That's why we're only saying it's a disclosure matter. Just simply disclose it in this program that it may be applicable. That's all.
All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thanks. Quickly on a couple of the items for feedback. Can you go through where you wanted feedback again?
Yeah, thank you, Cindy.
Because I didn't get them all written down.
I know,
to
it's
take a quick
kind of overwhelming.
Okay.
Okay, so on the sunset term,
Yep.
prevailing wages, I feel like we've got that covered, just saying
Okay.
that it's potentially applicable
Okay.
as recommended by council. And then should we be focusing new development only in the town centers or allow existing lodging sites outside of the town centers to also, demolish and rebuild? And then should the renovation portion of the program be available in all commercially zoned districts or named districts? So that would be Tahoe Vista, Carnelian Bay, and Wood. And then using the program rather than the ordinance, a streamlined application for renovation without the third-party review, the hybrid. And do you want us to look into that a little bit more? Are you okay with taking it on a case-by-case basis? I think that's about it.
Great. Well,
and any
yes,
other feedback?
my general guidance is to be as flexible as we can. That would be my recommendation.
Yep.
Because I didn't necessarily agree with the town center boundaries as they were established. That was done by TRPA and with certain criteria that weren't brought by the county. It was brought by the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. So while I know we need to focus for increased density in the town centers, when you have small communities in a narrow strip, it may not work. There's existing lodging properties outside of those, and anything we can do to generate those and regenerate activity, I think we should be as flexible as we can within the purview we have. So that would be my guidance on that.
Can I clarify?
Yeah.
So renovation as well as
new
or tear it down and rebuild?
Well, part of what you've seen is these motels have been converted to all kinds of different uses. The old motels right behind my house have become, whatever, different types of uses. And so, yeah, they're not in a town center, but they're on the old state highway, and they're part of what has always been a commercial, industrial zoned area. So let's be as flexible as we can with those projects, but certainly what we do for one, we've got to consider the implications for anyone else. So certainly we want to focus on those town centers for the high density, but there may be projects that are appropriate in Tahoe Park, the little cottages, right, that have been there as long as I've been there, 38 years, and they're not in a town center, and they're adorable, and lots of people rent them, but if they wanted to go 2 stories, wouldn't that benefit Sunnyside and West Shore Market and those sorts of areas? So I think be as flexible as we can on that. And then I don't have a strong opinion on whether this is a new ordinance or whether you bundle it into the incentive program. I would leave it to county staff's advice on that.
Flexibility.
Right. With the goal of making sure the investments are wise. And I think that is maybe the bigger challenge, is really running this up the flagpole, that we're not investing in a project that is a superficial fix that isn't going to generate more revenue.
Yeah,
or
that's
more
definitely feedback we heard, Cindy, and I would say that I think that the benefit of the rebate is if they're wrong and they do superficial or they do something that isn't wise, they're not going to get the benefit and we're not going to pay them a rebate.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, I'd say, a little bit less risky for the county, although we don't want to see that. I think we should be available to help them, navigate. Well, just painting your place is not going to increase your average daily rate by 40%. You need to do this, this, and that. Can you go get a small business loan? Can we help you with that? That's actually some of the feedback we got from developers is, could we help people getting those loans so that they not only have our rebate, but they have other funding available to them. Right. So I think some counseling would be a good idea.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, maybe you mentioned it, but is there any concern that after going through the process, utilizing this financing mechanism, doing the retrofit, within some period of time, somebody applies to change to fractional ownership type model away from nightly rental model? Have we addressed that?
That would be addressed in the agreement,
Okay.
similar to the agreement we had with Keela Properties for the Tahoe City Lodge.
Mm-hmm.
We don't allow it to be used for certain things, so that would be in there.
Okay.
And I think in the project approval process, say it's a new lodging, that would be very explicit, and that was the same with the Tahoe City Lodge project, is that it's not allowed. They have a certain percentage, and I can't remember with that project, that has to be, even of the condo part of the project has to go back into make it available, and the maximum number of days you can use it per year and that sort of thing. So I think we'll do that through the agreement and through the project approval process.
Okay, thank you.
All right, looks like there are no other questions. We can open it up to the public, and looks like we're going to Zoom calls for public participation.
Samir, go ahead and turn on your mic and your camera and give your comments.
We cannot hear you yet, Samir, so we need to hear your voice. We don't have to see your face, but we want to hear your voice. And it looks like you're off mute, but we still don't hear you. All right, so what we might do...
Chair Gore?
There you are.
Okay, my computer glitched while you guys were switching over, so I wasn't sure whether you were talking about me or not.
Yes, so go for it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks so much. Chair Gore, members of the Board of Supervisors, appreciate the opportunity to make some brief comments here. Fundamentally, this is a program that really is necessary. As we all know, building in California, particularly tourist destinations, and Tahoe in particular, are expensive. The cost of construction are expensive. Cost of fighting frivolous lawsuits for years is also expensive. But the other thing that is really going to impact development throughout the country, but in Tahoe in the coming years, is the impact of the pandemic that we're going through right now. I will tell you that the capital markets right now and for the foreseeable future, within the context of developing hotels, is extremely challenging and will be for some time. So the opportunity to make up that gap with this type of program is important. On the topic of prevailing wages, and particularly addressing Supervisor Euler's question, the way the prevailing wage works here, and we've looked at this extensively, it will apply to a new build for sure. There is also the opportunity, if you want to, you can go to the Labor Relations Board and get an opinion prior to going forward. We have been told that whenever you do that, they always come up with the answer of prevailing wage is required. So in order to get that risk taken out of it one way or another, you're probably going to wind up with prevailing wage here. And so that is a driver, a significant driver in terms of the overall cost and therefore the value that's created. But the other thing to think about, and this is a small note in the presentation you just received, But if you look at the time frame that the incentive comes back to the project, you have to do a net present value calculation to the day that it's granted, because that's when the funds are actually expended by the developer. And so it may seem like larger dollars, but the actual value of those dollars is less than the total dollars collected because of the net present value calculation that has to be done there. So we were fortunate enough to be interviewed and discuss this program with staff, and very supportive. The other thing that I think is important to keep in mind, you guys aren't plowing new ground here. This is done in a number of jurisdictions throughout California, primarily tourist destinations that have many of the same characteristics that we have in Tahoe. So I will admittedly say I focus primarily on the new program, but I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think it's something that could definitely make a difference in projects that are going forward, particularly in the time frame. If you decide to go with a 5 to 7 year sunset, you know, this next 5 years or so is going to be a real challenge for hotel development. So thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate this program coming forward.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other callers? All right, we'll take the next Zoom participant.
Andrew Ryan, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello there, Board of Supervisors. This is Andrew Ryan from Kings Beach, and I think I deserve some of the blame for this. I started when Supervisor Krantz, way back when, appointed me to the design committee, talking to him about reinvestment in existing lodging, and that was in 2008. And it's just, you know, it's so encouraging to see this program rolling out now. And in general, I'm very supportive across the board. It certainly needs to happen on the new development side, and the redevelopment of existing hotels is just sorely needed. If you consider that there's been 4 decades of decline, and many of the existing hotels have not spent any functional dollars in 40 plus years to reimagine themselves, to renovate, to become something new, to compete with short-term rentals. I would like to actually see the reinvestment model include all of the TOT and not just the increment TOT, because those operators have been paying TOT into the system for years, and they're also proven operators. They're people that have shown they can continue to stay in business in North Lake Tahoe, and that's a valuable asset right there. So in general, I encourage you guys to support this plan. I think it has a lot of great benefits. I would add that it's just one part of the items that we need for continued redevelopment in North Lake Tahoe. And I look forward to the other things that are coming your way this summer, from parking management strategies to sidewalk vending to other things we can implement to help this town. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate your comments. And it looks like we're moving to phone calls.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, good afternoon. Jeffrey Hens, North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. We've got an agenda item 14A. The North Lake Tahoe Resort Association's Board of Directors was presented with the details of the proposed Tahoe Basin Lodging Incentive Program, and very, very well received by our board. New lodging development has been non-existent for decades in our region, and believe this TOT Lodging Incentive Program will be a major step in the right direction to spark interest from developers for much-needed new lodging development and for existing lodging owners and operators seeking to renovate their existing properties. NLTRA is supportive of this program, and we look forward to working closely with Jennifer, Sherry, and Paul on helping to make this program successful and using my years of tourism development experience to help in any way possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And that's all.
All right, that's the end of public comment. We will close public comment. And any other direction from our board on this item? Okay. Do you have what you need?
I believe so. We'll see you again on July 28th.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Appreciate it. Hey, we made it to the department items. All right, item 16A, which is to amend the application and standard agreement to the 2018 Home Investment Partnerships Program to include tenant-based rental assistance. Hello, Shauna.
Almost good evening. Shauna Purvines with the Community Development Resources Agency. As you mentioned, the item before you is a request to adopt that resolution authorizing the CEDAR director or his designee to amend the application and standard agreement for the county's award of $500,000 in a home partnership program. The county was awarded last year $500,000. However, we never did enter into a standard agreement with the state, as the state was going through some rehab and changing up some of its departments. So when it came around to do the standard agreement this year, as a result of COVID, they asked each of the jurisdictions if we wanted to amend our application to include a renter assistant program. I was contacted by our Health and Human Services Department, who is interested in implementing a renter's assistance program. And so we discussed the possibility of partnering on this, and so we would then expand the application so that we could do both first-time home buyer and the renter's assistance program through that partnership with HHS. So to do that, we would need you to adopt the resolution so we could submit that to the state.
All right, any questions from board members? And comments from public, which is a reminder to the public that if there is a department item on here, as we bring it up, that's the time to raise your hand if you want to comment so we don't miss you. All right, no comments. We'll bring it back to the board for action. Move approval.
Second.
A motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Shauna. Item 17A, which is Specialty Mental Health Services contract with Uplift Family Services. Good afternoon, Twyla via Zoom.
Good afternoon. I'm going to stick with afternoon, not evening yet. So glad to be here today to address this item. For the record, this is Twyla Abrahamson, the Director of the Children's System of Care. I'll be brief. Uplift Family Services provides federally mandated intensive specialty mental health and psychoeducational services for children and their families. They provide shorter-term wraparound services and stabilization to appropriate non-system families who have been referred for formal intervention to help keep them and remain out of the child welfare system. Uplift is one of the most comprehensive nonprofit mental health treatment providers in California. They serve children and adolescents with complex behavioral health challenges and help them recover from trauma, such as abuse, severe neglect, addiction, and poverty. For placer year youth served by Uplift's most intensive service type in 2018-19, at discharge, 93% remained with their families in their community and were not required to be placed in costly foster care or other out-of-home care. 100% were not on formal or informal probation, and 88% were attending school with no issues. Approval of this contract renewal will allow Uplift Family Services to continue to achieve these outcomes while serving the most behaviorally challenged youth in Placer County. So we are requesting that your board take the following actions. Approve a contract with Uplift Family Services for July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 to provide specialty mental health, psychoeducational, crisis intervention, and follow-up services in a total amount not to exceed $1,466,020. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the contract and to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the current agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county concurrence. The expenditures under this contract are included in the department's fiscal year 2020-21 budget, and of the $1,466,020, 94% consists of federal and state funds, and 6% is mandated county general fund match. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Twyla. Looks like no questions from our board and any public comment. No public comment? All right, thank you. We'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for a motion. Motion by Holmes, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And we'll move to item 17B, which is contract amendments for Mental Health Services Act services. Hi, Amy. I think that's Amy.
Hi, good afternoon. This is actually Sue Compton.
Hi, Sue.
I'm the MHSA coordinator for Placer County. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Supervisor Gore and distinguished members of the board. I have 3 action items being requested today. Approve amendments to the contracts identified in Attachment 1 to extend the existing contracts from July 1, 2020 through September 30, 2020, increasing by $2,241,974 for an aggregate amount not to exceed $28,430,434. Approve a 1-year contract amendment for Nancy M. Callahan, DBA Idea Consulting, to continue to provide evaluation consulting services related to mental health, substance abuse disorder services, and child welfare services from July 1, 2017 through June 30, 2021, and increase compensation by $150,000 for a revised total not to exceed $1.35 million over the full term of the contract. And number 3, authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to execute the agreements with risk management and county council concurrence and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed 10% of the total contract amount or $100,000, whichever is less, consistent with the current agreement subject matter and scope of work. The state-funded Mental Health Services Act, MHSA, has effectively partnered county and community services in Placer County since 2005 to deliver services to the serious mentally ill, as well as evidence-based prevention and early intervention programs, all without local county dollars. The county's MHSA Steering and Approval Committee, the Campaign for Community Wellness, oversees and reviews the progress of the related services and contracts. The MHSA 3-year planning process and related RFP timeline were delayed due to numerous COVID-19 impacts. Providing a 3-month extension to the 11 contracts listed in Attachment 1 will allow for uninterrupted delivery of services at no increased cost while we prepare to return to the board in September with a 3-year MHSA plan and the proposed contracts resulting from the RFP. We are also requesting to continue services for 1 additional year with Nancy M. Callahan, PhD, DBA Idea Consulting, who has successfully provided technical assistance and subject matter expertise since 2014 to complete evaluations required by the various state oversight entities related to MHSA, specialty mental health, substance use disorders, and child welfare. Funding for the contract amendments has been included in the proposed 2021 budget and is funded from federal and state sources. No county general funds are required. To conclude, we'd like to request the board's approval of these action items, and I can answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate the report. Any questions from my colleagues? I do not see any, and no public comments. So we'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank
you. And are you continuing on, Sue, with the next item, which is 17C, Mental Health Crisis Services?
I'll hand it over to Amy from here.
Okay, great.
Hello, hi, Amy Ellis here with the Adult System of Care. Good afternoon, Chair Gore and members of the board. Today, I am bringing an action item to approve a 1-year agreement with Sierra Mental Wellness Group to provide mental health crisis services, specialty mental health services, and child welfare couples counseling services in the amount not to exceed $1,100,000 for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000, consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. Sierra Mental Wellness Group is a long-standing and vital agency partner with Placer County in the areas of outpatient mental health services, emergency mental health crisis services, and child welfare services. Services provided through this contract include all activities related to the provision of mental health crisis responses in both Western and Eastern Placer County. Sierra Mental Wellness Group provides all the mental health crisis response services in Eastern Placer County at the Tahoe Forest Hospital, and in the Western Placer County provide our after-hour crisis response. In addition to mental health crisis services, Sierra Mental Wellness Group continues to provide mandated specialty mental health services and child welfare couples counseling to residents in Western Placer County. During fiscal year 18-19, Sierra Mental Wellness Group provided these services to 339 recipients. Funding for this contract includes 67% in federal funding and 3% in state funding and 30% in county general fund, and is included in the department's fiscal year 2021 proposed budget. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Amy. Looks like there are no questions from our board. Any questions from the public? We'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll move to item 17D, which is Substance Abuse Treatment Services Agreement with Aegeus Treatment Centers, LLC.
Yes, Amy Ellis, again for the record, with a request of an action item to approve an agreement with Aegis Treatment Centers, LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, for substance use treatment services from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $4,100,000, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement and sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000, consistent with agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. Placer County's contract with the Department of Health Care Services stipulates that Placer County maintains appropriate access to necessary substance use treatment services, including narcotic treatment programs, which provide methadone, buprenorphine, disulfiram, and naloxone. Aegis is the only narcotic treatment provider located within the geographic boundaries of the county and has provided quality services for many years. This contract will allow us to serve residents in need and meet our mandated obligations under the DHCS contract to have an adequate network of providers to address the substance use treatment needs of Placer County. The contract is 100% funded with federal and state sources and has been appropriately budgeted. Any questions?
Thank you, Amy. Actually, just an FYI, I believe I met with an organization yesterday called WellPath that provides services to our jails, and they're looking at providing these types of services not only to inmates, but also to the community at large, so they might be contacting you to work together with the county in the future.
Great, thank you.
So no other questions, any public comment? We'll bring it back to the board for a motion. Motion by Wygant, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 17E, which is Adult Residential Facility Board and Care Home Contract with AMI Housing, Inc.
Yes, Amy Ellis again, with a request for the board to approve 3 action items. To first, approve the award of request for proposals, RFP number 20038, to AMI Housing Incorporated, for operation of a 10 to 15 bed adult residential facility for adults ages 18 to 59. Second, to approve an agreement related to RFP number 20038 with AMI to purchase and operate an adult residential facility, otherwise known as Board and Care Home, from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $1,257,348, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement and subsequent amendments up to $100,000, consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. And third, to approve the deed restriction from AMI in favor of the county for any property purchased by AMI with county funds not to exceed $750,000 for a 55-year period from recordation, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or the Director of Public Works to accept and sign the deed restriction pursuant to Ordinance 5995B, adopted November 19th, 2019, with risk management and county council concurrence. Placer County provides mandated mental health services to over 7,100 individuals countywide each year, and some of those served require supportive housing to assist them in meeting their complex and unique needs. Supportive housing is part of our continuum of treatment and allows those who need support to remain successfully in our community. This model avoids unnecessary and costly hospitalizations. There has been a growing need for additional board and care resources in our own community. Our limited resources have not been able to meet this need. This past year, Placer County was awarded a grant to help purchase a home for this purpose and will serve our community needs. Notification of the RFP was distributed to a significant number of potential proposers. One interested agency responded to the RFP. The evaluation panel reviewed and rated the proposal, and AMI was recommended to be awarded. AMI operates a full spectrum of housing programs, from emergency housing to rapid rehousing to permanent housing in Placer and Nevada counties. AMI has been an effective and strong provider of housing and peer-run services that benefit our community, and we are excited to work with them to expand our capacity for board and care placements here in Placer County. Funding for this contract includes 5% in federal funding and 95% in state funding. This is included in our department's fiscal year 2021 budget and will be included in fiscal year 21-22 budget. Any questions?
Thank you, Amy. Looks like there are no questions. Any questions from the public? And we'll bring it back to the board for a motion. A motion by Holmes, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 17F, which is Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System Agreement with Progress House.
Amy Ellis, again for the record, with a request to approve an agreement with Progress House for substance use treatment services from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $3,035,748, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the agreement's current subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. Progress House is a vital part of the continuum of care necessary to provide mandated substance use treatment. Their facilities are located in El Dorado County, but serve Placer residents with dependency to substances. The treatment options that are available through Progress House include withdrawal management, residential, and transitional housing combined with outpatient treatment. Placer County staff and contracted substance use providers continue to value collaboration with our criminal justice partners, human services, mental health, our children's system of care, and others to leverage available funding and provide the most cost-effective and appropriate care to those headed for or already within our systems. We work together to achieve recovery. This contract is 100% funded through federal and state sources and has been appropriately budgeted. Any questions?
Thank you, Amy. Looks like there are no questions. Any questions from the public? All right, we'll bring it back for a motion.
Move approval.
Second. Motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, only several more pages of Health and Human Service items. We go to item 17G, Emergency Housing and Supportive Services Contract with the Gathering Inn.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore, members of the board. I'm Jeff Brown, your Health and Human Services Director. Today, I'm requesting that your board approve a contract with the Gathering Inn for emergency housing and support services for the time period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, in the amount not to exceed $1,207,549, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments up to $50,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. So as a bit of background, on June 5th, 2018, your board approved a service contract and associated site access agreement with the Gathering Inn to operate the 100-bed Auburn shelter for emergency housing and supportive services. The term of the contract was 1 year, July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2019, with 2 one-year options to extend. Between July 1st, 2018 and April of this year, this program has served 510 unduplicated individuals who have been experienced homelessness in Placer County. Of those that have exited the program, we've actually seen success with 29% of those individuals exiting to a positive housing outcome. The Gathering Inn's been a strong collaborative partner with the county to address the issue of homelessness. They've developed very strong relationships with the North Auburn community, and they've been very responsive to community concerns. They coordinate well with our whole person care contract and also with our adult system of care full service partnership program. This proposed contract will be the third subsequent one-year agreement to manage the North Auburn shelter. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jeff. It looks like no questions, just a comment from me. It looks like you could sport a bow tie very well. I know that that is
Thank you.
your mask, but you could totally carry the look of a bow tie. No questions from our board members, no questions from the public. We will bring it back to the board. Second. Motion from Holmes, second from Mueller. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Mr. Wygant not here for the moment. Next, we'll move to 17H, Long-Term Psychiatric Residential Care Contract Amendment with Crestwood Behavioral Health Incorporated.
Hello, Amy Ellis here one last time this afternoon with a request for your board to approve a contract amendment with Crestwood Behavioral Health Incorporated for the period of July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2020 for mandated medically necessary mental health services for Placer County residents in need of long-term residential psychiatric care, increasing by $82,000 for a total amount not to exceed $2,382,000, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the contract amendment and subsequent amendments up to $50,000 consistent with the current agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. Crestwood continues to be a leader in providing a variety of treatment options and facilities in the state to those with severe mental illness. Its facilities are utilized by multiple counties. Crestwood offers residential care to those requiring that level of care. To date, Crestwood has served 23 of our most chronic and complex clients during fiscal year 1920, with the goal of avoiding more expensive acute psychiatric hospitalization and returning them to lower levels of care in their community. However, due to the increase in the number served during fiscal year 1920, funding will be needed to be increased to cover their care. Funding for this 2-year contract includes 40% in state funding and 60% in county general fund, and has been included in this year's fiscal budget. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Amy. No questions from board members. Any questions from the public? And we'll bring it back to the board for a motion. Motion from Supervisor Holmes and a second from Supervisor Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Next, move to item 17I, Health and Human Services Annual Contract Resolution, authorizing the Director of HHS to execute specified agreements.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Gore, members of the board, Mr. Leopold and Ms. Schwab. I'm Darlene King, Director of Administration for Health and Human Services, and today I'm here to present the annual contract resolution authorizing the Director of Health and Human Services to execute the identified contracts and subsequent amendments in the amount of $8,884,421, inclusive of $953,000 in general fund contributions. These selected agreements are based upon the following criteria. They're reoccurring with an annual amount of less than $400,000. These agreements do not require a competitive bid process. They were originally approved as standalone items by the Board of Supervisors, and they are executed with effective dates beginning during this upcoming fiscal year 2021. 33 of these agreements are contractors located in Placer County. 25 are based in California. 3 are out of state. Your approval of this resolution in no way obligates the county should there be any changes to programmatic needs or available funding. All contracts are reviewed by Risk Management and County Council. Additionally, I would like to request the board move to amend the action requested to reduce the number of contracts that are authorized from 66 to 61 to accurately reflect the number of contracts referenced in this resolution. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Darlene. We will note that change from 66 to 61. No questions from my colleagues. Any questions from the public? No. All right, we'll bring it back.
Can we just make sure that the proposed action is to adopt the resolution as amended?
That's
I stand corrected.
all right. We will do it correctly. We'll bring that back to the board. Yeah. And a second? Second. All right, motion from Mueller, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Darlene.
Thank you.
Item 17J, provision of jail-based competency treatment agreement with the California Forensic Medical Group. Marie Osborne, yes? And you are on mute, Marie.
Is that better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Marie Osborne with the Adult System of Care. I'm here this afternoon. Oh, sorry. Start over. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the board. Marie Osborne with the Adult System of Care. I'm here to present on the agreement with the California Forensic Medical Group for the provision of the jail-based competency treatment program. This item does have two requests. The first request is to approve an agreement with the California Forensic Medical Group, CFMG, for the provision of the clinical services related to the 15-bed felony jail-based competency treatment program that will be located at the South Placer Jail in the amount not to exceed $3,461,613 for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement with Risk Management and County Council's concurrence, and to sign any subsequent amendments up to $100,000 that are consistent with the scope of work and subject matter, again with Risk Management and County Council's concurrence. The second request is to authorize the Director of Health and Human Services the authority to renew the agreement for 2 subsequent 2-year periods, and to execute the agreement with Risk Management and County Council's concurrent and any subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope of work, along with Risk Management and County Council's concurrence. At this time, just a little bit of background. On May 19th of this year, your board approved HHS to enter into an agreement with the Department of State Hospitals for the implementation of a 15-bed felony jail-based competency program to be located at the South Placer Jail for the term of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023. As we know, California Forensic Medical Group has been a provider for inmate health services within our county for over 20 years and are currently providing these services in 34 counties. In 2015, CFMG began providing JBCT services within local jails and will be expanding these services from 6 counties to 12 counties during this upcoming fiscal year. During calendar year 2019, CFMG's jail-based competency programs throughout the state served 446 inmates and was able to restore 312 of them, which is 72%, to competency within 51 days. And the average length of treatment in their competency program is 1 to 90 days. By offering felony jail-based competency services within our jails, inmates will be able to receive timelier access to restoration and to be moved on to the legal system. This contract, the first year of this contract will be in the amount of $1,190,871, as this includes a one-time startup fund in the amount of $55,500. Subsequent annual cost of this agreement before the board will be in the amount of $1,135,371. The cost of this agreement is covered through the Health and Human Services agreement with the State Department of State Hospitals and are included in this upcoming fiscal year's budget and will be included in future budgets. So at this time, I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Marie. Looks like there are no questions from our board, and any questions from the public? No questions from the public. We'll bring it back for a motion. Motion from Holmes, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Marie.
Thank you.
And next to item 17K, Child Care Services for California Work Opportunity and Responsibility to Kids, CalWorks Welfare to Work Program, contract with the Placer County Office of Education. Good afternoon. I believe that's supposed to be Amanda Sharp.
It is. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, Amanda.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm giving you an update here that I've shortened my comments in light of the time and length of the meeting. That said, please do not hesitate to ask questions if you have any questions. I'm Amanda Sharp, the HHS Deputy Director and Director of Human Services, Veteran Services, and Housing Authority, and my request today is for approval of a contract with Placer County Office of Education, PCOE, for child care services. Child care in this contract is made available to CalWorks families in our CalWorks program from July 1, 2020 through June 30th of 2021 in amount not to exceed $2,489,000. The action item would authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign this contract with risk management and County Council concurrence and to sign subsequent amendments of up to $100,000 consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and County Council concurrence. We have entered into contracts with Placer County Office of Education since 1998 to administer stage 1 funds. There are 3 different stages of CalWorks funding for childcare. Because PCOE is funded to administer stage 2 and 3, we have benefited from an efficient and cost-effective management for all 3 program stages. Under the current contract with PCOE, we anticipate serving at least average of 156 children per month with child care services facilitating their parents' efforts to find and maintain employment and to become self-sufficient. The contract totaling $2,489,000, which includes child care payments and PCOE administration, is included in the department's fiscal year 2020-2021 budget. It is funded exclusively with federal and state funds, therefore no county general funds are required. A copy of this contract is on file with the clerk of the board for review, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Amanda. No questions from board members, no questions from the public. Motion by Holmes, second by Gustafson.
Good job.
I think I've been slurring that word. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. And look at that, we made it to procurement, which is item 18A, contract amendment for emergency lodging and related cleaning services, Roseville Hospitality LLC, DBA Hampton Inn and Suites Roseville, and Angelina Hotels Inc. and Johnny King of California Inc. Do we have Brett Wood on the line?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good afternoon, Brett, take it away.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Brett Wood. I'm your purchasing manager. As indicated, I'm here today with a request to ask your board to approve an amendment to our current contracts with Roseville Hospitality, doing business as Hampton Inn and Suites, as well as Angelina Hotels Inc. in Auburn, California. Both of these are for emergency lodging services in the amount of $550,000 for a new aggregate total of $950,000 and would extend the effective periods for those contracts through October 31st of 2020. We're also requesting at this time an option to extend these contracts through January 31st of 2021 and additionally increase it by another $555,000 for a revised total aggregate amount of $1.5 million or $1,505,000 subject to departmental occurrence and available funding. The funding for these emergency lodging services are provided by the federal and state funds, including emergency homeless grants and Project Room Key funds. The amendment with Johnny King is providing cleaning services and is a request to increase this contract by $50,000 for a new total of $150,000 and extend that effective period through October 31st of 2020. And additionally authorizes one additional extension through January 31st of 2021, increasing it by another $50,000 for a new aggregate total of $200,000. Again, subject to departmental occurrence and available funding. The funding for these is provided again through federal and state funds, including emergency homeless grant and Project Room Key funds. Both of these, or all 3 of these agreements were negotiated between staff in Health and Human Services and the Procurement Division in working with the 2 hotels in Johnny King to provide those emergency needed services at this time. With that, Mr. Brown is available to provide some additional background, and we're happy to answer any questions your board may have.
Thank you very much. And actually, I'm glad Jeff is there. Jeff, I asked this question of you previously. So if you could comment, please, on the capacity that we're utilizing those hotels, as well as just the value of having those and some of the people that we're taking care of in those hotels.
Great. So again, Jeff Brown, your Health and Human Services Director. These contracts are absolutely critical to provide sheltering services during the current pandemic. The goal is really to protect high-risk individuals due to their age and medical conditions for COVID-19, quarantine and isolate exposed and COVID-positive individuals, and ultimately protect the larger community. The hotel contracts were and continue to be critical for allowing our county to file and maintain our variance attestation and move forward with both stage 2 and stage 3 of the California Pandemic Roadmap. So as part of our attestation, we were required to put into place capacity to shelter at least 15% of our most recent homeless count. That was slightly over 112 individuals. So on any given night, we have at least 73 beds available. So we typically use all the beds in Auburn, 15 beds. And then in Roseville, we can use anywhere between 50% and 100% of the rooms. And the cost for this contract is reimbursed by FEMA dollars. It'll also be reimbursed for CARES Act dollars and state homeless dollars. This contract was originally put in place for people that were unsheltered, but we use it for individuals also that can't go back home. So I give the example, we had a refugee family arrive in the Roseville area, and they were determined to be at risk for COVID. Ultimately, they tested positive for COVID. They couldn't live with their sponsor family for up to 14 days. So we were actually able to house that family in the hotel and get them back on the path to integration here within the local community and with their family. So the beds provide a number of benefits to us, but are absolutely critical to our COVID response at this point in time.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that input. Looks like there are no other questions. Any questions from the public? And we'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Second.
Motion from Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And item 18B, which is annual software licensing and support various firms. Go ahead, Brett.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Brett Wood. I'm your purchasing manager. This is a request for your board to approve the award of negotiated agreements with multiple software companies for annual software licensing and support in the maximum aggregate amount of $2,350,000 funded by various departments in their current fiscal 2020-21 final budgets. We're also asking your board for the option to renew those resulting agreements for 2 additional 1-year terms in the maximum annual amount of $2.35 million and authorize change orders not to exceed a cumulative amount of $100,000 consistent with the procurement policy. All of these softwares recommended and requested at this time for your board are ones that have been previously presented to your board based off a specific project or a specific task that was undertaken and is related to an existing proprietary software system that we have. Each of these would require your board's independent action and do expire in between July 1st of this year and June 30th of next year. So what we have done with procurement and with the consent and agreement of the respective departments is aggregate all of those to present one comprehensive item to your board. That's why it has such a large dollar value associated with it. These are not things that we could go back out and potentially purchase from other firms. Most of them are very proprietary and we could only receive them from the existing company that we're working with. With that, happy to answer any questions and respectfully request your board's approval of this action.
Thank you, Brett. No questions and no questions from the public, and we'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 19A, addition of Placer Gold subdivision to fiscal year 2020-21 assessment to fee report. Mr. Mark Rideout.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore, members of your board, Mark Rideout, Public Works, and I'm pleased to be here today with an item requesting your board adopt a resolution which would add County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 222, which is the Placer Gold subdivision, to the fiscal year 2020-21 assessment and fee report, and this is for the county service areas and special districts. We're also asking that you approve the Placer Gold fiscal year 2020-21 assessment and its placement on the tax roll for 2021. This action is similar to what your board approved on May 19th for the special districts in its county. Following that action, staff noticed an administrative oversight that omitted Placer Gold from the attachment A. The recommendation that we have for you today would direct charges to Placer Gold. Those total $6,653.11 for the upcoming fiscal year. This recommendation is the only change that would be made to that attachment A that you approved on the 19th of May. And with that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mark. We're just all making sure that really is you on the screen.
It certainly is.
You look a little different. All right. We'll bring it back to, public comment, no public comment. We'll bring it back for a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much.
And item 19B, French Meadows Forest Restoration Project, contract with Red Mountain Resource, LLC. And good afternoon, Mr. Story.
I'm going to change that to good evening. I'm between you and your dinner, so I'll be quick. Honorable Chair and board members, I'm back again. Sorry, my code is out of order. For an award for the French Meadows project. We've worked through the procurement process with Procurement Division's help. Been through 2 bids, and now we're out negotiating directly with qualified contractors. I have one of those today for $1,056,300. Our total now with this award would be up to $2,357,605. I have several more coming at the next couple of board meetings. But at this time, this is the only one ready. I wanted to mention before I have the requested action, we received news this week that the project received $500,000 grant from the Long Foundation through our partners at the Nature Conservancy. I'll be bringing that award to you later in the summer, but that's an added boost, and $250,000 of that will be used this year. So today is to approve the award of a contract to Red Mountain Resources, LLC in a not to exceed amount of $1,056,300 to perform mastication and hand thinning on approximately 723 acres as a part of the French Meadows Forest Restoration Project, and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute the contract and any change orders up to 10% of the individual contract amount. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Brett. Great news about the grant and the additional funds for these projects. No questions from the public? And we'll bring it back to the board.
Approval.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
We will now, thank you. We will now adjourn as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and convene as the Placer County Successor Agency. And we have item 20A, which is the approval of purchase and sale agreement, Town Center South Property, 8716 and 8720 North Lake Boulevard, and 8717 and 8723 Brockway Vista Avenue, Kings Beach. And we have Janet on the line?
Yes,
Hi,
can you hear
Janet.
me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good evening, Madam Chair and member of the board. My name is Janet Triplett. I'm Senior Project Manager at Real Estate Services. I'm here today to present the purchase and sale agreement for the Town Center South property in Kings Beach. The action requested is for your board to adopt a resolution to approve the purchase and sale agreement for the Town Center South property consisting of 4 vacant parcels. This action is subject to approval by the Placer County Consolidated Oversight Board to authorize the successor agency officer or designee to execute purchase and sale agreement for the sale of the Town Center South property in Kings Beach. Purchase and sale agreement terms are purchase price $875,000. Listing price for Town Center South was $875,000. Deposit, initial deposit $10,000. Second deposit, an additional $10,000 due after the due diligence period has ended, and the contingency period is 120 days after a fully executed purchase and sale agreement. The next steps are to present purchase and sale agreement to the Placer County Consolidated Oversight Board for approval. If Placer County Consolidated Oversight Board approves the purchase and sale agreement. The agreement will be executed by the successor agency or designee. When property closes, escrow proceeds from the sale will be distributed to the affected taxing entities in proportion to each entity's share of the tax base as required by the long-range property management plan. Any questions?
Thank you, Janet. It looks like there are no questions and no questions from the public, so we'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. And now we will adjourn as the successor agency, reconvene as the Placer County Board of Supervisors, and I believe that we have finished all the work before us. So thank you, everyone, for your stamina in today's meeting. Good work, and we will adjourn until our next meeting, which is July 7th. All right, have a good evening.